Oh, sorry. I had the microphone muted for a second. All right, we should be good to go now. Let me know if the stream is choppy. I've got the stream open on my phone right now, and my phone looks frozen. Yeah, and it's frozen. Yeah, I think YouTube's crashed right now, friends. TikTok is good to go, but YouTube is completely frozen, unfortunately. So I think this is probably what we'll do then. M says Justin Rand. That's what it was. We might have to wait a while to get see if YouTube comes back up. I see the YouTube is lagging a little bit. It says it's buffering. We'll give it a second to catch up, see if it works. If YouTube is just zonked out for the night, we might just go. Oh, YouTube. Yeah, Ian had the same problem on his YouTube stream. Yeah, we might just have to do TikTok only here if YouTube is going to crash out and not work. That would be unfortunate for everyone watching, but it is what it is. If you're watching on YouTube, this would be a great time to go over to TikTok if you have it and check out the TikTok stream. We've had it the other way around where the TikTok had to go run over to YouTube because TikTok was choppy, but it is what it is. We'll give it a second to catch up. Guys, let me know if it's lagging or if it's looking like it's clean. I see some people saying that it's frozen, some people saying that it's not. We'll give it a second to see if it catches up. I don't have any guests waiting on TikTok to get in. I've got one guest, it looks like, on YouTube waiting to get in, but I don't want to bring them in just yet if the stream is not working. But I'm looking at my phone right now, and it looks like it might work. It looks like it's working right now. It's not lagging on my phone. So I think we're good to go. We'll see what happens. Hopefully YouTube doesn't crash out again. But I'm looking at my phone's feed. My phone's on 5G and it looks like it's working okay. So, and Eris agrees, actually. Eris says that YouTube seems to be fine now. It has a weird hang up, actually. That's a weird kind of glitch there, YouTube. You think with as much money as YouTube has, they wouldn't have these types of outages, but I get it. Nobody's perfect. It could be anything. But I think we're back in business. It looks like everything's working. Also, Glenn, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, my friend. Thank you so much for upgrading. You've got access to the cheat sheet now. Big W, big W. All right, you're right. Doug would never. You know what? If YouTube's back up, I agree. This might be a miracle of Doug. It could be a miracle of Doug, actually. That's what I'm thinking. Certainly seems to be the case. The proof that Doug is good, that Doug is God, is that we're here right now talking on YouTube. That's the proof. What more proof could you want? There's no other proof you could need. All right, Max is back with us. We're going to pick up where we left off. How you doing, Max? Oh, hold on. We should be able to hear you now.
Yo.
Well, welcome back, Max.
What up, bro?
All right, sorry about that.
Rough night, huh?
Apparently YouTube's having some outages, and I'm hearing everybody else in the community that's streaming all went down at the same time, so it must be a YouTube situation.
Okay, it is what it is.
Yeah, I was wondering why TikTok wasn't lagging, but YouTube was. Apparently it's on YouTube's end. So Max, let's dig into the conversation a little bit.
Let's do it.
I think we kind of left off on why I'm not a Christian anymore.
Yes.
And the reason why I left, I think there were four, maybe
five. I'm sorry, not to cut you off. I just, in regards to why you started and how did that get lost? That was not necessarily why you're not. I just wanted to know, like, what. I don't want to use words for you or say your faith per se, but like, what was it that that motivated you to start that eventually got lost?
Well, I think the thing that motivated me to start was I thought, well, if God is real and the Bible is true, it's like the most important thing there is. And if that's the case, like if my identity is found in Christ and so is everybody else, and that God desires that none should perish, it seems to be that the most important thing you could do is to make sure that none would perish, right? So I thought ministry to me was it was just a logical conclusion of what the Bible says.
Okay. Okay. Cool, cool. Uh, um, what are your thoughts on sin?
Well, I mean, as a atheist, I don't think that sin exists, right?
I mean, are you asking? I'm asking you. I mean,
No, I mean, as an atheist, not just me, any atheist, we don't believe in the concept of a sin, because a sin is like an offense committed against a God.
okay. What about in the context or the lore of the Bible? What are your thoughts on sin in regards to that? In the
Well,
context of the lore.
the kind of two sins in the Bible, and both of them are roughly the same thing in God's eyes. And there's the impurity, like physical impurity, and then there's like moral impurity, right? So, for example, if you come into contact with an unclean body, well, you have
Right.
to provide this, even if it's accidental, right? So even if you accidentally come into contact with an unclean body, you're now ritually impure, and you have to provide the same sin offering as somebody who went out and committed a sin. So in the Bible, it's basically any offense against God, but it also includes accidental offenses and things that would make you just impure, like having coming into contact with nocturnal emissions.
Okay, that's how you would explain sin.
That's what the Bible says about it.
Okay. If Romans 6:23, it says the wage of sin is death.
Mm-hmm.
From the context of what I was taught about sin, that the first sin was obviously in the Garden of Eden when Eve bit the apple,
Mm-hmm.
and that created death. And that prior to that, humans were designed not to die, and that like there's certain trees that live thousands of years, and that humans were made from that same design, that we came out of the ground like trees. So, and then there's other passages like in I believe it's
Well,
Psalm 1. They say that like a man's life will be like a tree. If you look at I think Mark 8:25, I believe it is, where Jesus puts the mud on the guy's eyes, and then he opens his eyes. He says, "I see people looking like trees walking," and that the original way that humans were made, they were never designed to die. They were supposed to be like trees, and that it was sin that caused death initially. So in that same context, um, the like a lot of people get confused in regards to like when God flooded the earth and he wiped out mankind. That can be confusing to a lot of people who are not familiar with sin. In that and mind you, this is all in the I mean, I understand you're atheist, you don't believe in any of this, so I'm just explaining it in the context of the Bible. And in the same way that somebody could watch a Netflix movie with like a vampire or a zombie, and you may see a vampire or the zombie might like bite the girlfriend of the main, like the main character has a girlfriend, right? And she gets bitten by this vampire. And then she slowly starts turning into this vampire, right? And then the boyfriend the main character has to make a decision to kill his girlfriend, right? Now, in movie logic, if you're watching a movie, Netflix logic, you logically would not blame the boyfriend for killing his girlfriend. You would blame the vampire that bit her. But when it comes to the Bible, that same logic is thrown out the window, because you're not applying sin to the concept of God not trying to kill humans. He's trying to kill sin. And that, like you've seen in certain vampire movies,
does
they have
God
to
have
wipe
the
out.
ability to create humans without sin?
I'm sorry.
Does God have the ability to create humans without sin?
He did create humans without sin.
No,
According
create
to
humans that
the
won't sin.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Create humans that won't sin.
Well, that's what Christ was.
But no, he was a God.
That's debatable.
Gods can't sin.
Okay. Some people debate whether or not Christ was a God.
I mean, what do you believe about him?
Well, I don't believe Christ was God in that. So that's like the Trinity doctrine. You got the Trinity doctrine. Like some people say the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
The Bible's
They're
wrong.
all. Say what?
So the Bible's wrong?
Well, not necessarily the Bible's wrong, but the way it gets interpreted sometimes by people is wrong. I can give you an example.
It says that
In
Jesus
that-
is God in John 1:1.
Well, no, it says that's. I don't know if you've done the research on that, but that's.
I have. Yeah, you probably
right.
believe it
So
says
I-
a God,
before we
not
go down that
God.
rabbit hole- right. So let's say that again. What did you say?
You think that it says a God rather than God?
Well, that's not what I think. That's what, if you look at the Greek
I have.
lexicon, right? So, people have been arguing about this for years. So, like, I don't
think they
I
have been arguing
understand-
about it for years. They've only been
Right.
arguing about it since the Jehovah Witnesses came up with their nonsensical doctrines.
Well,
Or the
there's-
Mormons, sorry.
well, there's Jews that interpret it the same way as well. Like, there's certain Jewish interpretations. They say the same thing. So,
I've never read a Jewish interpretation on that particular passage.
well, the Greek lexicon, even if outside
which one?
What was the one what was it? Thayer's?
Hey,
you kind of.
I'll give you credit. That's a real Greek lexicon. Most Christians can't find
right.
one.
I'm not even sure. Right. It's been so long since I even researched. I think it was Thayer's, the one that I was researching. Man, you kind of almost caught me off guard with that one. But
so
it was
Thomas was wrong.
Oic, or I forget the. And I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole because I wanted, just to stay on point about when you asked me about can God create humans that don't sin. I was kind of curious about why you asked that.
Fair enough. Okay, so could God create humans that don't sin?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
I'm not speaking on any authority here, but I mean, in my personal opinion, I would say yes.
Well, that has to be the case because in Revelation 21, when it gives you the vision of heaven, there's no more sin, or there's no more sorrow, no more death, right?
Great point.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he must have the capacity for it. Now, the fact that he didn't do that, the fact that he created the world with all the sin and the sorrow and the suffering, means that that's obviously the world that he preferred.
Well, that's not entirely true. He didn't create the world with sin and suffering. That was introduced by Satan.
No, that's not true.
Well, originally, okay. So if you look at I don't know if it's 1 Peter 3:8 or 2 Peter 3:8. It says, to God, 1,000 years is only one. It's only one day to God. So like 1,000 of our years is only one day to God.
It says a day is like 1,000 years to God. Yeah, that's actually a quotation from one of the Psalms that gets picked up by the New Testament. But that's not meaningful. That doesn't actually fix the problem. The reality is that
let me finish.
God knew that humans would sin, right?
Well, so the way that I was taught that answer was so there's a new movie out, the John Wick movie out.
Just a yes or no. Did God know that humans would sin?
It's a yes. The answer is yes and no. Let me mind you this. I won't go on a tangent.
Do you believe that God is all knowing?
Yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to.
If he's all knowing, that means he knows the future.
Let me finish my point. Just because you can look up spoilers of a movie doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna go do it. Like if there's a movie that you're gonna go see, you can go on Google and look up the whole plot, but you're not gonna do that because you still want to watch the drama play out. Mind you, this is how I thought that was a great point. Like when somebody explained that to me, I was like, wow, that's great.
It doesn't address my question at all.
Just because you have the ability to know everything doesn't necessarily mean you're going to choose to exercise it.
I didn't say God was choosing to exercise anything. I think you're trying to get ahead of my argument. I don't think that's a good idea. So
I was just making my point. I'm not trying to get ahead.
Does God know all things?
Yes.
Does he know what's going to happen in the future?
Yeah, I believe he has the ability to.
No, does he?
Because we can make God rejoice.
Max, does he know the future? Yes or no?
Yes, he knows the future.
Okay. Did he know that humans would sin?
That's debatable.
It is not debatable because Jesus was slain before the foundation of the earth. Ephesians chapter 1. So Revelation chapter 7.
So according to the Bible, then how do humans have the ability to make God rejoice or make God sad?
Thanks. You finally found another contradiction in the Bible. I'm glad you came to that realization. The idea that an all-knowing entity can also have emotions of surprise is a wonderful contradiction in the book.
it's not a contradiction if you look at it from the standpoint of how I've explained it to you. Just because
You didn't explain it well. The word all means there's no exceptions. If I said I own all the tools in the world, that means there's not a single tool that I don't own.
Okay, so in the context of all knowing and he has the ability to do it, does he have the ability to choose not to know?
Then he wouldn't be all knowing.
But
all knowing entities can't forget things.
Not necessarily forget, but can he choose not to know?
No.
Because
then he's not, because he's not all knowing. Then he's either all knowing or he's not.
If God is all powerful, does he not have the power to choose not to know? If he's all knowing, does he not have the ability to choose?
Only if you're willing to get rid of the all knowing moniker. He's either all knowing or he's not. How he got there is irrelevant.
I don't agree with. I mean, I hear your point, but I don't. Mind the way I was taught, I don't necessarily agree. We can agree to disagree.
It's just definitionally true. You either do know all things or you don't know all things. If God doesn't know all things, then he's not all knowing.
There's still a choice. God has choice as well. God can make choice if he's all powerful.
I agree. God does make choices. So let's get back to the actual framework of the argument. God knew that humans would sin before he created them. We know that to be the case because God says he declares the end from the very beginning. Ephesians chapter 1 says Jesus was slain and the elect were chosen before the foundation of the earth. Revelation chapter 7 reiterates that and says that they were written in the book of the Lamb before the foundation of the earth as well. So God knew before he created mankind that in fact they would sin and that Jesus would have to die, correct?
Well, like you look at the passage of Job, say God allows.
It's crazy that you can't say yes or no.
I didn't repeat your question. I was answering it in the context of
according to Ephesians chapter 1, Revelation chapter 7, that clearly state that Jesus was killed before the foundation of the world and the elect were already chosen before the foundation of the world. Does that not imply that God knew that they would sin?
It can imply it. It doesn't directly imply it, but it can be applied.
So
implied, yes.
So God killed Jesus before he knew anyone would ever sin? That's some crazy. That's some crazy parenting. I've never heard parenting that back ass word.
In the like I said, if you look at 1 Peter 3:8, it says that 1,000 years is only one day.
That doesn't fix anything.
Let me finish. Can I finish my point?
I'm going to say the same thing after you say whatever you're going to say.
Okay, so from God's perspective, it's only been about 5 days that have passed since the beginning. So as according to the same teaching, he allowed Satan to test the righteous and the unrighteous, and that there's a new earth, and that Revelation speaks of a new earth that will be created where there will only be the righteous. So in the same way that this live stream is recording your live stream, that there's a like was it Malachi 3:16?
This does not address the point I'm making, Max.
If I can finish,
I'm not gonna let you finish because it doesn't.
All right.
You're addressing how God's time period is longer than my time period or our time period. That has nothing to do with what we're talking. We're not talking about whether or not God is super patient. We're talking about whether or not he pre-planned something because he had foreknowledge of something. Whether or not the foreknowledge was for 1,000 years or for 1,000,000 years is irrelevant. Did God know before he created mankind that they would sin? The only answer is yes, because the Bible tells you that.
I'm explaining to you why that was done.
I don't care.
I don't agree.
I don't care. I don't care why. Quote me a verse that shows I'm wrong, because I'm going to quote you a verse that shows I'm right.
Okay, Malachi 3:16 is an example. Is that
Malachi 3:16 ain't going to help you, but we'll read it.
Okay, there's a book of remembrance, and that there's it's like if you get caught on tape doing a crime, it's on tape. So God has it's from the example of the book of remembrance. This is all being recorded. So the people who chose sin over God's law and commandments, those people will not be resurrected to the new.
Yeah, you got the wrong verse. That's not in Malachi. Malachi is about the day of the Lord.
What does Malachi 3:16 say?
Malachi, I'll put it on the screen. Hold on. Although you probably won't be able to see it. Everyone else will be able to see
That's
it.
cool.
It says, then those who revered the Lord spoke with one another. The Lord took note and listened. A book of remembrance. Oh, no, you were right. A book of remembrance was written before him of those who revered the Lord and thought on his name. They shall be mine, says the Lord of hosts, my special possession on the day when I act. Yeah, the day of the Lord, the day when he acts. So
Right.
what?
So there's going to be a new earth and a new heaven.
We know that doesn't fix the problem we're talking about yet.
In the context of Malachi 3:16, it's explaining to you that the people who chose sin will not be remembered, but the people that do follow God's law and command, God is listening. It's like I say, he's recording it. He's listening. So in the context of your question, did God create this world? Which I don't agree with that, but in the context of the way you're answering it, I'm giving you more insight on why it appears that way. As far as
that verse didn't say anything that you needed it to say.
According to who?
According to logic, it didn't say anything about God not pre-planning anything. Ephesians chapter 1, verse 4, he chose us in Christ before the foundation of the world. Before the foundation of the world, God chose the elect. He knew before he created mankind who the elect were.
Then can you explain what the book of remembrance is?
The book of remembrance are for the people that were on the actual planet at the time of the day of the Lord. Malachi chapter 3 is about what God is doing leading up to the day of the Lord. And then in chapter 4, he finally sends John the Baptist just before the day of the Lord to turn the hearts of the fathers and the sons back towards each other again, so on and so forth. This has nothing to do with some eschatological nonsense. This is just God saying the people that were faithful to him during this time period will be written in the book of remembrance, just like all the elect will be written in the book of life.
Okay, so in the concept of sin, what we're talking about, go back to when we're talking about sin, and you were explaining how if
Max,
somebody does.
I need you to focus.
I am focused.
We read Ephesians 1. What did Ephesians 1 say?
It's hard to make a point if you.
Well, I need you to focus and stop trying to misdirect. In Ephesians 1, did God know something before it happened?
According to what you're saying, yeah.
No. According to Ephesians, not what I'm saying. According to Ephesians.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get my read. What scripture you quote?
Ephesians chapter 1, verse 4.
Give me 1 second. Let me bring this up. Ephesians 1:4. Give me about 15 seconds. Now, and can you read it again and reiterate your point as I'm bringing this up?
Yes. Just as he chose us in Christ before the foundation of the world to be holy and blameless before him in love. The elect in Christ were chosen before the foundation of the world. That's before humans were created. He knew who the elect were before he created them.
Give me a second. Just. Okay, can I read something to you?
Only if it's verse 4.
It's in response. Yeah, it has to do specifically with Ephesians verse 4.
Is it in Ephesians?
No, it's not a Bible quote. I'm not quoting from the Bible.
Okay, so what I'm going to need you to do is address verse 4. In verse 4, what did God do?
I'm sorry, my phone is ringing. In verse 4, says, hold on. He chose us to be in union with him. Well, hold on. That's the wrong translation. Let me bring up you're reading from the King James?
No, I would never.
Okay, well, that's cool. Then, hold on. Let me go back. What translation are you reading?
NRSV.
I don't have that one on my screen, but okay, this is a different translation, so forgive me up front. It says, as he chose us to be in union with him before the founding of the world, that we should be holy and unblemished before him in love. That's what I
Okay.
have.
When he did this, when he chose the people to be in unity with him, when did he do it?
At the founding of the world.
Okay. Did they already exist? Did
What
you
do
already
mean by
exist?
Exist? What do you mean by exist? In the
Did
physical world?
you exist before God created the world?
Did I exist? No. Before God created the world? No.
Okay. So are you part of the elect in unity with Christ?
In the context of this verse?
Yeah.
In the context of this verse, no.
So you're not part of the Christian people?
I am a Christian, yes.
Okay. Are you part of the elect?
Depends on who you ask.
Okay, I'll just make it easy for you. Paul is writing to the elect. He's writing to the Christians, and he's saying, you guys that are Christians, that are part of the elect, you were chosen before the foundation of the world.
Okay.
Which means God knew ahead of time who was going to be with them, who wasn't going to be with them, which means he had to have known who was going to sin as well.
That's called predestination, but that doesn't necessarily...
I literally didn't say it was predestination. All I'm determining right now is if God knows humans are going to sin, and it seems to be, according to the book, yeah, he does know that.
That's right. So just because you're not saying predestination doesn't mean that you're accurately...
I never said he's causing them to sin.
I said that same thing.
I said he knows they're going to sin. You keep trying to argue things that I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about predestination. That's a whole separate argument. All I'm determining is what God knows. So far, God knows that humans are going to sin, correct?
I don't agree with that. But
how,
I get your
how
point.
Could he not? How could he not know that humans are going to sin when he already knows who the elect are?
Because you're tipping into the waters of predestination.
No, bullshit. I'm not talking about predestination. I'm talking about what he knows. How can he?
Okay, let me ask you this.
Max, no. You are not asking a question until you answer my question. How does he know who the elect are, but he doesn't know if they're going to sin?
How does he know who the elect are if he doesn't know who's going to sin?
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to answer the question in a way that you're not going to think.
Yeah, because it defeats your bad worldview that God doesn't know things.
I didn't say God doesn't know things.
You're telling me you're running away from the idea that God knew humans would sin before he created them. That's this whole charade. The whole thing you've been doing this whole time is running away from the obvious question and answer about whether or not God knew Adam and Eve and the rest of the human race were going to sin. Obviously, he did know that was going to happen because he knew he was going to sacrifice Jesus and he knew they were going to be elect. Those things wouldn't have happened before the foundation of the world if God didn't know humans were going to sin.
You're out of context.
No, you're out of logic. I don't think you're mentally prepared for this conversation. If you can't understand the contradiction that you've put yourself in, you're not equipped for this hike. You need to go back, get bigger boots.
It's not a contradiction if you're not allowing me.
You need to go back.
If I go to make a point, and
you need to go back, get better boots, maybe get a hiking stick. Come on back when you understand how words work. I'm going to move on to an adult, okay? Crazy he can't see that. Unbelievable. All right, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Debbie, good to see you, friend. Great to see you. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says Justin Cook's like the Beastie Boys song Intergalactic. I love the B-Boys. I love the Beastie Boys. Except for there's a couple songs that maybe could be removed from the catalog. All mentions of the Spanish Fly probably needs removed, like Brass Monkey. Maybe, I don't know. We leave Boob and Granny in there. Okay. There's a Justin Cook's like Beastie Boys song Intergalactic. If you try to knock me, you'll get mocked. I'll stir fry you in my walk. Your knees will start shaking and your fingers pop like a pinch in the neck of Mr. Spock. Unbelievable. I love that song, by the way. That's a great song. Definitely gets the body moving, huh? I remember that one. You get that one? No? All right. Whatever. I do what I can. Cheap Snack, thank you for the 616. W Nero says deconstruction can be hard, but the reward in the end is becoming rock hard. For Doug, grab a tectonic plate and join the feast. Big W, actually. Big W. The only thing harder than deconstruction is Doug being rock hard for you, because he's the rock solid truth. And Breezy, thank you for the super chat, says, I think guest is allergic to answering a direct question or staying on task. Yeah, he was definitely that kid in grade school that every time his teacher asked him a question, he fired back with 5 other questions rather than answering it because he knew he didn't have an answer for it. I read the book. Did you read the book? Yeah, I think the teacher read the book. Sorry. So anyways, John Wick. I'm gonna hurt some feelings. I've never actually seen John Wick, so I don't know how I can respond to that. But thank you anyways. And Space Lord, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says 1,000 years equals 1 day, and vice versa implies that math doesn't work. Not a point in your favor. Logic rules applied to math. Some foundation God is, huh? So this is actually the funny point, because the way that the Bible phrases it is okay, right? The Bible says that 1 day is like 1,000 years to God, meaning God's timeless, right? But the way Christians always want to use it is that 1 day is 1,000 years, which is just breaking the laws of logic. 1 day is just not 1,000 years. They're not the same thing. And Design, thank you for the $5 super chat, says he's all knowing, but he chooses not to know. I'm starting to think Christians are in on the con. It's crazy to me that in order to answer some of the difficult questions, you have to invent crazy ideas like God's not all knowing and he chose to forget. But listen, I get it. When you're in the cult, you'll do anything to stay in the cult, even take like super ridiculous takes like that. Daddy Reed, thank you for the $19.99, my friend. He says ex-Mormon and ex-MAGA. Oof. That's a lot to deconstruct from, but they go hand in hand. It's an educational resource like your channel got me out of those cults, so it's awesome you're going full time. Thank you, Daddy, and that was my hope. A lot of people ask me why I don't do more political stuff, and I am pretty passionate about politics, but I think the worst parts of politics are from religion. That's where the worst shit's coming from. So I think we kill 2 birds with 1 stone when we get rid of these toxic religions. But Daddy, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for supporting the channel. I really appreciate it, friend. And Retired Bomb Tech back with us. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says, do you think that Christianity copied some Norse mythology when Odin hung from a tree, pierced with a spear, or self-sacrifice for knowledge? So I don't think so. And here's why. My understanding of Norse mythology is that almost all the texts that we have come hundreds of years after Jesus, right? I think it's much more likely that Norse mythology was already playing on Christian themes than the other way around, only because of the textual evidence that we have. That's just my opinion. If we find later that the Norse mythology is actually much, much older and we have older texts to support this, then I would say, I don't know, maybe there's some common ideas here. But the problem is these ideas in Norse mythology, they exist elsewhere too. So it's hard to know where they came from. They seem to be just well played out common ideas that a lot of people hung on to. And so I can see why it shows up here, shows up there, shows up there. You know what I mean? It was all over Greco-Roman religion. Maximilian, my friend, thank you so much for the $49.99. Thank you so much, my friend. Great to see you. Says, I missed a few live streams and damn, missed your birthday. No worries. No worries. He says, late congrats. You're going full time. Yeah, baby. Hey, thanks for being here. You're one of the reasons I can go full time, my friend, for supporting the stream. I prefer the DZ Debates landscape layout, but the Kraken membership is different from the Deconstruction Zone. So it's actually not. The only thing I changed is, and I'm going to do it on the main account. I've got 2 Kraken memberships. Kraken regular basically just gets you emojis and member only live streams if I do one. And then the second level, Kraken Elite, gets you the cheat sheet plus emojis. I didn't do that on the second channel. The reason is I get so many emails from people who joined the Kraken crew regular, but not the Elite. And they're like, I don't know how to get the cheat sheet. And it turns out because they never got the link because they didn't sign up at the right place. You can also bypass all of that by signing up on Patreon. I finally got Patreon set up that's got the deconstruction cheat sheet. That being said, on my main channel, I'm going to delete, I think, my bottom level. Almost nobody's in it anyways because everybody wants to cheat sheet. And I'm just going to make the second level the only level. So hopefully that fixes the membership. But memberships are both open on both channels. So I hope that helps. And I love the horizontal. The horizontal stream is now getting more views than the vertical stream. So it's crazy. But I think there are people who have their favorites, you know. But anyways, Bertram, thank you so much for the galaxy on TikTok. I appreciate that, my friend. And JJ just sent out a DZ membership. Big W for gifting out memberships. And also thank you for the $6.99 super thanks, Randy. A big W for that. And Jason's back with us. Thank you, Jason, for the $5 super chat. It says memberships coming. Stick around in the spirit of Pride Month. I hope someone brings up Sodom and Gomorrah, me, self-imposed fire pretzel. Discord, yeah, definitely join the Discord, Jason. I'd love to see it in there. And I meant to do it. I would love to do the why is it wrong debate again, because that's such a fun debate to have, because Christians clearly don't have good reasons for it, and even non-Christians. Cameron, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says first ever super chat. Just joined on Patreon. Cameron, thank you so much for joining the crew and for super chatting. It says all praises to Doug. Happy you can cook full time, so dinner's ready when I get home. I'm working on slow roasting a friend on dispensationalism. Any thoughts? Well, dispensationalism, I think, falls apart hard. I haven't talked about dispensationalism enough, but the problem with dispensationalism is it only works if you don't read the Old Testament. It's clearly built on New Testament ideas based on like, well, this time period God gave the law to govern, and now we're in a different time period. But as soon as you read the Old Testament, it's very clear that the law was forever. It was eternal. It was meant to be followed till the end of days. So this idea that we're in a different dispensation now, we're in the dispensation of grace, is just bullshit. It doesn't match the Old Testament. Anyways, Solar. Good to see you, Solar. He says, Christian apologists be like, if you can dodge a ball, you can dodge a question. That's 1,000,000% it. We finally got a dodgeball emoji, though, for everyone who's subbed. We got dodgeball emojis. And Mike says, hello, Justin. Big fan of your content. I don't know if you give shout outs, but can you give a shout out to my friend El Jefe, Corona 503? Also, praise Doug. Listen, is it El Jefe? El Jefe Corona 503. Doug loves you. Be rock hard for Doug. He is a solid foundation you can put your foot on. Big W, friend, if you're a friend of the channel. Great to hear from you. And Scylla Tax a Bit says, King Solomon had some sweet pickup lines in Song of Solomon 4:5. Listen, he really did. When he says that your neck is like the flanks of a horse, who wouldn't just melt hearing that your neck is like the flanks of the horse, or that your breasts are like twin fawns of a gazelle, or that your cheeks are like pomegranates? Who wouldn't fall for these lines? Who wouldn't fall for your hair is like a flock of goats descending from Mount Gilead? Listen, I can neither confirm or deny how many lines in the Song of Solomon I've used in my life as a pickup line. All I can tell you is I know all of them. Anyways, a good reference. And Randy, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, my friend. And Retired Bomb Tech, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. He says, my apologies. Happy belated birthday. Here is some for you and your boy for another day of fun. Well, thank you so much. We're definitely going to get some ice cream. I finally turned them on to trying some vanilla ice cream from Dairy Queen. It's small steps. I've got a 6-year-old. He's very picky. And he's also autistic, so I can't explain to him why something's good and he should try it. You just have to like sneak it in his mouth when he's not looking, and then he's like, "Oh, that's pretty good." That being said, That being said, I did finally get him turned on to some ice cream finally, and that it's super hot outside. Hopefully we can have lots of ice cream this summer. And Solar says, I'm a lady, Justin, not a he. Oh, Solar, I'm so sorry. I couldn't tell by the picture. I just assumed the picture was an avatar for you, and it looked masculine. I apologize, Solar. I did not mean to misgender you. Please take my deepest apologies. That's my bad. I didn't mean to do that. Anyways, let me grab our next guest. I don't know if it was Gothic, but I think Gothic and Militant Ortho were up in here next. And then I had Darwin, I believe, was in the guest box after that. So let me grab Gothic. I don't think I've actually spoken with Gothic before. How you doing, Gothic?
I'm great. What about you?
Oh, so at least you fit the mold. I'm great, Gothic. Let me test out a question on you that I think some opinions have been had. Why do all Phil bros talk in that low monotone voice like they're about to fall asleep?
Because we're probably in bed all the time.
Sounds about right. Fair enough. Okay, so are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm 20 and I'm an Orthodox Christian.
Okay, so you're a cringe ortho bro. Cool. So what would be the most convincing evidence or argument for your God being real?
Right, so I have two clarifying questions before I present an argument. One would be, you're making a claim saying God isn't, or my God specifically is imaginary. So I would say, what's the argument for that? And on second, I would say, what's your basis for epistemic claims?
What I'm going to do is not let you burden shift and redirect you back to the. No, it's not. It's a burden shift.
Right. So just to clarify your position, so I could give my best.
No, it's a burden shift. So what I'm going to do is go back to where we started from, which is my claim is that your God is imaginary and you can't demonstrate otherwise. So I don't know if you know how this live stream works, but the way this live stream works is we talk about specific deities. Unless you're a deist, we can talk about a generic deist God if you really want to. And I'm here ascertaining whether or not people have good reasons or good arguments to believe in those particular gods. And my position is that I don't think any believer can demonstrate that their God exists outside of their actual imagination. And just so you know, I've talked to a lot of Phil bros. I know all of your stupid tactics and your arguments. So if you think you're just going to burden shift and be a prick, I'll kick you now and move on to the next guest.
Exactly, right. So if you're running, that's fine. But like, what would be the argument for the God being imaginary?
I'm waiting actually for your argument that he's not.
I mean, you're making the claim, though.
No, I'm waiting for your argument that he's not.
I'm making the claim. Yeah, I'm
can
gladly
you,
give an argument.
No, you won't.
But I want to know your position better.
Nope,
first.
no, you won't.
I mean, if you're running, that's fine.
I'm not running. You're a liar. I've talked to 100 Phil bros. You're just like all the ones that came before you. You'll never
you're a hypocrite.
You'll never defend your religion. You'll never defend your argument for God.
I'll die for my religion.
Then provide the argument that your God exists.
Yeah, you're running.
No, you're a coward.
I'm saying
you got your tail. You got your tail between your legs.
Question. I asked the clear.
Okay, so he doesn't actually have an argument. Typical pre-supper. Burden shift. Never defend your religion. Run away like a fucking coward. Get out of here. We got actual adults in the box waiting to get in. Could you imagine when I was a Christian, I loved literally nothing more than tell people why I thought my God was real and that everyone else should believe in my God. Could you imagine going around thinking you can prove your God real by just avoiding the question altogether? Crazy. Also, I got lots of arguments against the Christian God. He didn't have a chance to get there because he's an idiot. Adrian, welcome in. I think I was supposed to get Darwin next. I apologize, Darwin. I'll get you next, buddy. Adrian, welcome. Adrian? Adrian, I think something's wrong with your connection, friend. All right, come on back, Adrian, if you're actually with us, okay? Hey, Darwin.
Hello.
Darwin, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am at least 18 and I'm not a believer.
Oh, okay. Did you have a question?
Yeah. So I heard one of the arguments that you presented. I can't remember who it was to, but it went something like all acts of creation have or are a change of state, and all changes of state have a before and after, therefore time was not created.
Yeah, it's a typical argument against the creation of time, although it does imply a particular idea of what time is. If you talk to a physicist,
Okay.
you can get actually a pretty different answer of what time is. I only use this argument against Phil Bros because Phil Bros believe that time is an actual thing that exists rather than a property of matter. But you're breaking up really hard. You sound like a robot right now. Okay. All right. Something's wrong with your equipment, man. You got to fix your equipment, okay? Crazy. Oh, well. JG, thank you for the super chat, friends. I see claims Leviticus 18:22 was revived in the 20th chapter. Yeah. And was originally about men. That's not true. Laying with boys. Don't think the Hebrew says this. Can't figure out where it came from. The reason why it says that is because it says, a man shall not lie with a male as with a woman. They're like, well, a man and a male are different words. Maybe one is a boy and one's an adult. But that's not true. That's not how that works at all. The Hebrew text is just using a generic word for male and another generic word for male, or one for a man and one for anything that's a male. So zakir in the text just means any male. In fact, it even says that about the animals that you sacrifice. It has to be a male using the same word. It's a bad argument, JG. I actually don't know exactly where it originated from. I've heard it before. I've never heard it from an actual scholar. This is something that like dummies with the Strong's Concordance lashed onto, and they have no idea what they're talking about. Just take them back to an actual lexicon of the Hebrew language, like the BDB. Show them in the lexicon what the words mean, and argument's basically over. It's just chatter. Cameron says, super chatting is fun. How can we support you again? Well, super chatting is one way. The other is signing up on the Patreon or becoming a member of the channel, clicking the join button. That's a huge way to support the channel. I would greatly appreciate it. But just liking and sharing the streams and the videos helps a lot too. And Randy says Norse mythology was preserved by Christians some 200 years after pagan religion was outlawed. You're not entirely wrong, actually. It seems that the pagan religion, while it existed prior to Christianity, we don't to Christianity getting there, at least. We don't know how long it was there and what form it took or what texts they had or what stories they had, because we don't have the text. And Josh says cowardice is a Christian value. It really is, especially if you're a pre-supper. But what are you going to do? Dyslexia says, thank you for dumping the Phil bro. I just tune out when I hear them. Not only are they boring, they don't have any new arguments, and they waste everyone's time because all they do is burden shift rather than give an argument. They won't give an argument. All they do is burden shift. Also, Saint says, Phil bros sound like they're in bed every time they call in because they're jobless. Actually, you're right. I've met two people with PhDs in philosophy. One getting his PhD, one already had it. One of them wasn't working in the field. He was a programmer. He learned programming after he graduated because he's like, oh shit, I can't get a job. Another was waiting tables. I asked him, he was finishing his PhD, and asked him what his PhD was in. And he goes, it's in philosophy. He's like, so I'll be waiting tables after I graduate too. It's like, well, at least you know. Skeptics, thank you so much for the super chat. It says King Solomon was definitely friend zoned. Maybe. Listen, there's a lot of stuff happened with King Solomon. Like, women were coming from like Ethiopia. The Queen of Sheba was like traveling long distance to get to him. And Hammond says Max was probably influenced by Jehovah's Witnesses. Actually, I think you're right. I think the JWs or the Mormons got to him because he wasn't trusting the standard Greek translation of John 1:1. I'm with you there. And Solar says, I forgive you, Justin. My PFB is a character from a game I like. He is a guy, so I get it. So, sorry, Solar. But now I know. So I'll try to lock that into the memory, And Tess says, is Doug responsible for meteor strikes? You know what? I'll pray to Doug and I'll get back to you on that. I don't know the answer. It's a fair question though. But I don't know the answer to that. Although, Silver Surfer, thank you, friend, for the $3.99 super thanks. I really appreciate that. And with that, let's grab our next guest. It looks like it's going to be Militant Ortho. And Darwin came back. Let's see if his equipment works this time. Darwin, welcome back.
Hello.
All right, Darwin, sorry. Where'd we leave off?
Oh, yeah, no problem. So we were talking about the argument you use on quote Philibros.
Oh yeah, the argument from time. Yeah, what about it? You don't like it?
No, no, no. I like it a lot. And in fact, I've been going around and sharing it with people. They don't like it so much
Mm.
because of the implications.
It's
But
logically true though.
right, but I was, and I know Chat GPT is not like the be all end all of truth or whatever, but it came up with a slightly sounder form for the argument. I don't know if that interests you at all.
Actually, it does. Let me open up my cheat sheet and see if it needs to be modified. Give me a second. All right. What's the new layout of the argument?
So, as it explained, syllogism is formally all A's are B, all B's are C, so therefore all A's are C. And so there's a bit of wiggle room in the way that the argument is phrased, or at least when I last heard it. So an update might be all acts of creation involve a change of state, something like that. The exact phrasing I don't have off the top of my head. That's why I broke up earlier, because I was navigating to that tab.
That's yeah. I like the word involve. I think that's a good one. Chet, thank you for the budding heart. I appreciate it. Good to see you, Chet.
Yeah, the second one is all changes of state have a before and after.
Yeah, I got that. Mm-hmm.
Therefore, all acts of creation have a before and after.
Sure. So you added a secondary premise after that, just to make the transition easier.
Correct. So, and then the premise leading into the conclusion is, if all acts of creation have a before and after, time is implied in that.
Mm-hmm.
And so therefore, conclusion, time cannot be created.
Yeah, I mean, I don't dislike that rendition of it. I think that's certainly a good one.
At some point, I'll find the exact phraseology, because it's a lot more concise and eloquent. But the other thing I wanted to say was, when presenting these sorts of arguments to people, how might you approach it such that it's more convincing? Because I get a lot of pushback and just outright denial when I present these kinds of things to people.
I mean, first of all, I don't know if this particular syllogism is like the best syllogism, because there's a lot of answers to it. Because you could say that, well, God is in time; He's always been in time, and it's like part of His nature or something like that, right? You could also say that, well, God has His own timeline and He created another timeline for us. So there are kind of some ways around it.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if this argument works on everybody. I just think it works on most people, because most people have this idea that God created time, but not everyone believes that God created time. If you don't believe God created time, then this argument doesn't matter.
Sure. I'm not sure if this was explored in the original, but it may or may not have been. So if I'm bringing up something that's redundant, I apologize. Einstein posits that space and time are an inseparable, interwoven fabric.
Yes. So my original argument,
space was also not created.
Yes, my original argument when I first started using this was specifically to dovetail to space-time, because space-time are a continuum. You can't have one without the other, which means God didn't create time or space. And space-time, of course, appears to be perhaps even a property of the physical matter. And if that's the case, or at least of stuff, and if that's the case, then it seems to be that it just existed forever.
Right. The implication is that time and space are eternal.
Right.
Lastly, Um, I don't know if this would be something of interest to you or the viewers, but I think it would be good fun to play devil's advocate, sort of posing as a Christian,
Yeah.
to try to demonstrate some of the kinds of arguments that I hear and that come to the table a lot, so that people who are watching and listening, when they are interacting with theists in the broader community, that they would be, better equipped to have these sorts of conversations and to be more persuasive and, not lead to no and people getting mad.
Right. Yeah.
Just spreading good information.
Yeah. Well, sometimes when I get an apologist up here and they're being nice, sometimes I'll help them by giving them better arguments or showing them how to get out of my arguments so that they can come back next time and provide better arguments. But the reality is, when I give them answers to my initial argument, and I already know what they're going to come back with, I already have arguments for what they're going to come back with. Like I'm already 2-3 layers deep and they're still on layer 1.
Right. You're playing 4D chess and they're playing checkers.
Basically. Yeah.
You got huge brain.
Well, it's just that I've already explored all these issues. Like I spent, 20 plus years of my life doing just exploring these issues. So it's like, I'm not coming to the table like blank slate. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
I think so. The reason I joined this chat was specifically to ask about that syllogism and to possibly improve it. I'll come back later at some point with a more concise version of it.
Okay.
But I just wanted to say that I really love your content. I've been, watching this sort of stuff for a very long time now. When I was 16, I had someone call me an idiot for a theistic idea that I was toying around with. And at the time, I was not really devout or anything, but I was like, yeah, sure, there's a God. Usually this is the way people are now. They're quote spiritual. I see that a lot. But anyways, it led me down a course of asking questions and asking questions and asking questions. And the harder and longer I searched for God, the further and more out of reach it seemed to be, this concept.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, God only works if you go the route of just believe and have faith, don't ask questions.
Right. Yeah, and I come across that a lot, but I was just going to say that the way that you so thoroughly deconstruct all of these ideas is I have yet to see someone who rivals your skill. So
well, I really appreciate the kind words.
So hard.
That's okay. Well, Darren, I appreciate it. Join our Discord and do some dialogue in the Discord too. We've got some people in the Discord that are pretty adept at philosophy that might be interested in dialoguing with you.
Okay. Where would I find that information?
It's in my profile on YouTube. It's also in my link tree. And if you can't find it, just shoot me an email. I'll send it to you. My email is on my profile too.
Cool. Thank you so much. I honestly didn't think I was going to get an opportunity to speak. So I'm going to keep watching your content, and maybe one day I can play for not the devil, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
I get you. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Bye-bye.
Cheers, friend. W for the guest. Sounds like he dabbled in religion and quickly learned that probably isn't the route to go. Adam, thank you so much for the $9.99 friend. He says, I hate the argument that God is a cinephile watching our lives like movies. It makes me cringe. I used it when I was in ministry, and now I see how dumb it is. Also, no well done, duck. The duck's hard. You have to be careful with what you do, Duck. You can't undercook it, but you don't want to burn it like super nasty. Yeah, maybe a little crisp on the fatty side. Listen, duck can be delicious if you do it right. But you're right. Like this idea that God is up there just watching you do your wife is the most horrific thing ever. But theoretically, that's what happens. Psalm 150, verse 1, God sits, enthroned, above the firmament and looks down, and, like God's watching you from above the firmament is crazy work. And Hera says human flesh is unclean, and it is stated many times not to eat, drink blood. So how does that work with communion? All praise Doug. So Hera, this is such a good point. We brought this up recently, actually, where the New Testament is so crazy because all throughout the Old Testament, God's like, don't eat or drink the blood. Don't touch dead bodies, like he's adamant about it. Absolutely do not eat anything with the blood in it. And then immediately Jesus shows up and Jesus is like, you got to eat my flesh and drink my blood. No wonder in John chapter 6, so many of the people that were there that were Jewish were like, what is this clown talking about? Get this dude out of here. So the idea that God spent all this time in the Old Testament saying, whatever you do, don't eat or drink anything with blood in it. And then God's like, drink my fucking blood. Crazy. Maryland, you must be unbanned. Good to see you, Maryland. Behave yourself while you're here, Maryland. Don't get banned again. Maryland says, you are God and King. Well, Maryland, I appreciate the kind words. It's good to see you. Behave yourself, okay? Don't get banned again. You're going to get yourself banned, so behave yourself, but great to see you. Also, we've got the other Epiphiano with us. Thank you so much for the 20MX. He says, precepts are boring. Bong bros. Whoa, what's reality? That's basically it, right? Define the meaning of is. It's crazy that these people even exist. It's wild to me. And Hardwork says, the orthobot claims he'll die for his religion. Just don't ask him to present an argument for it. Isn't that the craziest shit? I'll die for Jesus. What I won't do is provide a rational defense for Jesus. Not until I burden shift endlessly. And Brim, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, wondering how to deal with a Christian that keeps fallacying and just calling me intellectually dishonest. He seems to be projecting so much. Get away from logical arguments. He's obviously not equipped for it. Get away from logical arguments and turn to the Bible. Show him the horrific stuff in the Bible that disagrees with his worldview. And he can't charge you with a fallacy then, because you're not making a logical argument necessarily. You're just showing him how God supports slavery. It's not a fallacy. It just happens to be that it's something he's going to find detestable. Or show him that Jesus didn't prove to be the Messiah because he didn't do any messianic prophecies. And last one from Josh. Josh says, by the way, congrats on going full time. Well, thank you, Josh. Supporters and friends like you make it possible. Says, been listening to atheist shows for years, and yours is really the best platform. Keep on cooking these goofballs. I appreciate the kind words, Josh. I really do. I never imagined I would ever be listed among the ranks of like those on AXP and the line and whatnot, but here we are, I'm honored that I've got people here supporting me, helping me, learning and teaching in the community. You guys are making me better as much as you think I'm making you guys better. So thanks so much for being here, friends. All right, we'll get our next guest in here from the TikTok queue. We've got Militant Ortho with us. How you doing, Militant?
I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Militant, I assume you're a Christian. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 18. I was born in 2006, October 5th, yeah.
Cool. And you believe in the Christian God? That's out of the way. What would be your best argument or evidence or reason for believing that the Christian God is real?
Well, you were addressing the Old Testament earlier, and the point I would try to make is the Old Testament very clearly teaches the triad. And so I'd say that if you're going to address the point and say it didn't, then I'd say it does. And this actually proves God, because
actually don't
this
think that's
essentially
true.
is the grounding for essentially reality. Yeah, I can prove they treats the triad.
Well, first of all, it doesn't teach the triad. And second of all, nothing you say is going to be new to me, so beware. And third of all, it wouldn't matter even if it did, because it doesn't make Jesus God. It doesn't make him the Messiah. It doesn't make anything in the book true.
It does. It does make him
what you're doing is making a theological argument. I could give a shit about your theology. I don't care if you think the Trinity is real. I don't care if you don't believe in the Trinity. None of that makes Jesus the Messiah. None of that makes him God. I'm interested in the argument that leads one to believe that this book is true and that the God of this book is real.
Well, you were addressing a point earlier. You made 2 points there, and I don't think they were true. And I wanted
I
to
don't care if you
challenge
think
that
they're
point.
true or not. We're talking about whether or not God is real. You can take your theological debate to someone who wants to debate theology.
Okay, so I'd make the first point and say that
So I'm just going to ignore everything you said and move on with my argument.
well, you didn't want to go with the premise that I brought, so I mean, I guess I have to move on.
Yes, that would
with
be the thing.
argument.
Okay, so is your next argument going to be a reason why your God is real?
Yeah.
Cool, awesome. Let's have it. Premise 1.
I'd say that. Would you say that all lines of logic and are universal? Laws of logic themselves. Would you say they're universal and absolute?
I would say I actually don't know. If you ask quantum physics, they are under the impression that possibly not. In fact, that seems to have been the case now for like the last 10 years. It's possible that according to quantum physics, something can, an event can actually precede the cause in certain cases. And also that something can exist and not exist. There's some funny stuff happening with quantum physics. So the answer to the question is, I don't know that the laws of logic are universal. All I can tell you is that they appear to be universal.
Okay, and what would you say by universal? What do you mean by universal in that sense?
Just means they typically always ring true. Like we don't seem to find instances typically where they don't prove to be true.
Okay, and if it's universal, would you say that points to something that grounds it?
No.
And why would that be?
Why would I?
Because something is universal and it's not contradicting at a point, and you say, oh, there's not a point at which we say it looks false, it looks true.
Why does it need grounding?
Then we basically, because it's universal, and therefore there can't be something else that can go against it or oppose it. And if you made the point,
Well, again,
that
I didn't make
if
the
this-
claim that it was universal. My claim is that they appear to be universal, and I still don't
So in
know.
what case
I
is
still
it
don't
not
know why
universal?
that needs grounding.
Okay, but in what case is it not universal?
I never said I knew cases. I was saying in quantum physics, they detail cases where it seems to be that the laws of logic don't always hold. That is quantum physics. I'm not a quantum physicist, which is why I said at the beginning, I don't know if the laws of logic are always true. They appear to always be true until you dive into quantum physics. Then you've got stuff happening that seem to contradict those particular laws of logic, the 3 laws of logic. That being said, none of that's relevant. I could grant you that they're universal or that they're constant, and that doesn't get you anywhere. It doesn't justify why they need grounding.
Yeah, okay, but if you're gonna say that these laws themselves, if you grant me they're universal, what is it what constitutes it being universal?
It's just an observation. It's how the universe works. The laws of logic are not prescriptive. They're descriptive. They're how the universe works.
Yeah, but there has to be if you actually if you want to make the argument that these laws of logic are universal and it deserves to be the true, and this is the case, then what would be the instance in which this is not the case? Is there any grounding at which we can find this in observable reality?
But I just told you, quantum physics is the only field that has made a claim in which the laws of logic may not always hold true. If you want to know more about quantum physics, you can ask a physicist. My friend Dr. Blitz is glad to share some of the quantum stuff with you. I'm not a quantum physicist. I told you I can grant you that they're universal for the sake of the argument because I'm not a quantum physicist and I'm not prepared to give you the argument from quantum physics. It doesn't matter to me if they're universal or not. They still are not prescriptive. They're just descriptive. It's how the universe behaves.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've seen Dr. Blitz. He's a cool guy, but I'd say that this would necessitate, honestly, an uncaused mover, because if you're going to say that time itself, there has to be a state at which we beings are contingent. So, like in my view,
I
know
disagree.
God
I don't even. You haven't even started the contingency argument yet. You're still on tag.
Yeah, if all things, yeah, I'm making.
Do you want to do tag or do you want to do the contingency argument? Now you're flip flopping.
Well, I didn't flip flop. You just said, okay, that proves the case. You granted it to me, so I just said, okay, whatever. Because
No,
you said
you started on
granted it to
tag
me,
argument. Were you not going to run tag with the laws of logic?
Well, I wanted to, yeah, I was going to address something you
Okay,
said,
so
and I was
did
like,
you
okay,
want to
that's fine.
finish your bad tag argument, or do you want to move to the
I
contingency
wasn't.
argument?
Well, you blew past my tag argument, so I
I
guess
know,
I'll
you're
just
right.
I'll.
Yeah, your tag argument fails right out the gate. I know.
No, it didn't. You you just said I'll grant it to you, and then you're just like, oh, this just seems to be the case. And okay, that's just assuming the position. It just seems to be the case. So I was like, okay, fine. I'll just move on to the next premise. So since you wanted to move on to it,
Go for it. Next premise.
okay. So if we are contingent beings, and in my view, we can only know God through His mediation.
What
of
do you think
creatures.
contingent means?
Something that requires like we're so yeah, we require something that we require something that needs to we require something that for make us to exist. My bad, I'm saying my words right now.
Why are ortho bros like this?
My bad.
No,
So basically, all contingency
I'm
means
saying
is
why,
just
why do
that
ortho
we
bros
require
think that
something to
philosophy is going to get
exist.
you to God? I don't understand you people. It's specifically an orthodox Christian thing. Why? Is it because you can't defend your Bible? What's the deal?
No, because have you read? Because if you read the theologians, they're pretty clear on what this actually means. The point I'm trying to
They're
make
literally
is
not. I've read
contingency
the
is just like,
theologians. They're not clear at all.
okay, which ones?
I've read almost all of the church fathers.
Which ones?
Literally almost all of them. I went through the Philip Schaff ante-Nicene fathers, and then I went through the post-Nicene fathers.
Okay, have you read St. John of Damascus?
I haven't gone through John from Damascus since I was in seminary.
Okay, and are you aware of what so Maximus the Confessor also makes a point too. So what would be, he makes the point that the aeons, right? The aeons, the timeless time. So
I don't
Gregor
believe in a
Palamas
lack of
makes this
time.
argument too.
None of these arguments are sensible because I don't believe time could not exist.
Okay, but I made the point that if we're contingent beings and we rely on something to exist, then there has to be something that is the uncaused mover.
What do we
So
rely
this is
on?
We rely on something that is eternal and it can't be in opposition.
Why?
So polytheism cannot be true. Well, I'm explaining it. We require it because we're contingent beings, and therefore, if we're contingent on something,
You haven't
that's
defined
grounding us,
contingency yet.
Yeah, a requirement for something to exist. We require our very being to exist, and something
What
that
do
is
we?
eternal
What
does
do
not
we?
require it.
Why do I require something to exist?
Because
Do you want
yourself,
you say there's a cause? You think the cause is the requirement?
yeah, if you're cause and therefore you have contingency on something. Like I'm contingent upon my existence because I'm from a human being, right?
There you
A
go.
rational
Okay,
soul.
so we're contingent because there was a cause that brought us to be, right?
It's not just that though, it's also the fact that if we're contingent beings, then therefore what would therefore be the cause that would cause temporality, like a contingency?
There's no contingency for it. It's just the fact that it exists, right? So causation exists in your worldview and in my worldview, and the atoms that caused me to happen was a system of cause and effect. I exist because of all the causes before me, and the causes before me exist because of the causes before them, and there's an infinite regress of causes, and now you're going to tell me that infinite regresses are possible, and you'll never be able to land that plane. We'll spend an hour arguing over it, and you're going to leave frustrated.
Okay, yeah, an infinite regress. Okay, so it's just going to go back.
It's almost like I'm prophetic. It's almost like I'm prophetic. All of your arguments are going to, all of your arguments against this are going to require you to prove that infinite regresses can't exist.
No, all I'm just stating is your position. I'm saying, okay, an infinite regress, something that which it just has to become before. It's just a continual loop. Okay, so
Well, it's not a loop.
if we're continuing,
It's I mean, it's
it
theoretically,
kind of is a
it's
loop.
no,
if
it's linear.
If it's an infinite regress, then yes.
No, time is linear.
Yeah. Okay. So if time itself and our contingency, we're contingent beings. What is the cause of contingency? What is the grounding?
Contingency is not a thing that exists. Contingency is a description.
I know. We are contingent, though. I know contingency isn't like isn't like isness or something like that. I'm just saying that since we're contingent, what would be therefore the cause? Are you presupposing the infinite regress position?
Obviously, I believe in an infinite time in the past and in the future, and I don't believe that matter or fields or anything else were created from nothing. I believe that the universe as we know it is eternal in both directions, forward and backwards.
Okay, and why would that be the case?
Because matter can't be created or destroyed. Logically, time couldn't have been created either. We have no evidence whatsoever to suggest that everything that's here once didn't exist. Zero.
Okay, so if you're going to make the argument that there's no evidence that points to a point at which we did not exist or something that did not exist, what is the evidence, like, therefore, that, like, matter has always existed, like ex materia, like, if or materia itself?
If there's no evidence that there was ever nothing, then the only logical alternative is that something always existed.
Yeah, and I would therefore ground that to be God, because it would be ex nihilo from his point of view, creating something out of not matter.
Why would you
Ex
point?
nihilo,
Why
do you know
would
what
you
that is?
point to something that you have no evidence of? Like, so, for example, if something exists forever, I'm going with the stuff we already know exists. I already know all this universe exists. We're here. We're in it. We have no evidence that God exists. So if I'm picking one of the two things to exist eternally, I'm picking the thing that I actually know exists.
Okay, well, actually, the point, and actually, if you're going to say, oh, there's no evidence for God, yes, there is actually through divine revelation, if you're going to go to the
Can't
incarnation
wait.
of God.
Can't wait for the divine
Well, okay,
revelation.
well,
Let's get to it.
Yeah, let's get to it, because, okay, divine revelation, the Messiah, he incarnated as God in the flesh,
He
correct?
certainly wasn't the
in my
Messiah.
view. Okay, in my view. And if we go to the Old Testament, I want to bring it to divine revelation because I think that it points back to the New Testament and it proves that Jesus is the Messiah. You want to go to the Old Testament?
Couldn't care less if the New Testament agrees with the Old Testament on the nature of God. I'm more concerned about whether or not it's true. So
Well,
again,
you're
going
Okay,
all the way back to be the beginning of the argument where you want to have a theological discussion. The theological discussion has nothing to do with whether or not your religion is true.
Well, no, I made the point that, okay, if there's an uncaused mover, therefore the divine revelation would prove this uncaused mover to be true. So that's why I wanted to go do the divine revelation. If you're going to make the point,
prove that there was divine revelation.
Well, I'd say there's divine revelation because
Is
the
the Bible divinely revealed?
Yeah. We're not Muslims. We don't think that the Bible is eternal, of course, but like we believe that God revealed Himself through the Scriptures and also through oral tradition.
Sure. Are
The
there
church? Yeah.
are all the teachings of the Bible inerrant?
What do you mean inerrant? Like all the teachings of the Bible are inerrant?
Without
No.
error?
Yeah. They're not. Yeah, they're without error, of course.
Okay. Just checking. What's your argument?
Yeah. So if you're wanting to make the point that, okay, this divine revelation proves the uncaused mover, therefore we have to go to divine revelation to see what it says. And
Sure.
To see the
Let's
ground of
do it. Yeah.
prophecies.
Demonstrate that any of this was divinely revealed.
Yeah. So like if we're gonna go to the New Testament prophecies that were fulfilled, even from the Old Testament, I can start with.
I'd love to. Yeah. What do you want to start with?
You're wanting to prove the prophecies, so I'm trying to go to Scripture, but you're not letting me. So I'm trying.
I'm
to show
asking you to.
in
I
the
said,
Bible.
what do you want to start with?
Oh yeah, easy. So let's go to the point where Abraham
Sorry.
Abraham ate with the angel. Let's go to
Genesis 18. So you're still stuck on the Trinity nonsense.
No, because this is what proves that
He can't
the
stop
Jewish
himself.
view-
He can't stop
No.
himself. He's hung up on
No.
this theological point that the Trinity is true.
Because in our view, the Trinity is what grounds the
Militant.
incarnation itself.
Just focus here. You would have to demonstrate that Genesis 18 happened before the Trinity is even relevant. You're putting the cart before the horse. I don't believe Abraham. I don't believe Abraham ever existed.
I can show that. Yeah, through the oral tradition of the church.
The oral tradition of church has nothing to do with whether or not Abraham existed.
Yes, it does. Why
No, it
would
doesn't.
oral tradition be thrown out?
Because Christianity is not true. In order for
Well,
in
you're
order for
presupposing
in order
it's not
for
true,
in
you're
order for the
rejecting my
tradition
point.
in order for the tradition to have authority, the tradition must be true. So you have to demonstrate that it's true before you say that the people who came later had authority.
Yeah, I'd say that God always instituted an authority, whether it be the temple and then the church, which is
Prove
the
it.
fulfillment of the temple. Yeah. So if we're gonna go with the oral tradition of the church, then I'd say that the Jewish tradition, going all the way down to the Christian, the church fathers, and so forth, the councils, they would therefore ground the tradition itself to therefore keep the truth itself. So like
Okay,
if we
so
didn't have a
the
if we hold on,
hadith.
if we didn't
So
have a Bible,
do
if we didn't have a
the hadiths and the ground the fact that divine revelation was given to Muhammad?
no, because it contradicts the whole premise of divine revelation.
But they had succession. They had a narration all the way from the present back to Muhammad.
Well, no, if it rejects the primacy of the whole religion that Jesus is God, then therefore it's not true.
Oh, okay. So the authority of the succession is irrelevant. Your starting point is Christianity is true.
No, I didn't
And
start.
then because
Okay.
Christianity is true, the succession through the authority of the church is now true. Same thing, like I said, with Islam. If your starting point is the religion is true, then I can just ground it in the fact that we've got the hadiths and the narrations.
No, so I wanted
This is
to go
really
to-
bad.
Okay, hold on a second. You wanted to make the point that this oral tradition is false, and I'd say on what basis? Because if there wasn't a Bible, the tradition itself would still be available today.
I'm saying the
So, like,
Bible
the
itself
Bible
is not true, right? The fact that the apostles could have authority, for that to be true, the Bible first needs to be true. Because the Bible's not true, the apostles and everyone who came after them have no authority because the Bible's not true.
Yeah, which is why I want to go to the prophecies. You didn't let me.
I'm waiting for it. Bring me the prophecies.
I gave it to you. The
Genesis
reason
18 is
okay,
not a prophecy.
Listen, it's not just about the
He can't stop
prophecy or the
himself. He's
Trinity.
got to go
It's
back
not-
to the Trinity. He's got to
No,
do it.
Listen. I'm
Okay,
not going
there's
to
no
make the point
prophecy of
Trinity.
Jesus in Genesis 18. You wanted to go to the actual
Can you let me
prophecies?
speak?
I actually know where they are.
Can you let me speak? No, I know where they're at, but can you let me speak?
I'm waiting
Okay,
for a
so,
prophecy.
Okay, cool. Okay, the point is, I'm not trying to make the point of the Trinity. That's not my point right now. My point
Then
is,
find me the
this-
prophecy. Let's go.
this verse proves that there has to be an eternal messenger for
No.
therefore the Messiah to be
No,
true.
it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Because have you read Genesis 18? You want to read together?
I've read every last word of the Bible. I don't believe Abraham even existed. Before I care what is in Genesis 18, I need to first believe that the events transpired.
Okay, but I already told you that based on the divine revelation, and you wanted to say, well, this is okay. I don't care about the Trinity. Okay, I'm not making the point about the Trinity. I'm pointing the point of the prophecies, and therefore the prophecies are truth, and therefore
Sure.
this book is
Show
true.
me the prophecy. That's what I'm waiting for. Where is the prophecy?
Yeah. Okay. So, well, I first wanted to prove that there is the Messiah itself. that is already mentioned
Prophecies.
in the Old Testament.
You mentioned prophecies. You complained that I wouldn't let you go to the prophecies. Now I'm
Well,
begging
here's the
you to
thing,
go
though.
to an actual prophecy.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though.
can't
If
do
the
it.
prophecy
He's
itself
stuck.
is based on it, no, the Messiah is based on, and he's the eternal messenger of the Father. Therefore, I'm going to point you to a scripture that says that, and there is a multiplicity.
He's not the
reason is not
Messiah
because of
until
the
he
Trinity.
fulfilled the Messianic prophecies. That's what I'm waiting for. What
Yeah.
did he fulfill?
Well, I'd say that he fulfilled many prophecies, such
Like
as
what?
Isaiah. I'd say, well, not Isaiah 53, just to be specific. Also, that in Isaiah 49, it says that all the Gentiles will be one with the Jews, and then the Jewish nation Israel will be the light to the Gentiles, and they will all worship Yahweh.
Yeah, you finally
And
got
I
it.
think
Yeah,
that
second
was-
Isaiah.
Yeah, Deutero-Isaiah, yes, of course.
Yeah, in Deutero-Isaiah,
I wanna
it
go-
claims that when God frees his people from Babylon, he's going to restore them, and the nations are going to see the restoration, and they're going to all flock to Israel. They're going to say, holy shit, this God is real.
Yeah, well, if you're going to make that, yeah, well, I look at Israel differently. So I think that Israel itself is the spiritual descendants of God. And it's not the point of, it's just purely, it's not provable. We can actually go to the Old Testament
Okay.
and see that Job and also
So-
Abraham and so forth were justified.
So I'm
even though
waiting
they
for the
weren't part
prophecy.
of
Where are
the
we at?
nation.
Which prophecy you
Yeah,
want
we're
to
going
do?
to go to Isaiah 49:6.
Okay. So you're not going to like this one at all. I want to put on the screen. Certain 5. And now the Lord says, who formed me in the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob back to him, and that Israel might be. Notice I started with Isaiah 53 before we got to the prophecies. I knew you're going to go to the suffering servant. It's all you guys have. To bring
Well, no, I
Jacob,
wasn't gonna just go there,
just listen.
but
To bring Jacob back to him, that Israel might be gathered to him, for I am honored in the sight of the Lord, and my God has become my strength, he says. Is it too light a thing that you should be my servant to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore the survivors of Israel? I will give you as a light to the nations, that my salvation shall reach the ends of the earth. I'm sorry, did Jesus restore the survivors of Israel?
yes, he did actually.
Oh, no, he didn't. This is referring to the people that were taken captive in Babylon, the survivors of Israel. The
Yeah, but
remnant.
you're just simply you're presupposing that the Israel that you're talking about is essentially the physical descendants. Because if we
Yeah,
go
'cause it
to
is.
the promises, okay, but if we go to the promises of even in Isaiah, the second Isaiah, the New Jerusalem, and all that, he's building a new heaven.
What's the tribe of Jacob?
Yeah, the tribe of Jacob is Jacob's descendants, and of course,
Oh, okay. So he's going to raise up the descendants of Jacob.
yes, but
It's
hold
almost
on,
it's almost like those
but
are
hold on a
actual
second. You're not
descendants.
letting me
Oh
finish.
no.
You're not letting me finish, because this is essentially their descendants. Their descendants by essentially faith. They're grafted in.
Oh, it didn't say anything about
And this
faith.
is- No, I'll make my point. In the Old Testament,
It's always
we see
words don't
many
mean
prophets. Okay, well, you're just okay. Can you let me finish?
Sorry.
We see many people that weren't Jew. It's okay. We see many people that weren't Jewish that were justified before God,
Mhm.
like Job himself, Abraham, all the other people before him. So the Israel itself was never a quote unquote a physical place. It is both a physical and a spiritual, because the ones who believe are part of the New Jerusalem and the spiritual Israel. So that's what he's talking about when he brings the lost Gentiles to his Israel, which is the church, which is the body of believers.
Do people die in the New Jerusalem?
In the New Jerusalem?
Yeah. We're already in Isaiah. You want to
No,
read about it?
It's eternal. No, it's eternal.
Yeah.
Well, you're
no-
going to a new point though, because you didn't address. my point.
I'm actually demonstrating the folly with your first point. So your first point is that Jesus through the New Jerusalem is somehow fulfilling Isaiah 49. I'm showing to you that that's not the case. Want to find out how?
Well, because you were the one who said, okay, it's only talking about physical descendants.
You want to
and
find
I said
out
it's
how?
also- No, because I will,
No, I
but
know.
hold
I
on a
don't
second.
want you to disprove me. No, I don't want
listen.
that.
Listen, no, I will. You can go to there. I have no problem with that. But first, I wanted to address that you said it can only mean physical descendants. But I argue that it's also spiritual, because we see many
And you'd
people
be
who
wrong.
aren't Jewish are justified.
But
Well, why were there people
anyone
who
who
weren't
is
Jewish
part
who
of
justified?
anyone who's part of Israel, whether a proselyte or a physical descendant is part of Israel, you don't have to be a blood descendant from somebody to be part of the nation. In fact, that's quite true. And when you look at the Gibeonites, according to the Torah, were supposed to live among the Israelites, even though they weren't Israelites. So no one has a problem with God saying that other people, outsiders, can join in with what Israel is doing. No one's got a problem with that. The problem is when you say stupid things like they're spiritual descendants. That's a meaningless phrase. That means nothing.
Actually, no. That actually proves my point, because
No,
if
it
they're
doesn't.
outside of Israel, if they're not Israel by blood, then they would be spiritual by faith.
No, spiritual is meaningless. The word spiritual is meaningless.
Okay, but if they're justified by faith, and
No,
therefore
they're not.
they're not part of.
The word
Okay, so
spiritual
if
is
they're
meaningless. It's a meaningless word.
Okay, here, hold on a second, because they weren't part of the physical descendants of Israel, yet they were the ones justified and grafted in. So you don't have to be. I agree. You don't have to be part of physical Israel. What I'm making is that the Israel that mentioning in Isaiah is also referencing the fulfillment of the promise, which is the church that Christ founded. And
Oh,
which is the
no,
body
there's
of
no
believers.
promise about that. So let me just read you why your nonsense fails on this argument. So the New Jerusalem, when God creates the new heaven and the new earth, completely contradicts what Jesus and Revelation says. It says in Isaiah, I'm about to create new heaven and new earth. Former things shall not be remembered or come to mind, but be glad and rejoice forever in what I'm creating. I'm about to create Jerusalem as a joy and its people as a delight. I will rejoice in Jerusalem and delight in my people. No more shall the sound of weeping be heard in it, or the cry of distress. Sounds a lot like Revelation 21, doesn't it, when the New Jerusalem comes down?
Yeah, but
Now, hold on. We're not
a
done
second.
yet. I know you're getting excited, but we're not done yet. So the New Jerusalem in Revelation 21 comes from this passage. This is where the idea comes from. And he says, no more. Oh, sorry, my scroll is scrolling too fast. No more shall there be in it an infant who lives but a few days, or an old person who does not live out a lifetime. For one who dies at 100 years will be considered a youth, and one who falls short of 100 will be considered accursed. So the new Jerusalem, the new heaven and new earth, will include a life here on the earth where people still live and people still die. A direct contradiction of the New Testament teaching.
No, actually, I think it's the same thing with what was brought up earlier with like a day is like 1,000 years to God. Obviously, we know a day is not 1,000 years to God. This is making the point that if someone who is 100 years old will be unalived or die, they'll be considered youth. Is comparing how the eternal reality in the New Jerusalem will be that of way longer of a lifespan than this life, because 100 years there will seem like a youth because they will be eternal and have
But
eternal
it doesn't
life,
matter
because
if
it
it's
makes the
100
point.
or 10,000. People are still dying.
No, it's not making the point that they will literally die. It's talking
Yes, it
about
says the one who dies
it's
at 100
comparing.
years will be considered a youth.
Yeah, it's comparing
So,
how
so
where the
the
state we're at now.
so the one
You're
who
not really.
dies, the one who dies at 100 doesn't die.
No, it's making the
It's
comparison.
crazy the
It
lies
says,
you have to tell yourself. It's
I'm not lying.
crazy.
If you read, okay, it says for one who dies at 100 years old will be considered youth in the
Yeah, the
eternal
one
New
who dies at
Jerusalem.
100, yes. A person who
Okay, but
dies
hold
at
on, it's
100, I don't know
making.
if you know this, is dead.
Okay, but hold on, it's making the comparison that 100 years will be considered youth because it is the eternal resting place
It's not
for the
eternal.
sheep.
No, it's very long. It's not
It is.
eternal.
It says
It's not eternal if you
if
die.
it's no, it's making the point that
It's
100
not.
years there will seem like a youth
No, it
because
certainly
it's
doesn't.
comparing the because here's the thing, it's comparing the past life
It
to the
says
New Jerusalem
the
which is
one
promised.
who dies in the future, in the New Jerusalem, the one who dies at 100 will be considered a youth, meaning you're going to live so long that 100 seems like a really short period. It seems like you're just a child. That's what it's saying.
Yes, because they're eternal. So the
No,
100
they're
years
not
that would be
eternal.
considered.
If you die, you're not eternal.
No, it's okay, hold on. It says right here, the old person does not live out a lifetime. For one who dies at 100 years will be considered youth. So it's comparing and contrasting that in the New Jerusalem, 100 years will be seen like a youth because it is eternal.
It
It's
didn't say that.
contrasting to the past life.
Didn't say that.
If it's
Maybe,
contrasting, it's
maybe,
contrasting to
Oh
the
shit, Max
past life.
Lester,
confusion.
welcome
It's
in,
a
buddy.
Hey, bud.
confusion.
Sorry. Yeah, I saw Mod let me up if you need me to.
Oh no,
talk.
sorry, I was looking at the wrong screen. Go ahead, buddy.
I guess maybe there's some confusion about what eternal means.
Oh boy, this is gonna open a can of worms.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I was under the impression that it means never ending.
Yeah, that was my impression. Eternal is a completely indefinite time period.
Can we read the verse? Wait, what chapter did you bring up again from Isaiah?
Isaiah 65:20.
Okay, I'll read from the NRSV right now. What verse again?
20 and 21.
65, chapter 65.
Mm-hmm.
I got a
Okay.
question, Justin. Why does God keep changing his mind?
Well,
I thought he didn't do that.
an all-knowing God shouldn't be able to change his mind. That was my understanding.
Well, he says he doesn't.
I know he says he doesn't,
Right?
but he clearly does. In fact, in Exodus 33, he has to think. He has to let me think about what I'm going to do with you.
Well, he says, like, my spirit will not contend with a man for more than 120 years, but now I don't know, man.
Yeah, I can go to the point of thinking a lot of the theologians speak about that, but if we actually go to verse 17 and verse 18, it says right here in verse 18, it says, but be glad and rejoice forever in what I am creating, for I am about to create a new Jerusalem as a joy and his people as a delight. So again, if they're rejoicing forever, then this essentially would mean that this isn't what you think it means.
Oh, it
because
certainly
says they're
is.
rejoicing forever. So how are they rejoicing forever then?
Because the people will live forever, not every individual. The Israelite people are going to rejoice forever.
Wait, you just said they'll live forever?
The Israelite
people,
people group will live
They
forever.
have children. Their children have children.
Yeah, where does it say that only the Israelites exclusively will have that eternal life?
He's talking about the New Jerusalem. The New Jerusalem
Yes.
is where the Israelites are going to live. That's the whole second
You
half.
just agreed with me.
That's the whole
You literally
second.
just agreed with me.
That's the whole second half of Ezekiel. The whole second half of Ezekiel is about the New Jerusalem, who's going to live there, what they're going to do in it.
You just agreed with me that those who can be part of Israel are not always descend from Israel. So you just proved that it is not only those who descend from there, but also those who don't, who are grafted into Israel.
But they
So if they're
live
grafted into
there.
Israel, then
But they live
eternal
there.
life.
That's
Yes,
the point.
because they're grafted in because
No,
they have
no.
eternal life.
Physically,
Jerusalem.
they will live there. They will physically live there.
Yes.
Okay, that's what we're talking about. They will
Okay, yes,
physically
okay.
live. They will physically live in the land of Israel, according to Ezekiel, according to Jeremiah, according to Isaiah.
Well, yeah, well, it's the same thing with the temple and the land itself. I think this is just essentially, it's pointing to that the Gentiles themselves, as promised, will be grafted in, and they are part of the Israel, so therefore they would have eternal life. And if they live in the land of Israel,
Wrong again. You're really confused. Israel is a people group that's going to be restored to a physical land. They will live in that physical land and worship their God in a physical city named Jerusalem, in a
that's just presupposing that.
physical temple that is clearly described in all the major prophets.
Yeah, so I've read Ezekiel about the whole, the temple thing, and they will come to worship in the temple, Levitical priesthood. I've seen you make the argument for it. A lot of people already addressed that. You're simply just presupposing that this essentially would be the physical, because there's instances in which this is
I'm certainly
describing
not.
something that is. Well, you're presupposing that it is, and I showed you that.
Nope.
If it's referencing, no, I did. For the first
You're
example,
wrong.
I showed you.
You want me to show you why you're wrong? Or do you want to make a
Can
fool of
you listen to what I'm
yourself?
saying?
I mean, the
No,
more
can
you
you
talk,
listen to
the
what I'm
dumber
saying?
you're going to look when you're done, just so you know.
Host, can you let me speak, bro?
Go ahead. You're going to look
I'm
dumb.
letting you speak. Okay, host. I let you speak. Thank you. So I made the first example. You said, "Oh, it's talking about the physical descent of Israel," and I said, "No, it's not necessarily. It's only talking about them. It's also talking about the people grafted in." And you agreed with me. You said, "Okay, yeah, that's true." And now I'm making the contention that when it's talking about a new temple and a new Jerusalem, you're simply presupposing that it's a physical place. It's you're simply assuming that it has to be the case.
No, the Bible
When in
says it
Ezekiel-
is.
I've read Ezekiel, but the Levitical
Do you want me to
priesthood-
show you where it says it's a physical place?
Yeah, in Ezekiel, I've read the verse. Yes.
Okay,
In Ezekiel,
and where does it say they're going to be restored to?
the new temple, the Levitical priesthood, the incense, and all that stuff.
Nope, we're talking about the land. Where does it say they're going to be restored to?
The land of, it says they'll gather the tribes from the east and the west, and then they will live in the land of Israel. But I'm making the contention.
The land of Israel. Oh my God,
No, but
where's the
here's
land
the
of
thing.
Israel?
No. The contention that I'm making is the land of Israel is symbolizing something that is a fulfillment of that promise. So I would say
is the land
that-
of Israel a physical place?
No, I'm saying that when it speaks of things like this, it's
Words have
symbolizing something
absolutely no
greater.
meaning to Christians. Zero. In the passage, it says,
Yeah,
"You will
but
live in
you're
the
not
land.
addressing my point.
You will live in the
Okay.
land that I gave your to your ancestors, and you will be my people, and I will be your God." Where is that land that was given to their ancestors?
What verse is this in?
Ezekiel 36:28.
Okay, Ezekiel 36:28. Okay, so also in Ezekiel, I believe, is it 33, right, where he talks about the temple Levitical priesthood? Is that it?
No,
Ezekiel 33.
that's going to be later. The priesthood attributed is going to be in 43 to the rest of the end of the book.
Okay, but you made the point. I remember you said that there will be an everlasting priesthood and so forth, and then they'll be gathered. The point that I'm making is that this priesthood symbolizes something further, and I believe, and based on what the scripture is entailing, based off of the Israelite descendants, is that it's entailing the fulfillment of the promise through the church, because Christ, well, even before Christ, God Himself promised.
But you're
through the
still putting the
scriptures.
cart before the horse. We're talking about the location right now. The priesthood's irrelevant. We can talk about the priesthood next. We're talking about the location. Where is God restoring His people to? He's restoring it to the land that was given to their ancestors, which is where? Where is that land?
Yeah, it's in Israel.
Oh, okay. So it's a physical place in Israel, is it not?
Okay, let's read together. Ezekiel chapter 35, you said?
36.
36, okay. And now what verse? Let's read it. You started at verse 28, verse 27. Which verse you want to start at?
Whatever you want. 26, 27, 28. 28 is the important one.
I think we could start at 26. I think it's a good part. And then we can go to wherever you want to stop at. So we'll start at 26. You want to read or are you going to read?
I'll read it. A new heart I will give you, and a new spirit I will put within you, and I will remove from your body the heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. I will put my spirit within you and make you to follow my statutes and be careful to observe my ordinances. Then you shall live in the land that I gave to your ancestors, and you shall be my people, and I will be your God. The land. That's why the whole second half of Ezekiel is about God restoring the physical land, drawing out physical boundaries where the individual 12 tribes are going to stay.
Yeah, so if you actually if you read the renewal of Israel, it says but when they came to the nations wherever they came profane the holy name, and it says that the God himself, when he renews Israel, all nations will be gathered to this location, and the location that I am pointing to is the new heavens and new earth that he's pointing to. Now, what is the new heavens and the new earth? Heavens can mean many things.
It just
'cause
means
in
sky.
I agree, in the sky, but also there's also references to God's footstool, which is the heaven, or is his throne actually, and then his footstool is the earth. But also the renewal of the Israelite people not only is just a physical location, it's also a spiritual, because
No,
it's a new
it's a
heart.
physical
It's a
location.
new heart that is
Well,
given.
the heart's irrelevant. The circumcision of the heart is meaningless to our conversation. We're talking about what is God restoring them to. It's a physical land, and he makes that promise a dozen times.
Yeah, but I'm making the argument that essentially it's not always a physical place, because not always the Israelites are a physical people. It can also be a
They
spiritual
are a
people
physical
because they're
people.
grafted in. You literally just earlier
There's no
affirmed
such
that
thing as
they
a
don't have to be.
spiritual person.
Okay, but you earlier affirmed that they don't have to be a physical descendant. Just as it doesn't
No,
have
no,
to be a
they're
physical land.
physical people. I said you don't have to be a direct blood descendant to be a member of the congregation of Israel. This is very clear in the Old Testament. As long as you're willing to live by their laws, you can live in their land with them and worship their God with them. In fact, Isaiah 56 explicitly says, though, the foreigner who joins themselves to the Lord, to love the Lord and to serve the Lord and to obey his Sabbath, they can come and give offerings of animals on the altar.
Yeah, I agree. And Leviticus says that the foreigners shall reside with you. They are considered to be one of them because
Yeah.
they are working. Yes, okay,
They will
cool.
reside with you in the physical land, according to Zechariah chapter 8 as well. They're going to come to your land.
Okay, but if they're treating them as one of their own, then therefore they be identified as an Israelite, and therefore, if they're not physical, therefore they're a grafting in from a Gentile nation. So they're
Yes,
spiritually.
but they're
When
not.
I say
They're not
spiritual,
spiritual. They are physical
yeah, but you have to
people
understand what I
in
mean by
a
spiritual.
physical people group. The nation of
You have to
Israel
understand
is
what I
a real people group, just like Puerto Ricans is a real people group. There are Puerto Ricans living in Puerto Rico that aren't of Puerto Rican blood. They just like an American is a person living in America. Israel is a people group, some of them by blood, some of them just by religion and geography.
Yeah, and you have to know what I mean by spiritual. I didn't mean that they're just some non-physical person. What I meant was spiritual in the sense that they're grafted in by faith, and the faith itself is what grafts them in because they're believing in the one true God, right? So like you don't have to be physical descendant, and then also it doesn't have to be a physical place because it's describing something further because the promise that God gives.
Was
They don't have to be
physical.
physical
The promise
descendant.
was a physical place.
I'm making the contention that just as the Israelites aren't physical, not all of them are. The essentially the promise that is given for the land, it is not physical either because we see a consistent spiritual promise through
And
God.
you would be wrong because God said the land was physical. God gave you measurements for the land. He gave you measurements. You can measure it. He said, this is the land that I gave to your ancestors. It's the same land that they prior were living in. It's land.
Okay, but hold on a second. If the people of Israel, they're not physical by bloodline, they're physical by their faith, which is spiritual because faith
They're
is
not physical
spiritual.
by their faith.
They're made in Israelite by their faith. That's literally what grafting in means in the sense of them residing with them. So God promises a renewed world. It's in our view, it's the grafting of earth into the heavens. It's the primordial meeting of
No,
both.
the heavens is the
because the
sky.
promise-
Hashemayim in Hebrew is just the sky above your head. It's where the firmament and the clouds are. It's not a mystical kingdom far away.
Yeah, I know it's the skies in context, like the birds of the heavens. Like obviously, we know birds aren't with God near His dwelling place, right? But the point that I'm making
No, there
is
are.
that
They're
when
just
it
below
says,
him. In the Bible, God's throne is on top of the firmament at the upper tier of the sky. That's where they thought he was. That's why he has control over the storehouses of rain and snow, because he's controlling the windows in the firmament. The Bible is a flat earth document.
yeah, I know that's He would be above the skies, of course. But when it says heavens, and not in every context would it just mean the skies, because we see that God's dwelling place isn't obviously in the
It
skies in the
is.
Bible. Okay, but it's not in the same level as we perceive it to be in the atmosphere, like with where the birds are flying. His dwelling place is transcendent upon that, because the skies themselves that we're perceiving is not the same in which God is perceiving it,
It
because He
is.
is timeless and immutable.
And you'd be wrong,
No, actually,
according to
no.
the Bible.
If he's transcendent, no, he's not. If he's
Yep,
transcendent
he's sitting just
and
on
is
top of the
immutable,
firmament.
he's not just sitting on top of a firmament.
No, he
There's a lot
certainly
of
is.
figurative. Okay, when there's figurative speech in the Bible, like His mouth, His
Oh,
nose, His
it's
ears,
it's
His
always figurative when they don't like what it says.
yeah. Okay, if you read any,
This is the crazy thing about
the
Phil Bros is they always want to bring their God of philosophy and put it into the Bible. The God of the Bible is not the God of philosophy. The God of the Bible has anger. He has emotions. He has a nose. He can smell stuff. He has a mouth. He can say things. He has a hand and he has arms and legs, because that's what it means to be created in the image of God. The gods of this time period, of the time when the Old Testament was initially conceived, were just like super gods, like supermen. That's all. They weren't these new Greco-Roman idea of immaterial, invisible gods millions of miles away in outer space. That's not what the Old Testament God is.
Yeah, but okay, the point that I've literally made was that these can symbolize something further, because if you're applying these, we don't believe God is composition, because these divine simplicity, right? Divine simplicity in God is what makes it, there is no composition or parts in Him whatsoever. So when it's
That's
describing these
philosophy.
parts,
That's not the Bible.
it's not
Again,
because
the God of
if we're going to
philosophy
make
is not the God of the Bible.
okay, hold on a second.
Show me
If
one
we're going to
passage
make
in the Bible that says God is immaterial.
I'm trying to make the point. It doesn't have to say that word. You know that's dishonest to make
No,
a verbatim
show
word
me
fallacy.
any passage in the Bible that would lead one to believe that God is completely immaterial, because every passage that mentions God in the Bible mentions that He looks like us.
Okay, okay. Before I get to that, do you subscribe to the Deuterocanon?
I don't know what you mean by subscribe.
Like, okay, would you hold to it as Hebrew scripture? Like or I know it's written in Greek, but would you be okay with going to the Deuterocanon?
Oh, do I believe that the apocryphal works are considered canonical? I would consider them canonical, yeah.
Okay. So you would have no problem going there, right?
No, go for it.
Okay, but before I go to the passages in Maccabees and all that stuff and the other books,
But
I want to make the contention
this
that
this is a fair point, though. The Maccabees were written in the Greco-Roman period, or technically the beginning of the Roman period, ending of the Greek period. Just so we're aware.
Yeah, I know that. It was the Antiochus Epiphanes and all that stuff. I've read them. They're really good books. But essentially, what I'm making is, like in John Damascus's exposition, he says, a lot of the theologians actually say that these parts of God, they're symbolizing something such as his fear and his indignation and his turning away from people. We don't believe that God literally turns his back from somebody. There's no mutable in God. God doesn't change in that sense.
Why
It's
not?
symbolizing that he's revoking something that he promised before.
You just keep claiming attributes of God without demonstrating why that's the case. Again, your God is a God of philosophy, not a God of the Bible. The God of the Bible
Hold on a second.
has a physical presentation. He travels. A God that is everywhere can't travel.
Yeah, the reason why he travels in the Bible is via his uncreated energies, which is his uncreated grace, We also see the uncreated light, the uncreated glory of
No, his
God, many
presence.
places in that
His
case.
presence travels.
Yeah, we believe in the essence energy distinction. Do you know what that is?
It's been a long time since I've gone over the essence energy, but I can already tell you it's going to fail because you don't know what energy means, but go for it.
Yeah, the energeia of God is basically his operations, and essentially we only know God through his operations and how his mediation is with creatures in our view. And so we can demonstrate this in the Old Testament with the burning bush. We see that God himself, the angel of the Lord who comes down, it is an uncreated manifestation from God. It himself is not essentially in of his essence. It essentially is an operation or energy that is being manifest. So the manifestation of
What do you
God is
think an energy
uncreated.
is?
The energeia of God is simply just an operation or attribute of God, such as his grace, his love, his mercy, and stuff like that. And we believe these can manifest in certain different ways. And
No,
it's the essence
no one's
itself.
questioning if God can manifest in different forms. That's not a question. The question is whether or not God has a localized presence or if he's omnipresent.
Yeah, the localized presence that is quote unquote in the Bible is his energies, which is his attributes that are being made manifest. Is that the uncreated glory of God that
But
Moses and Aaron saw
what do you think an
on
attribute
Leviticus
is?
9? It's something that pertains to like a property of a person, like essentially the traits of a person. Like I have the traits of let's say anger, right? That's an attribute of me. But God's energies themselves are attributes of him, and we believe there's a real distinction between his essence. And this is present in the Old Testament because we see in Leviticus 9, we see even Exodus and all that stuff, God himself is appearing to those, right? He's appearing to those via his operations. And this is made very clearly in the Old Testament.
Actually, it's not made clear at all. What's made clear in the Old Testament is God's presence is localized, which is why Moses implores him in Exodus 35, if your presence will not go with us, he doesn't want to continue anymore. How is God's
Yeah, his
presence? How's God's presence going anywhere if he's omnipresent?
Yeah, the very moving force of God is via his operations.
No, his
so when God manifests
presence.
in the clouds,
How can your
presence
presence
itself-
travel if your presence is everywhere?
the presence can travel because he is everywhere. So simply be saying
No,
that he
no.
can travel, that's
You
not
can't
saying,
travel if you're
okay,
everywhere.
well, again, that'd just be a temporal sending.
No, it's not temporal at all. You can't travel if you're already there.
Yeah, do you know what economic is?
I know what economics means in finance.
Okay, in our view, economic just means a temporal sending, and this is through the operations of God, like the Holy Spirit.
Sending
the Spirit of
implies
the
that he's
Lord.
not there yet. If you're omnipresent, you're
No,
already
it's-
there. You can't be sent. You can't travel. It's just definitionally true. If you're already
No, it's
there,
not
you
making-
can't go there.
No, what I'm saying is it's appearing, manifest, and traveling. So, like, if you
You
want to
can't travel if you're already there.
Okay, let's read the verse then. Since you make the claim, it's in the Bible. I know it is, but let's read the verse. I want to read the context.
There's a
Let's
bunch
read
of
it.
them. You want to read Exodus? I think we can go Exodus 33.
Yeah, actually, perfect Exodus. Yes, Exodus. Let's go there.
All right, let me grab Exodus 33. Oh, Numbers 5 is a good one too, and Deuteronomy 23 actually. There's a bunch of them. All right,
Well, let's start with Exodus, since you brought up the point.
yeah, I know you're gonna go to partial presence on Exodus 33. It's okay. So
We don't make partial present claims. Oh.
you're about to do it. It says,
Well, let's read the
and he said to
context. You
them,
want to
"If your
read one
presence will
verse.
not go, do not bring us up from here."
Yeah, let's read the context in the whole passage.
We already know the
'cause you're sticking
context.
to-
God is mad that they built the golden calf, and he promises Abraham or Moses, he says, "Step aside. I'm going to wipe them all out. I'm going to make a nation out of you." And then Moses talks him off the ledge, and he's like, "Hey, no, don't do that. Change your mind. Turn from your anger. Remember the promises that you made." And then God changes his mind because Moses talked him off the ledge. And part of Moses talking him off the ledge was like, "Hey, if your presence doesn't go with us, don't bring us up from here."
Okay, now what chapter of Exodus is this?
32 and 33 is this whole narrative, but we're in 33:15.
Okay, 33:15. Okay. So, okay, he said to him, okay, your presence will go, do not bring him up here. Now, what is the context of this? It's talking about Moses' intercession with God because he's speaking on behalf of God. He's the agent of God because he is the one God chose, okay? So once we're reading this, let's go back actually up to verse 12, actually. I want to read the context.
So verse 12, Moses said to the Lord, "See, you have said to me, bring up this people, but you have not let me know whom you will send with me. Yet you have said, I know you by name, and you have also found favor in my sight. Now, if I have found favor in your sight, please show me your ways so that I may know you and find favor in your sight. Consider too that this nation is your people." He said, "My presence will go with you, and I will give you rest." And then Moses says, "If your presence will not go with me," so on and so forth. So God and Moses both agree that his presence travels, it goes.
Yeah, his presence, that's not making a metaphysical claim. That's just making that let God be with us so that we can go against this nation.
What does presence
or
mean?
The presence itself is just where something is located.
Oh, so God has a
But in the
location?
sense
Oh, geez, it's almost like words have meanings again.
No. If you know, okay, in our view, which is what I'm trying to tell you, God himself is immutable and he's outside of time. But
That's
he's
not
and
in the
around all
Bible.
things.
That's in philosophy. You keep
If
trying
he's
to
in-
dictate a philosophized God into the Bible. He's not there.
If he's okay, hold on. If the God of the Bible, it says right here, my presence will go with him. He's simply just saying that Moses is basically just saying that let God be with us so that we can go and do whatever it is they're gonna do.
His
the same way that
presence.
says like let God be with you. That's not saying in the literal view
Presence.
of his presence.
Presence. Doesn't say
Yes,
favor.
because-
Doesn't say honor. Says presence.
Yeah, it's the same way in saying let God be with us because it is God who is with you.
It doesn't say let God
us
be
in
with
presence.
you. It says presence.
Okay, but hold on. Different words can articulate different things, right?
Well, what is
So, like, if
what's the
I'm going to make,
definition
like,
of
an-
presence?
Where something is.
Oh,
and
there you go.
in
Yeah,
that
where
sense-
God is.
But
Yeah, his
hold on,
presence.
but-
I
but
know.
hold on.
It's
But
almost
hold
like
on,
we
but
went over
hold
this
on.
already.
But hold on a second.
This is crazy.
When Moses says presence,
You don't
he's
feel a little
simply
bit
just
guilty
saying-
about lying like this, do you?
I'm not lying, dude. I'm trying to make you the
This is
contention
crazy.
right now. He's basically just saying that let God's presence be with us because God is with us. God is the isness, the essence of what he is. He is divine. He is absolutely divine in every way.
None of this is in the
And
Bible.
so-
Keep in mind, nothing you're saying is in the Bible.
okay, but if he's eternal, then this would apply because it's a divine
wouldn't.
attribute of God. It would.
No,
So
God's
you're just saying,
God's eternality has
So not,
God's
is the
eternality
good
has nothing
answer.
to do with his presence.
Okay, but hold on a second. If he is eternal and in and around all things while being atemporal, therefore the isness, the essence of self, wouldn't become manifest, but it'd be an operation of his presence. The operation of his presence is simply an operation by
But
his
your
energies.
presence can't move if it's already everywhere.
We believe in a real distinction between his energies, which is how his energies are manifest. This is what I'm arguing.
Energies
because this is
energies
very
are
clearly-
manifestations. They are not his actual presence.
Okay, so if something is the essence, so he is the
So
isness of
I'll
something.
give you a very good example. Right in
Okay,
Numbers, Deuteronomy 23, and in Numbers chapter 5, if I remember correctly, God specifically talks about his presence. It says, "Command the Israelites to put out of the camp everyone who has a defiling skin disease or a discharge, and everyone who is unclean through contacts with a corpse. You shall put out both male and female, putting them outside the camp. You must not defile their camp where I dwell among them." God's presence is in the camp and not outside the camp. He says, put these guys outside the camp because I'm dwelling inside the camp. That's location. That's presence. That's not a God of philosophy.
Yeah, so in the same way when he says, I will be amongst them in the temple in Exodus, he's talking about being amongst them, right? We know himself that the glory itself is identified as truly God. And we go to Leviticus even, we see that this glory itself is attributed to God. Now, this glory itself isn't separate from his entity. The glory itself is his operation and his energy. And what is an energy of himself? It's a manifestation how he makes himself known. So the argument isn't that he himself and of his essence is being present. It is an operation of himself, which is being manifest to the people. So God being with them, it is a temporal sending that is uncreated. So an uncreated attributes
Well, being
of
created
himself
has nothing to
is
do with
being
what we're
sent.
talking about. We're talking about whether or not God has
Yeah,
a
I'm talking about the
presence
attribute.
that is traveling
Yeah.
or whether or not he's omnipresent. If he's omnipresent, he can't travel. If he's omnipresent, that whatever is happening in Deuteronomy 23 and Numbers chapter 5 is happening everywhere where he is.
Yeah, again, that's just that's just simply the presence of something is how he's made manifest.
Yeah,
And if you're gonna make the argument
because he's not omnipresent.
hold
It's
on,
just
hold on.
it's just definitionally true. I don't know why this is so hard for you.
You literally just told me that, oh, don't go to philosophy, bro, it's not in the Bible, but then you made a metaphysical claim that omnipresent, all that stuff, it doesn't have anything to do with presence. So you're making a metaphysical
No, I didn't say
claim,
that
and
at all.
claim,
I
yes, it does.
said omnipresence
You literally just said it
is a
has nothing to do with that.
contradiction to a God that travels. You can't travel. You can't have a presence that travels if you're already everywhere. It's just definitionally a contradiction.
Yeah, it's the same way. A good example of this would be that if there's a curtain that the sun is always at the window, if I have a curtain over it, it's there, but once I open the curtain, it is appearing to me. So God is always there. We're not making the claim he's of
Always
course
where?
omnipresent. He's in and around everything.
Then how
but
does he
is made
travel?
shown- because listen to my claim. If
How do
he's
you
made
travel from
manifest,
point A
he's
to
been-
point B if he's already there?
because he is made manifest to the people, the Israelites. He's being known to them because of their personal, because God's personal mediation with his creatures.
What's he manifesting as?
He's manifesting right here. It says the presence as uncreated glory. The uncreated glory of God.
What's
is
glory?
mentioned yeah, the glory is an attribute of basically.
No, what is it? What's
showing his
glory?
totality. Yeah, glory itself is just the description of God in of himself.
What's it made
Glory
of?
is like,
What is it?
It is an uncreated attribute or energy.
It's not energy.
Yeah, if it's if it's an attribute, it pertains to God eternally. So the attribute itself is
But
eternal
I think
because God is
philosophy
eternal.
has ruined your brain. Glory is an adjective. It's not a thing.
If God is absolutely simple in of his essence, but there's a distinction. So if there's a real distinction between his attributes and his essence, then therefore we'd predicate this to a temporal sending. A temporal sending would just be by his uncreated effects, and the uncreated effects are which may manifest to creation.
No, all of his
possible.
effects are created by definition. The burning bush is a created effect. It was there one moment and then not another moment. That makes it a created effect. All of these energy arguments are just created effects. This God manifesting in one location. But he's manifesting every time in a physical manifestation. But he talks about traveling as though he himself, his presence can travel, which isn't true if in fact you're already there. You're omnipresent. And another example, Deuteronomy 23, you shall have a designated area outside the camp to which you shall go. With your tools, you shall have a trowel. When you relieve yourself outside, you shall dig a hole with it and then cover your excrement, because the Lord your God travels along with your camp to save you and to hand over your enemies to you. That's God's presence. Unless you think he's traveling as a human being.
Well, hold on a second. If God is eternal itself, his attributes would be eternal. The created effects themselves.
Eternal is temporal. We're talking about physical location.
Wait, eternal was temporal. Eternal is atemporal. What are you talking about?
No, eternal is a temporal argument. We're talking about locational arguments. God's presence, if it's everywhere, can't be in a physical location in one spot.
No. You just made my point because
I literally didn't.
Hold on. Okay, here's the thing,
I think you misunderstood what I'm saying.
You're not
Anytime you mention God's eternality, it's a different argument. An eternal argument is an argument about time. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about time. We're talking about location.
I want to go back to the verse because hold on. It says, okay, his presence shall be with us. That's literally just saying, let God be with us because of his manifestations. God is everywhere all at once, but he's made shown and manifest to certain people. So he's being made and manifest and shown to certain people because of his presence through his operations.
His presence can't travel if it's everywhere. You're never going to get this.
That's why his uncreated manifestations in God, such as his uncreated glory, which is identified as himself.
God tells you that his presence is localized, which means it's not everywhere.
Yeah, I made the point that since this is talking about an operation through his presence, this just means that he is mediating
It's not
with
an
his
operation.
creatures. Yeah, it's a manifestation, is it not?
No, it's his presence.
Okay, so what is a presence in
All
the
right, so
sense of?
so we'll try this one more time. Okay? When God says his presence is here, right? Let's say his presence is in the camp and his presence travels with the camp. Is his presence everywhere or is it with the camp?
If it's through his manifestations,
No, I
and his
didn't ask about
operations,
manifestations. I said
it's
his presence.
mediation. If
No,
it's
his
mediation through
presence.
creatures, if it's mediation
His
through
presence, not his
creatures,
mediation, his presence.
the mediation by his
He can't help
operations is not
himself. He just keeps going
okay.
back to the
Listen,
Philbro
the
arguments.
operations
All
themselves.
right,
Yeah.
listen, philosophy
identified.
has literally broken your brain. You can't work with actual definitions anymore. And you haven't demonstrated
That's not what I'm.
a
that's not
single
what I'm trying to
prophecy
bring.
fulfilled. I think you've been up here. Let me see. He's been up here an hour now. We haven't had a single prophecy even mentioned that was fulfilled in Jesus.
You went to operations in the
And-
Old Testament, and
then
you were the
your
one who wanted to
brain-
bring to presence, and I'm explaining to you why. It's
and then your brain completely broke on basic definitions like presence. So I think this is the end of the road, militant ortho. Just know that these conversations will never convert a single person to your religion ever, which is why the early church fathers said that pointing back to the Bible and the prophecies that Jesus fulfilled and the miracles is the better argument, not philosophy.
Did you have any? What fathers have you read?
Justin Martyr thought that the philosophy of Christianity was superior to the philosophy of the Greeks. And he didn't even make good philosophical arguments. He pointed back to the Bible every time. If you ever want to convert people to your faith, you got to stick to the book. Your God of philosophy is nonsense.
What you made the claim you read the.
Okay.
Yeah, he did. So when he went to Genesis 18, I really thought he was gonna. Well, I didn't think he was gonna, but he opened the door to like disprove omniscience and omnipresence, like in one
Yeah.
swoop.
He was desperate to go to Genesis 18 because he started the conversation dying to have a debate about the Trinity as if that meant
Trinity, yeah.
anything.
Yeah, like you could tell he's a smart kid.
Sure.
It's honestly a shame he's wasting his intelligence on this
Right.
horse
'Cause
shit.
he's not dumb. He's just been,
Yeah.
his brain's been poisoned by philosophy.
Yeah, they do it to convince themselves. Like, I'm convinced. That's the one thing I know about the Philbros is they only do it to convince themselves.
Yeah, that's actually
They-
a million
they-
percent
they-
it.
They bought into this thing, realized how fucking stupid it is, and now they have to make it make sense. It's a sunk cost fallacy.
That's a million percent it. That's all they're doing. All they're doing is convincing themselves that they're not irrational actors. Matthew alone quotes like 22 prophecies. He literally could have gone to the first chapter of Matthew and found, 5 different prophecies and said, look, these are what Jesus fulfilled. And then he couldn't do it. He had to go to all these, he wanted to go to prophecies I knew I haven't talked about. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to go to the non-typical prophecies and find a new angle, assuming, I don't know why he assumed I haven't read all of Isaiah, but let me grab some super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. Mac, you going to hang out with me for a while?
Absolutely.
Love it. All right. Sansabark, my friend, great to see you in the house tonight. Thank you for the $4.99. It says Christian vampires are definitely conflicted with all of the blood drinking and crucifixes. Actually, this is a good point. Because you would think they'd be converting to Christianity to get on this blood train, but they got a real problem. They don't want to get stuck in the heart with that wood. And then the holy water might present a problem too. Sometimes they would dip the wood stakes in holy water, to take care of the vampires. So you're right. It's a tough bargain. It's kind of like the raccoon that knows there's a really good trash bin, but also knows there's a dog in the yard that could get it. It's a tough choice. Germs, my friend, good to see you. Says Top G is in the chat saying you couldn't address his points before he says he's in the guest box waiting to debate. He's marinated and ready to cook. I don't know who Top G is, but I do see him in the guest box now. There are a bunch of people that came in before him, so like typical, he'll have to wait in line like everybody else. But I'm sure Top G will cook me, just like everybody who came before him that said they were going to cook me. And Born Deconstructed, great name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I've never worshipped anyone or anything in my life, but I'm making an exception for Doug. Big W and Sharon, praise be, love the streams. Rock hard for Doug. Well, listen, Doug's rock hard for you. What a delightful sentiment to know that you never believed in any deities. May the courts be with you, my friend. And Hank, thank you for the 616. Hail Nero. It says another reason Phil Bros affect the monotone is so they can claim high moral ground when you're obnoxious as heck and people react. Praise Dougie. Actually, this is a really good point. One of like a popular debate tactic, and I know it works because when I do it, sometimes even by accident, I get a lot of positive feedback on it. But the idea that you could remain perfectly dead calm while the other person's like losing their mind, for a lot of people, that's an automatic win. And so I agree that that is one benefit of being monotone and boring in the Philbro discussions. But Mike, thank you for the $10 Canadian chat. It says they believe in an illogical, contradictory, unscientific, anachronistic, immoral book of magic, merely convincing yourself of a few premises you find intuitive is an appealing standard they can meet. So this is a good point. The thing that Phil Bros don't want to do is address the text. And I had to pull this guy's teeth out to get him to even come to the text. And it wasn't pretty when he did, but he at least tried. Like he did at least give it a shot.
Like you asked him, like, do you feel good about doing this? It's like so obvious. Like, who are you trying to convince with this whole presence is not presence? Like,
it's crazy to me that you're going to tell me God is omnipresent, but he also has a localized presence. Ridiculous. Tarek says Jews had a covenant with Moses. 400 years later, Jews had a new covenant with David. Yet they upheld the old laws. Christians, stop using this excuse. This is actually a really good point because even the Brit Kodesh, the new covenant in the Old Testament, could literally be just translated as the renewed covenant, right? It's basically the same verb. So, like, there's certainly this idea that, yeah, there's going to be a new thing happening. We see nothing in the prophetic literature that suggests part of the new thing is no laws of Moses. That would be a complete contradictory of the prophets and the Torah. Jennifer says, is there a Hebrew word for eternal? I mean, kind of. So this is difficult. So there's two phrases that gets used. And the most common is leolam, means, an indefinite time period. It doesn't always mean forever. There's another word in Hebrew that means perpetually, meaning you just do this continually, indefinitely. And it's not coming to my mind right now, but it gets used in Leviticus 16. And so you could make an argument that there's not a great word in Hebrew to refer to forever, but there are ways of adding on to the words where you intensify it. So like if you know a little bit about verbal intensifying using infinitives in Hebrew, there are ways to format sentences where you use words that are indefinite, but do mean literally forever. I don't know if we have time to get into that because we have to keep debates going. But aeon, as you've brought up, I thought it was for aeon. Aeon in Greek is a little bit like leolam, where sometimes it means forever and sometimes it just means an indefinite time period. But there are a good case. Hit me a message, Jennifer, on the Discord, and I'll show you some examples of how leolam and one other Hebrew word, how it can be conjugated to literally mean forever rather than an indefinite time period. We can make that happen. There's another way that they phrase it too, where they'll say all of your days, meaning every day that belongs to you, meaning all of them, right? And if it's referring to the planet, then it's just until there's no planet, right? So if you believe the planet's going to be here forever, then you can translate that as forever. But yeah, there's a lot there. Sixum says, so we have someone here in YouTube chat saying you're afraid of him and won't let him or her on. Little old Top G, call him or her out. I've never even heard of Top G. I've got 1, 2, 3, 6, 1, 2, 3, about 7 or 8 people waiting to get in. So I don't know why he expected I was going to let him in while I was talking to somebody else. He's obviously just a jackass in the comments crying because he's only got a half hour to be here and he wants me to take him next.
Isn't that what the incels call Andrew Tate? I'm pretty sure they call him. I'm dead serious. Like they call him Top G. I'm pretty sure that's like
that could be
red flag. It's like a pile of red flags.
That is a lot of red flags, actually. Yeah, well, I'll read some super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Hard work. Dig the name. Thank you for the super chat. It says, Doug, damn it. Why is it always the atheist's responsibility to educate these ignorant Christians about the Bible, let alone truth and morals? It's because they've been brainwashed, right? And like we're here to brainwash them. Like we're providing a unbrainwash service, if that makes sense. And Hank says, I call Presup used God salesman, P supers, because all they do is obscure conversations with philo fog. I actually like that. There's a good word for this that we used to have called pettifogging. Are you familiar with that one, Mac Lester?
Yeah, I've heard it. I couldn't tell you what it means like off the rip.
Pettifogging
I have heard that.
Is when you bog down a conversation with really dumb semantic petty ideas, like defining every single little word, even words you know, right? Where you're basically just trying to obscure and abstract yourself from the actual argument. It's called pettifogging. It's a really good word, and the philofog is a perfect example of pettifogging. We should call it philofogging. That's what we should call it.
So I had a word occur to me, inspired by the two callers that I've heard so far, which would be orthodox.
I like orthodox, actually. That's a good one. Victor, thank you for supporting the cause. I appreciate the $5 super thanks. And also Top G, another guy, or Burns is talking about Top G again, says Top G, match me. Yeah, Top G, if you really want in, go ahead and start matching some super chats. Let us know. Josh Barba with the $5 says, I'm getting so sick of these clowns claiming it's a metaphor or that's meant literal. How do we determine this? Special pleading, faith, bullshit? Yeah, once we get to the point where like when we don't like what it says, now it's a metaphor, I could just do that with everything that the Phil Bros do. I can say, no, that's a metaphor. Jesus died, that's a metaphor. Abraham visited by the angels, no, that's a metaphor. Like it's just, where do you stop it? It's a dumb gray area. Jennifer coming in again. Thank you so much, friend. It says God's generous genocidal mercies. His sulfur breath is an attribute, as in Isaiah. That's a good one, actually. God in Isaiah self-describes, same as LOF in Revelation. Lord of Flies? Is that what that means? What's Lord of Flies mean? Or LOF mean?
Yeah, I don't know. That's as described as the LOF.
I want to say Lord of Flies.
I don't know.
Anyways, Jennifer, thank you for the super. And Josh says small isness energy. Phil Bros give off a lot of small isness energy, actually.
Is this was driving the chat absolutely insane.
But it certainly depends on what the meaning of is. So TM, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, is it possible that Christians are so willing to degrade the integrity of their intellect because they already feel degraded by the moronic idea of original sin anyways? So TM, this is not a bad thought. Like once you've already bought into magic and talking donkeys, like the bar is already pretty low. Like they're willing to lower their mental standards pretty damn low to stay in it, and they don't have to provide an argument that is rational to everyone. They just have to provide an argument that's rational to them and the low bar bills among them. That's all. Santa Park says, look at the isness. Look at the isness. I know. I couldn't. The isness was too much. I didn't want to engage with it. Rez, thank you so much for the $20 Australian chat. He says, that was Phil Bro's sidekick, Phil Kidd. just as boring and somehow more annoying. Actually, you're right. He was more annoying than your typical Phil bro, but he was young. I was annoying when I was young, I'm sure of it. And Penelope says, sitting here at work listening to you, Friday is usually my day for throwing cash your way, but you deserve some extra love. Hope you get rich. Battling Theist. Rock hard for Doug. Well, Penelope, thank you so much for doubling up on this stream. We really appreciate it. Your support makes the stream what it is, friends. Without you guys, I'm nobody. I'm nothing. And Jennifer says, Lake of Fire. Oh,
yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I should have captured that one from Revelation 21. I apologize. That's my fault. Doug, I had a memory lapse. Doug didn't give me the prophecy. Lemmy with a $20 super chat says, here to spread the good word of our Lord Spanky. Hey, I'm a Spanky believer too. And on his true prophet, Planet Peterson. Listen, Spanky and Doug are friends. They don't compete. They're both they're both polytheistic. So big W for being a prophet of Spanky. Totally here for it. And Vera says, hey, could you suggest books or articles to research on crusades, Inquisition, genocides by Christians? I've read only about brutal Goa Inquisitions. There's actually a couple books on the Inquisitions and what happened in a medieval period. I would read the Martyr's Mirror, and I would go to the Notre Dame Inquisition Archive and read the firsthand testimonies there. Some of them are in Latin. You'll have to translate them, but they're awesome. So the Notre Dame Inquisition Library is amazing. Also get the Martyr's Mirror. It goes by, the original title was called The Bloody Theater, but it's awesome, full of firsthand accounts of what was happening at the time period. As for books on the crusade, there's a great book called God's War. Actually don't know if I have it with me in this room. It might be in my other room. God's War by Christopher Teyerman. I'll show you a picture of it so you know what to look for. As far as I've come on the topic of the Crusades, this is the most thorough book I've ever come on the topic. I've never seen a book more thorough, more full of sources than this book. I've read some books on it, but this one takes the cake. So give me a second to clear the screen here, Vera. So it's God's War, a new history of the Crusades, and it is a beefy volume. You'll really enjoy it. It's really, really good. Let's see, how many pages was this one? 1,040 pages. It's 1,000 pages of history on the Crusades. It's phenomenal. I don't know if there's a better book on it. If there is, I've never heard of it. But Unexpected says, is Jesus describing reincarnation in Matthew 17:11 through 13? My Christian relative went nuts when I said this. I've never known Jesus to believe in reincarnation. My understanding is that he believes, like everybody else, that there's going to be a new heaven and new earth, and the righteous are going to be resurrected, and they're going to live forever in the new heaven and then the new earth. But let me read John 17:11 and 13 for everybody, and we'll address it real quick. So he says, he replied, Elijah is indeed coming and will restore all things. But I tell you that Elijah has already come, and they did not recognize him, but they did to him whatever they pleased. So also the Son of Man is about to suffer at their hands. Then the disciples understood what he was speaking to them about John the Baptist. Okay, so John the Baptist coming multiple times is not a reincarnation. It's a multiple manifestation of specifically divine entities. So we had this thing in Jesus's time period that's most pronounced. You'll find it in like the Dead Sea Scrolls and like the Melchizedek lore, where we've got these divine entities that will compare them to angels that at certain points in history will manifest on the earth and then do a whole bunch of really important shit, and then they'll die and go back to heaven. Or they'll get taken up into heaven like Elijah did. He was taken up alive in heaven, right? So that being said, when we talk about these people that are manifesting on the earth, like Melchizedek and Elijah, typically it's believed that they haven't died. They went up alive, just like Enoch. Enoch went up alive. Now he's Metatron, and then they're going to come back, right? Jesus riffs on this a little bit because he has to believe that John the Baptist was the Elijah, but they killed him. So the only way to square that peg is to go with this new this newer idea that was developed during the intertestamental period, like through the Enochic literature and things like that, that we've got these eternal figures that manifest at multiple points in time. So hope that helps. Walking Dad says, greetings, friends. All hail Doug, destroyer of scissors. Sedimentary blessings on you all. Well, thank you, sir. That's a really good one. You're right. Doug always beats scissors, and paper has nothing on Doug. Paper technically is made from the earth, which is Doug, which means Doug and paper always ended with a draw. In fact, paper is just a blanket for Doug. Doug just takes a nap when he's covered with paper. He's not actually defeated. And Iggy says, Phil, bro, I activate my trap card spiritual. This is actually a really good point. We've heard this a lot with Phil bros, where we have this general idea of you have to use a lot of words with vague or no meaning at all, right? In order to get past the actual arguments being had. As long as you can use enough vague words that sound sophisticated, they won't push you on it.
Yeah.
Let me grab just a couple more. I got like 5 more super chats. Friends, Mike says, feeling so spiritual tonight. Well, that's because you resurrected just like Nero with the 616. Hail Nero, hail the Dark Lord. And Aaron says, imagine being that overconfident while getting just dog walked through it. I guess it's hard to read a book when words just don't mean what they mean. Listen, every single time we talk to a believer, it's always words cannot mean what words mean. And they come by it honestly, because the New Testament does it to the Old Testament. The New Testament says none of these words mean what they actually mean. So they're just continuing the tradition. And Phil says, Godric the Grafted. Wait, who's that? Who's Godric?
I don't know.
I'm afraid I don't know. Sorry, Phil, but thank you for the super chat. Also, Jason's back. Thank you so much, Jason, for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W for helping to build the community, my friend. I really appreciate that. And last one from Auntie. Auntie, thank you so much for the 1999 super chat. Or super thanks. I really appreciate that. And we're going to get the next guest in here. I got a couple more super chats, but we'll save them for after the next guest. Mac Luster's been with us, and we're chomping at the bit now to get a guest in the box. So we're going to grab...
Yeah, it's a video game character. Yeah, somebody in the chat just said, I looked it up. It's from Elden Ring.
I'm so not, guys, I know I'm not a boomer, but I'm so old. I don't know any of these like video game references or like movie references. Like the only Star Wars characters I know were from the original 3 movies. Like, sorry. I'm just not up to speed with this kind of stuff.
I mean, I don't get the comment. But hey, you know what? They gave you money.
I think they were riffing on the nonsense of the non-Israelites being grafted in that the last caller was talking about. But
yeah, definitely that. But okay, it seemed like maybe word association.
Yeah, I think that's what would happen. I think that happened. Yeah.
Pay $5 more and explain it.
Yeah, this support district.
You gotta work. You gotta constantly work. You know.
It's for a good cause. It's for a good cause. All right. Well, Ramina might not actually be with us anymore, so we're gonna go with for art.
Yeah, new gift goal while you're at it.
I don't even know I had a gift goal. They changed the layout of TikTok Studio, and they don't show my gift goal anymore at the bottom of the screen. So if I even had a gift goal, I don't even know what it was. I can definitely update it. Okay, but guys, thank you so much for all the gifts on TikTok. I see Twisted has given. I apologize. I've got so much happening right now on my screens.
It was 1 rose.
Oh, 1 rose. Thank you so much.
Knocked it out of the park.
I nailed it, guys. I'll have to figure out how the new TikTok Studio actually works. But thank you so much, friends, for everyone gifting and everyone subscribed on TikTok. You guys you're the OG deconstruction audience. We really love and support you. I wouldn't have been here without you for sure. Is it fear out for art? Is that the way I say that? For art? For art? I mean, you're up here. I assume you hit accept and all that. I can hear you, by the way. We can hear you moving back there.
Well, like, you don't even have to hit accept, right? It's just, it will like give a countdown. So,
yeah.
Like, could just totally be an accident.
Yeah, that is the case. Steampunk's in the queue, but she's one of us. Steampunk, did you tap your way into the guest box? I think she's in here by accident. She's one of our friends. she didn't mean to be up here. She's not a believer. All right. Well, I ran out of guests on. Other than Lenny, but I've talked to Lenny 100 times, and he's a friend of ours. I want to bring in some good opposition, so I'm going to grab. I think Joe was next on the YouTube queue, so I'm going to grab Joe and bring Joe in. Welcome in, Joe.
Hey, how are you doing, man?
Not too bad. Welcome back. This is your second time or third time now?
That's right. Yeah, second time. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I remember you've been here at least once. I recognize your face.
Yeah.
Well, welcome back. What's on your mind?
Appreciate it. Yeah. Well, I wanted to thank you for the sound trouncing you gave me the last time I got on.
Sorry about that. I was probably harsh on you.
No, you were very kind. I was a little surprised in your comments, and I guess the people, your bros there in the studio, whatever. I was kind of surprised at the things that y'all said after I got off of chat. It was kind of like when Jesus said to the Pharisees, "It doesn't really matter how we address you. You're either going to say we're out of our minds, or you're going to say we're drunk or whatever." I was surprised when you said that me blessing you and wishing that you would have everlasting life was like me peeing on a fire hydrant as a dog and marking my territory. That was kind of odd. So I'm not sure what a believer in Christ could say to you that would be acceptable. I'm sure that if I started to curse at you or swear, you would say, "Oh, there's a horrible Christian for you."
Joe, if we had a conversation, at the end of the conversation, I said, "Well, I'll pray to Satan that you'll come to know the truth." Don't you see how that's a backwards insult? See,
I would just say but I don't think you actually believe in Satan. You know that I actually believe that there is a God and there is a heaven and a hell, and I genuinely believe that I'm going to heaven, and I genuinely want you to go to heaven.
Right,
so,
but when you say that you're going to pray for somebody, what you're doing is on the way out, you're saying, "You're wrong, goodbye." That's what you're saying. It's just a backwards way of saying it. You're saying, "I secretly know the truth, and I'm going to pray that God will reveal it to you." Even though
I didn't.
Even though you couldn't demonstrate it.
I said anything about
like you
praying. I don't have a perfect memory of the conversation, but I remember saying, I want you to be with me in heaven, and that I will pray to that end. And so there was nothing backwards or vindictive or condescending in that. I just genuinely want you to be in the best place in the whole universe. And right now, I think you're not headed towards there. I think at best, you're headed towards a grave full of worms. I'm assuming that's what you believe happens to you. You're just going to be eaten up by worms.
Yeah, both of us.
Yeah, so at best, that's what's going to happen to you in your mind. And I want way better than that for you.
Right, and you also want to
But anyway,
aggressively
I didn't actually call
assert your position.
Huh? Wow, that's aggressive?
No, passive aggressive. You want to passive aggressively assert your position.
Oh, I didn't hear the passive. Okay, yeah. Okay, if that's what you think it was, I'll let you be the interpreter. I know what my thoughts were, but anyway, I wanted to talk to you more about Isaiah 53.
Sure.
Which you led me down an explanation of that.
Is there a reason why this is the only prophecies Christians know about?
Well, it's a very it's definitely the biggest, most full prophecy about Christ. It's a prophecy that before the coming of Christ, the Jewish rabbis said was a prophetic, was a messianic prophecy. They changed their commentaries after Christ came.
Some of them said that. Some of them disagreed.
Well, many of them, I believe even Rashi one of their greatest
He was
commentaries.
he was medieval. No. I'm sorry, not Rashi. I apologize. My bad. Go ahead. I'm listening. My brain.
I believe.
My brain farted.
Yeah, you're fine. No, I'm pretty sure that Rashi mentions Isaiah 53 as being a messianic prophecy, and anyway,
Oh,
while there might have been some
he was
disagreement-
medieval. He died in 1105.
Okay.
Well, what do I care that a
Well, then
rabbi in the
maybe I'm-
1100s have to say?
Yeah, well, then that doesn't make sense. I mean, that certainly he certainly wouldn't believe it was messianic.
No, obviously he
sure.
doesn't believe it's about Jesus.
Right. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Well, my mistake. But yeah, I just wanted to talk with you about what I found out about Isaiah and the interpretation of servant. And you led me through several passages. I won't necessarily read as many as you did. We can if you want, but oh, my other screen's dead.
Right.
Let's
You
see
want to
if I
go
can-
through Isaiah 53 and see all the examples where you don't understand how it couldn't be about Jesus because it sounds so similar to Jesus, right?
Well, I want to look at the structure. So you read a bunch of verses for me leading up to it to help to show me your perspective on who the servant of the Lord was.
Mhm.
And if I'm not mistaken, your argument was that the servant of the Lord was talking about the righteous remnant of Israel. Am I remembering that correctly?
I think there are two servants in Isaiah, the prophet himself, which are often called servants, like see Amos chapter 3, and then also the righteous remnant of Israel.
Okay. All right. So in Isaiah 41, so you probably already know this, but all the way up, starting in chapter 20, it starts giving different people who are the servant of the Lord. Everyone from Isaiah himself to Israel, but then it starts going back and forth in Isaiah in the 40s. Isaiah 41:9, that's probably Israel.
Mhm.
Isaiah 42:1, that's an individual. It doesn't make it plain who, but it's an individual.
Cyrus, I think.
19 is also an individual.
So Cyrus was the king
Okay.
that God took by
Oh.
the hand. Says in the prior paragraph. Hold on, let me pull it up in Isaiah 41:25. So let me open up Isaiah 41, and I'm going to put it on the screen. Although I apologize, you can't see it. I can try sharing it with you, see if that works. But I think you got a Bible in front of you, right?
Isaiah 41:5, you said?
No, 25, 41:25. So this is just
41:25.
a
Okay.
couple verses before the reference in 42 to the servant, right? So if you start in 25, he says, I stirred up one from the north, and he has come from the rising of the sun, and he was summoned by name. He shall trample on rulers as on mortar, as the potter treads the clay. Okay, so this clearly is King Cyrus. He spent the prior chapters leading up to this talking about the one from the north. That's the
Mhm.
Persian king, right? He's at the beginning of 41. Who has aroused the
I agree with
victor
you.
from the east? Okay, so the servant doing God's bidding in Isaiah 41, and I believe the first part of Isaiah 42 is King Cyrus.
Yeah, I think you're right. It changes to a different servant by verse 19 of 42.
Possibly so when you get to verse 19 of 42, you've got a huge situation going on with who in the world God is even talking to. And I think the most confusing part is even verse 24 and 25. He switches the pronouns so many times it'll make your head dizzy. Like it says, was it not the Lord against whom we have sinned, in whose ways they would not walk, and whose laws they would not obey? So he poured out upon him the heat and his anger and the fury of war, and set him on fire. Like why are we just switching pronouns all willy-nilly? Now, The answer to why Isaiah 42 switches pronouns so willy-nilly is answered by John D. Watts. He's a scholar who did a famous commentary on the book of Isaiah. It's because it's a poetic structure that involves multiple people and was originally done as a call and response.
Okay.
Sorry, that's a lot.
I don't agree with that interpretation, but I don't want to get bogged down
Right.
on that one verse. I just kind of want to show that there's a different lead up to Isaiah 53 than you led me on, because you only showed me the verses that are very clearly about a big chunk of Israel, if
Well,
not all of Israel.
There
Every
are a potential 3 servants in second Isaiah, and all of them are alive at that time. The remnant of Israel,
Okay.
the prophet himself, and King Cyrus. They're all alive right there,
Okay.
then and there.
Okay.
But like the whole,
So you don't.
the whole
What
prophet.
is that? What is that? I don't get your point. Could you? What are you getting at? That they were all alive?
What I'm saying is the entire prophecy of Isaiah is talking about current events. All of second Isaiah is about the redemption of Israel from Babylon. Every last chapter of second Isaiah is about the release of the captives from Babylon and how God's going to make it so glorious that all the nations will see that God is the real God when he frees them from captivity and restores them to their former glory. Now, when we get to these servant passages, we have 3 different options when you hear the word servant. Almost universally, it's the nation of Israel. He says it over and over again. You have one instance where it's probably referring to the prophet, and another instance where it looks like it's referring to King Cyrus. I have no reason to believe that he's referring to someone who's going to be coming hundreds of years later that is completely disconnected with the entire context of the prophecy. The context of second Isaiah is Babylon.
Okay. So, I mean, if all he's doing is talking about current events, he's a news anchor, not a prophet.
Well, he's both. He's talking
a
about
prophet because he's
talking about things that are happening right now and how they're going to play out, right? He's talking about King Cyrus in the
Okay.
present tense.
Yeah. King Cyrus wasn't. He was alive, but he certainly hadn't done what Isaiah says he's going to do yet.
Oh no, he did.
So that's a future. He's not talking. He's not saying that Cyrus has done this.
Oh, he
He's
does.
saying this is what Cyrus is going to do.
Oh no, Isaiah 45:13. I have aroused Cyrus in righteousness. It's already completed. He already did it.
That's the prophetic tense.
No, there's no such thing as
Frequently,
prophetic
you know
perfect.
this better
No,
than I
you're
do.
wrong. That's completely incorrect. I disagree 100%.
So you don't think there's any place in Scripture where it speaks of a future event as so certain as if it's already come to pass?
Only when he tells you this is what you're going to do, and then he's personifying people in the future. He never talks about the future in present or past tense language. Here he's talking about stuff that already happened. I have aroused Cyrus in righteousness. So the prophet is positioning himself right before the exiles are released. He's writing as Cyrus is making his march, conquering all the nations, saying, I've aroused Cyrus, and this is the shit he's going to do. He's going to release my exiles. Second Isaiah was written right before the exiles were released, most likely.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't think it's critical to the understanding of 53 whether we see eye to eye on whether Isaiah is seeing anything future about Cyrus or not.
I agree. I don't think 53 is about Cyrus.
I may regret just conceding it, but I think he is seeing. He's seeing future things. Yes, God has currently stirred him up, but Isaiah is seeing things that are future. But anyway, if you keep on going through Isaiah 43:10 seems to be, again, maybe the nation of Israel or the righteous remnant, as you said.
It must be. It's a plural.
And then 44 seems to be 44:1 and 2 seem to be about the nation of Israel. 44. I think these are all ones that you showed me. I'm just trying to make sure I go down and I'm fair to the context. 44, all of 44 is about Israel, them being his servant. But then when you get to the end of Isaiah 48, it stops going back and forth between being about individuals and being about the nation, and it's only about a very mysterious individual. It's definitely not Cyrus. It's definitely not a remnant of Israel.
Oh, it certainly is.
It definitely is not, because
Well, it certainly is.
in Isaiah 49:5.
I mean, you said Isaiah 48, did you not?
There. I said at the end of 48, it goes to
It's the servant
the Lord
Israel.
has redeemed his servant Jacob.
Yeah.
Yep.
From Babylonian captivity, right?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I meant to say that's the last reference. Isaiah 48 is the last reference to that. Isaiah 49:3, which says Israel. So you might think, oh, this is still about the nation. But it says to me, and he said to me, you are my servant Israel, in whom I will be glorified. And so this is starting to give us a clue here that Israel, while Israel is a nation, at one time Israel was just a single person. It was Jacob after he wrestled with the Lord. And that one person was a messed up person, and he became a messed up nation. And now God is going to send a perfect Israel. And from here on out, it's nothing but an individual he's talking about. Isaiah 49:5.
Completely disagree.
Says, he who formed me from the womb to be his servant.
Every mention,
to bring Jacob back to him so that Israel is gathered to him.
Every mention of Israel as a servant is singular references. Just referring to the singular grammar doesn't mean it's a person.
I got you. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. But yeah, but there's room definitely for this concept of a failed entity and then a new entity being brought in to fill in for them. Because like I said, in Isaiah 49:5, look at it. It says, he who formed me from the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob back to him.
Yeah.
So that you have Jacob bringing back Jacob.
No, the prophet. That's why I said there's one instance where the prophet seems to be the servant. And you just found it.
So that Israel is gathered to him. No, he's not, because God earlier in the passage said nobody's going to listen to you. God made it plain that he was sending Isaiah on a failing mission. If the mission was to bring Israel back, he was going to fail. And in another passage, he says, who has believed our report? And nobody believed Isaiah. Isaiah did not bring Jacob back to the Lord.
Well, Isaiah 53:1 has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. And also keep in mind that Isaiah didn't write second Isaiah. He's already dead. He didn't live for 200 years. Second Isaiah was added to Isaiah by somebody who came from Isaiah's school. There's not a single piece of second Isaiah that appears to be written prior to the Assyrian invasion.
Okay, so I feel like you're moving the target pretty significantly here.
What I'm saying is, I'm not willing
to kind of send me scrambling.
I'm not willing to grant you that the author of first Isaiah is the same author as second and third Isaiah. There's 3 different authors. They're all prophets. You can say they're a prophet, but they're not the same author.
Okay, so I'm not going to argue the author. I know very little about that, and you probably picked up on that. That's fine. But that wasn't your argument the first time we read it. Your argument was, oh, this is coherent. This is coherent. This is
It
coherent.
is.
It can't be the servant. It has to be the servant as Jacob. It has to be the servant as
It
Israel.
is.
You didn't bring anything up about different authors contradicting each other.
I didn't
But
need
now that
to.
I'm bringing up a coherent stream of scripture,
I don't think it's
saying
a
this is clearly
contradiction.
not Isaiah. This is moving into
It's
a
not a
unique,
contradiction, Joe.
mysterious servant of the Lord.
It's not a
Now you want to say
contradiction,
this part
Joe.
of the book is written by somebody else.
It's not a
No, you're
contradiction,
just moving the
Joe.
target.
It's a different audience.
That's fine.
The prophecy at the
Well, all
beginning
I'm
of
saying is,
Isaiah, when he says that hearing they will not hear you, seeing they will not see, that's a different audience. That's the Israelites before they get taken by the Assyrians and drawn into captivity. This prophecy is about a different people group. The other people group, they're done. They were captured by Assyria. They're gone. First Isaiah is addressing the Assyrians coming in and wiping out northern Israel. Second Isaiah is written much later after the Assyrian invasion and is addressing the Babylonian captivity. That's why I said Isaiah didn't live for 200 years. He didn't write prior
okay.
to 725 and then live to write in the 530s. He didn't live that long. He's got multiple authors.
Okay. All right. So just to recap, who are you saying that Isaiah 49:5 is about?
It's about whoever the so-called prophet is that wrote second Isaiah.
So you're saying these Hebrew writers who are continuing in his tradition, they completely misunderstood his book, and they completely
Nope.
missed history and are claiming that Isaiah brought Jacob back to God.
Not even close. Nope.
Okay.
What I'm saying is there's a prophecy
I don't want to straw
given.
man.
There's
Okay.
a prophecy given in Isaiah 49 that seems to be the prophet bringing back the Israelites that have been taken captive. So now and now the Lord says, who formed me in the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob back to him being God, that Israel might be gathered to him, to God. For I am honored in the sight of the Lord, and my God has become my strength. So it's either the prophet or it's the righteous remnant. I think it's the prophet. Some people will argue the righteous remnant.
Okay.
You know who it's not? It's not Jesus. Jesus didn't bring anybody back to the land. He didn't gather anybody.
It says gathered to him. It's not talking about a location.
Oh no, it certainly is. If you read all of Isaiah, it's clear that who's ever behaving during this time period is going to result in the people being restored to their land. He says,
yeah, I will grant you that. I will grant you that there is a definite geographical portion to these prophecies.
but he
But
says,
being gathered to God is not geographical.
he says to raise
not
up the
have to be
tribes of
geographic.
Jacob and restore the survivors of Israel. That's a restoration of the Israelite people, just like it says in all the other prophecies. Like the goal of this prophetic text is the restoration of the nation of Israel. It's not about some guy coming and dying for your sins.
Okay. Well, we know from the life and ministry of Jesus that there's way more going on in God's promises to Israel than just giving them a chunk of land in the Middle East that the whole world is apparently going to want.
Well, according to the Old Testament,
There's
it's
something way more significant than that.
it's the land and the temple and worldwide recognition that God is in Israel on Mount Zion with his people. So here's the problem you're always going to have with Isaiah 53. My interpretation of Isaiah 53 agrees with every prophetic book in the Old Testament, every last one of them. I can show you in every single prophetic book where it says exactly what I'm telling you, and Isaiah just happens to agree with them. Your interpretation contradicts every other prophetic book. It contradicts Ezekiel 36 and 37, Jeremiah 33, Isaiah 2, Isaiah 11, Zechariah chapter 8. It contradicts
What do you mean by contradict? What do you mean by contradict?
every prophecy about the Messianic
Two things
age.
can be true at once.
Every prophecy of the Messiah and the Messianic age doesn't say anything about anyone dying and coming back thousands of years later. It says the people will be
That's
restored.
because you've taken a big eraser to Isaiah 53.
No, it doesn't. Isaiah 53 doesn't say anything about somebody dying, leaving, and coming back thousands of years later either. You have to.
Well, it doesn't talk about them leaving and coming back, but it does talk about him dying and yet seeing his offspring.
Israel,
I don't know how you
yes,
have
the
a dead
nation of
person
Israel, who was taken from the
seeing-
land of the
seeing his
living
offspring.
and placed in the land of the dead, who actually do have offspring. Jesus doesn't have any offspring. Jesus is an heir. He's not a father.
Jesus has lots of offspring.
No, he doesn't have any offspring. We're brothers and sisters with Jesus. We're heirs in the prize. We're not children of Jesus. Jesus wasn't even the father. He's a child to God too. That's why we're always called heirs with Christ, not children of Christ. The descendants in Isaiah 53
That makes
are the
sense. That makes
descendants
sense.
of Israel. That's why it says that they're gonna divide the spoils of the strong. This is war language. The rest of Isaiah agrees with this. Isaiah says after they come back from Babylon that the kings will lead a procession bringing you their wealth. I think that's was it 50? Oh, hold on, let me find it. Now I got to remember where that was. It's been a minute since I was there.
Yeah, I think there's a sense in which Christ actually is my father as well, spiritually.
No. Isaiah
So I'm
60.
happy that to fit.
Isaiah 60 talks about the restoration after the captivity. It says, foreigners will build up your walls, and their kings shall minister to you. For in my wrath I struck you down, but in my favor I have had mercy on you. Your gates will always be open, day and night shall not be shut, so that nations shall bring you their wealth, and their kings leading in procession, so on and so forth. Like all of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Isaiah, all three of them, no matter who you think wrote them, is about the restoration of Israel. Every last word. I have no reason to believe that mysteriously, magically, just one chapter, like 8 different verses, is now talking about something entirely disconnected from the rest of the 3 books.
Except again, Isaiah 53, with the context. I mean, I'd love to just go there, but
There's no context with Isaiah 53 that's going to make it about Jesus.
I just wanted to lead up and say, the last time we looked at this, you were like, this can only possibly be talking about Jacob, Israel, whoever.
Yep.
Because that's who it's talking about all the way up through there. And I'm just demonstrating that that is not correct. It's talking about many different people.
Oh, it's definitely
Cyrus being one of them, Isaiah being one of them, and Israel being one of them. But then it goes to a very mysterious one that none of those people could possibly fill the shoes of the person.
Wrong again.
In Isaiah 52 and
it's
53.
Not a human being, it's a nation. Want to read it?
It is not a nation, because this nation is
certainly is a nation.
Suffer and die.
Yep.
For the transgressions of the nation.
Nope.
The nation is going to die for its own transgressions, and by their stripes, the nation's going to be healed.
Nope. Not reading it right. Want to read it with me?
Yeah, let's read it again.
Okay, go to Isaiah 52 for me.
52, starting in verse 13, or where you want to go.
52:10.
Okay.
The Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God. What does it mean for God to bear his holy arm?
Sounds like he's getting down to business.
Yeah, he's about to release the captives. He said it about 10 times up till now that he's going to bear his arm when he releases the captives. He said the same thing when he released the captives from Egypt. He says, I'm bearing my arm and will save them through my outstretched hand. So this is them being freed from captivity, which makes sense because the very next line is, depart, depart, go out from there, touch no unclean thing. Go out from the midst of it, purify yourselves, you who carry the vessels of the Lord, for you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go out in flight, for the Lord will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your rear guard. So still, the context seems to be about leaving Babylon, right?
I can definitely see that as an immediate, obvious
Yeah.
use of this language.
Yeah, the immediate obvious context is it's time to get freed from Babylon, which is what the whole book's been about so far. And then he says, see, my servant shall prosper. Okay. He shall be exalted and lifted up and shall be very high. Is there a reason why I would take this to be anybody but the nation of Israel when he's already said 10 other times he's going to restore the fortunes of Israel?
But Israel was not exalted.
I know, because this God doesn't exist.
He doesn't fit the bill.
No, follow me, Joe. See, I have this conversation a million times, and Christians always have the same problem. Hold on. Christians always have the same problem. You're saying, well, it didn't come true with the nation of Israel, therefore it must be an out of context prophecy about Jesus. It's not. It's not a real prophecy because the God of this book doesn't exist. It's just one of many hundreds of failed prophecies.
Right, I see what you're saying.
Right. So the fact that it didn't come true has nothing to do with whether or not it's about Jesus. Okay. So it says, just as there were many who were astonished at him, so marred was his appearance beyond human semblance and his form beyond that of mortals. So he shall startle many nations. Kings shall shut their mouths because of him.
Startle? What translation are you reading?
I'm in the NRSV.
What is that?
The New Revised Standard Version.
NRSV. New Revised. Is there any other translation that renders that as startle?
Oh, I'm sure there's a bunch of them. Yeah.
Because I know that the King James, the ESV, the ASV all render that as sprinkle.
Yeah, they're all part of the same translation family, of course.
No.
Yep.
No, the ESV and the King James are not part of the same translation family.
They are, in fact. I
don't know about the ASV.
No, they are. So the ESV makes a big point that they stick to the same manuscript tradition as the King James and the New King James. They try to stick to the revised text and to the Masoretic text.
All right, I'm not qualified to argue with you about that, but I was pretty sure the King James stuck with the Textus Receptus.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the ESV went back to older documents.
So the selling point of the ESV has always been that they, unless they changed on the latest translation, was that they emphasized the manuscript traditions that the King James emphasized, namely the received text and the Masoretic text. So they're going to be a little more in line with the King James on some of these things. It's not that they never use the alternative text. I just to give more weight to the received text. So the NABRE says startle. So shall he startle many nations.
Alrighty. Well, I won't hold up our discussion with that one.
Right. So anyways, we'll go back here. Okay, so Isaiah 52 so far. Is there any reason why I would read this about anybody but the nation of Israel? The whole chapter so far is about the nation of Israel. Why would I insert somebody other than that?
Yeah. So okay. So let me just ask you, like, what as far as how I would qualify, I feel like this is kind of a no-win for me, because if I say, well, Israel didn't fulfill any of this. Cyrus didn't fulfill any of this. This has to be an additional person. All you have to do is say, well, I believe the whole thing is a farce, and so it doesn't matter. It's just a false prophecy. So what would be
No,
sufficient
that's not
proof for you that this was talking about a verifiable historical figure who started the world's greatest religion, largest, most powerful, most influential? What would be a mark to you that I could possibly present that would prove that this was talking about Jesus, other than it saying his name?
It would actually have to fit the context. He would actually have to be talking about an event hundreds of years later that is actually about a Messiah. The only Messiah ever mentioned in 2nd Isaiah is King Cyrus. Like a clear prophetic text is Jeremiah 33, Isaiah chapter 11, Ezekiel chapter 36 and 37, where it clearly talks about the Davidic king and what the Davidic king is going to do. That's what it means to be the Messiah. Jesus, first of all, Jesus was never even a king. Like a Mashiach is a king or a priest. He was neither.
He was a king.
No, he wasn't.
He was.
No, he was certainly
He said
wasn't.
that his kingdom was. He said that his kingdom was not of this world.
Oh shit! Well, I'm a king
and
then.
the sentence that the sentence that Pilate put over him was, he put the sign, "The King of the Jews," over him.
Yeah, because they were mocking him
and
because he
obviously
wasn't a
that
king.
was just an ironic mistake on Pilate's part, but the Jews took great issue with it
because he wasn't a king.
because they knew what it meant. He was a king.
He wasn't a king. I'm a king. If all you have to do to be a king is to say you're a king, then I'm a king. You just don't know I'm a king because my kingdom's far away. You can't see it. There's not a single passage in the Bible whatsoever that depicts Jesus behaving as a king, sitting on the throne of King David, ruling over the Israelites. In fact, in John, when they try to make him king, he runs from them.
Okay. I don't immediately have an answer for that.
Like, if you're an actual king,
so
you actually have to be ruling.
Back to the prompt. Oh, well, if that's what it takes to be a king, then he absolutely was ruling.
Oh, he certainly wasn't.
He was ruling in a very great capacity.
He was not ruling the Israelites.
There's no mere human king who has ruled as many subjects as King Jesus has.
Did he rule over Israel?
Yes, over many of them.
No, he did not rule over Israel. King Herod was on the throne when he was there.
Well, he ruled over them from the standpoint that actually matters.
Oh, he's a spiritual king?
They did what he said to do.
Oh, I'm the spiritual king then. In fact, I've got about, let's say, I got 782 followers on the vertical stream, 800 now. I got 900 on the horizontal stream, and a couple hundred on TikTok. I've got 2,000 followers here. That makes me a king. Am I your king, guys?
Well,
put a crown in the chat if I'm the king.
So how many of your subjects are willing to die for you? How many of your subjects are?
Oh, that's irrelevant whether or not you're willing to die. Now you're shifting goalposts.
How many of your subjects are willing to?
You just said I needed subjects.
Sell everything that they have to follow you.
Meaningless. Look at all the crowns in the chat. TikTok's popping off.
Can't see the chat, but
sorry, you can't see it. TikTok popping off with crowns. Yeah, so just saying you're a spiritual king is a meaningless statement to me. Anyone could be a spiritual king. An actual king is someone ruling and reigning over a people group the way it was described in the Bible, where he's going to defeat Israel's enemies and he's going to enact justice over the entire land.
So if you were a real king and your subjects revolt against you and kick you off the throne, does that mean you are not any longer a king, or were never a real king? Or
that means you're no longer a king. If you're not on the throne and there's a new king on the throne ruling over the people, then yeah. And typically to be a king, you just need a majority.
Okay. Well, so I would say that Christ is a real king and that he Again, he said his kingdom is not of this world.
So it's mine. Mine's not of the world.
If it were
I've got
of
millions
his
of
world,
followers
his
in
servants
another
would fight
world.
for him.
I got millions of followers in another world.
No, but you don't have millions of
I
followers
do.
in this world.
No, in the other world.
Jesus has billions
No.
of followers in this world.
Oh, so,
Not
well,
merely
so does
millions.
Muhammad.
Yes, but he doesn't claim to be king at all.
So what? Does it matter? Your definition of king
Jesus-
includes Muhammad.
No, you would have to claim to be a king.
No, you
Muhammad
don't.
did
You
not
don't have to claim to be a king to be a king. All you got to do is do the work.
Christ said that he was a king.
But he wasn't.
Christ said that he was a king, but that his kingdom was not of this world. That's
Well,
what he said.
And he was a liar.
He said he's a kingdom from another realm.
Yeah, I would say the same thing
that's
too.
fine.
If I didn't have an actual kingdom, I would say, hey, Justin, is that supermodel in your wallet your girlfriend? Yeah, she's my girlfriend, but she actually lives in Canada. You're never going to get to meet her. Yeah, this nonsense of I'm a real king, but you can't see my kingdom. It's far away is nonsense.
So if a king has an opponent who is rebelling against him and hates his guts, and that opponent says, you're not a real king, does that make the real king not a real king?
No, it doesn't.
Because that's who you
because
are.
A real,
I know that you hate
because a
Jesus'
real
guts.
king has a dominion. A real king has control
Jesus has a real
and
dominion.
authority over
His dominion
over
includes
physical
my entire
people.
person.
Yeah, that's
Jesus'
a
dominion
metaphorical.
over me is
It's
far
metaphorical
more significant
nonsense.
than
A real
Donald Trump's
king.
dominion over
A real
me.
king rules over a territory, a geographical location.
Yeah, and I would say that Jesus rules over the entire world.
He doesn't.
That all things are coming to pass as Jesus has decreed.
Not a single thing came to pass as he decreed. He said he was coming back before all his disciples died, and then he didn't.
Well, I believe that Jesus is the incarnate word, and that the Old Testament is the word of Jesus, as well as the New Testament.
And I believe that's illogical nonsense. Because Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy, not even one. And the best thing you have, the closest thing you can ever get to is Isaiah 53, and it only works if you ignore all the context of 2nd Isaiah. You have to ignore all of it in order to make that work. My interpretation agrees with the rest of Isaiah's context, and it agrees with the rest of the Old Testament. So therefore, I have no reason to believe that Isaiah 53 is about Jesus. Now, if Jesus fulfilled 20 other prophecies that nobody else could have ever fulfilled, then I'd be like, well, shit, maybe Isaiah 53 is a secret prophecy. But being that he didn't fulfill even one prophecy, I would never give him the benefit of the doubt to make me rip this passage out of its context and make it say something it's not saying. He didn't fulfill anything, buddy.
So let's
not one. This is all you have.
I still
Isaiah 53 is all you have.
Mm-hmm. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Isaiah 53. Again, it's going down. If you don't mind reading some more.
That's all I got. All right, we're on 15 still. Let me pull it open again. So 15 says, he will startle many nations. Kings will shut their mouths because of him. For that which had not been told to them, they shall see. And that which they had not heard, they shall contemplate, which makes perfect sense, right? The nations that are about to witness God freeing the Israelites from captivity, they don't know it's coming. They don't know it's happening, right? Okay. So the people who don't know what's coming are going to contemplate it, right? And then the very next verse is a personification of the nations contemplating that very thing. Who has believed what we have heard? Or some will say, who has believed our report? And to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? Well, the last chapter told you. The arm of the Lord is being revealed to the nations when he frees the Israelites. So we now got a personification of the nations telling the people or telling everybody what they've witnessed. When Israel gets freed from captivity, the nations are going to say, holy shit, did you see what just happened? This was wild. And that, again, is parsimonious with all of the rest of 2nd Isaiah.
What does parsimonious mean?
It just means it fits the data the best.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Parsimonious. Okay.
So the whole chapter is the nations, or not the whole chapter, but most of the, until you get to like verse 9 or 10, is the nations reflecting on what they've witnessed.
Okay.
It's not even a prophecy,
So
by the way.
okay, so that's right. So, all right. So it is the Isaiah 53 is the nations reflecting on what they have witnessed.
Mhm. Yeah. And
Okay.
and most academic
And that's
commentaries
consistent,
will
and
say
that's
that.
consistent through the whole chapter.
Yeah, eventually that personification ends, I think, in verse 8, 9. Let me see. Verse 12, I think it might be over with by verse 12. No. It ends, maybe ends at 10. Yeah, 10's got to be the beginning of the actual prophecy, because there's more language happening after 10 that are future tense. Therefore, I will allot him a portion with the great future tense, different voice.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess so my understanding of Isaiah 53 and the reason this makes so much sense to me as being a messianic psalm is that all throughout the Old Testament there is this sprinkling of God himself providing for the people of Israel a solution for their sin, a solution for their problem of unrighteousness, dealing with a God of righteousness.
Not always.
And it grows and it gets clearer and it gets clearer.
Not always.
And so I'm not looking at this passage and saying, oh, the only context here is Isaiah and the Babylonian exile.
You know there
The
was
context
forgiveness without
is
blood, right?
Genesis. What's that?
You know there was forgiveness without blood, right?
Can you share those examples with me?
Yeah, Leviticus chapter 5, I think verse 11. Yeah, I'll pull it up.
5 and 11. I can't. You can probably pull it up
Yeah,
faster
I got
than
it.
can. I think I will happily look at this verse with you. I think that's a distraction from my point that I was making. But
Well, your point is
the point
that
is
you need blood, but you don't. Right? You want it to say sprinkle because you think sprinkle harkens back to the foreshadowing of blood, but sprinkle is not actually in the passage, and you actually don't need sprinkle to get forgiveness.
okay.
Right? But
Where they said Leviticus what?
5:11. Yeah. Says, if you cannot afford 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, you shall bring as your offering for the sin that you have committed 1/10 of an ephah of choice flour for a purification offering. You shall not put oil on it or lay any frankincense on it, for it is a purification offering. You shall bring it to the priest bring it to the priest, and the priest shall scoop up a handful of it as a memorial portion and turn this into smoke on the altar with the offering by fire to the Lord. It's a purification offering, so on and so forth. In some translations, it says
purification
sin
is different
offering.
than atonement.
No. Nope.
Yeah,
In fact,
purification is very different from atonement.
nope, you'd be wrong. Verse 13, thus the priest shall make atonement on your behalf for whichever of these sins you have committed.
Leviticus. Sorry, I'm having to turn their analog because my internet is going down. All I've got is my cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
Leviticus 5. Okay, so would you, as I find this, you said 5:11. Let's see. But if he cannot afford a lamb, then he shall bring the bull to the Lord as his compensation for the sin that he's committed. Turtle doves, he shall bring them to the priest. If he cannot afford 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, then he shall bring as his offering for the sin that he's committed 1/10 of an ephah. Okay, so this is an extreme case of poverty, and the Lord makes a very inexpensive exception for him. And notice even there, though, that the bread fits.
Well, now we're talking about bread,
Well,
not blood,
I'm not.
and this is just
Yep,
flour,
yep,
not bread. Okay, so the
yep,
fact of the matter
yep.
is, now we've got a loophole, don't we? You can get forgiven of your sins without blood, can't you?
If you are so poor that you cannot even afford turtle doves,
Seem
then
like
you can get this this forgiveness apart from yes, God is incredibly gracious.
okay. So God is capable of forgiving your sins without the blood,
So in
isn't he?
most cases, God is capable of forgiving sins through justice.
He is,
And
yes.
the whole thing that Leviticus sets up is the idea of this picture of these animals taking the place symbolically of people who have sinned. And yet it goes on to tell us throughout Leviticus that an animal's life is not worth a human's life. It makes that very clear
Yeah.
in the instance of the ox who gores and all that. An animal life is not nearly as much as human.
Your connection's breaking up, Joe.
Very clear.
We're losing you. We can't hear you, buddy. We lost you. There you go. I think you're back. Joe?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All
Can
right.
you hear me?
Yeah, I think the connection's restored now.
Okay.
I didn't hear anything you just said.
Yeah,
Can you
sorry about
repeat it?
that. Okay, yeah. So I was going to say that the image of this forgiveness that takes place in the Old Testament is forgiveness based on faith, based on just obedience to God. There's only one way to be truly forgiven of sin, and that is ultimately the sacrifice of a righteous person in your place.
That'd be wrong. God says no man can die for the sins of another.
That's right, because the Bible says there's none righteous, no, not one.
Which is another
Jesus
contradiction.
is the only righteous person.
Because Zachariah and Elizabeth were righteous, and so was Job, and so was Noah.
Yeah, there are many people declared by God to be righteous, and I know that you're familiar with this.
That happens to be more than one.
Nobody. What's that?
I said that happens to be more than one. So Paul was wrong in Romans 3.
Oh no! So what he's pointing to is actual righteousness in themselves. There is not a single person who has not fallen short of the glory of God.
Did he say that?
What he's saying there,
because he said not one is righteous. Now he does say that all have fallen short. We know that, but that's a different statement.
He says all.
What does it mean to be righteous?
He says all have sinned.
Yeah.
And fallen short of the glory of God.
So what? You know, you can be righteous and still be a sinner, right?
Yes, I am righteous. I'm a righteous sinner.
There you go. But you don't need Jesus for it.
I do need Jesus for it.
No, you certainly don't. David was righteous and he sinned.
Yeah, that you're getting my point. He was a righteous sinner.
Jesus didn't die for his sins.
David said, "Blessed is the man to whom the Lord does not impute iniquity."
Hey, yeah, God
David
cannot do it.
He
don't need Jesus.
That God did not count his sin against him, because another one, David's sin was going to be imputed to a different person. David did need Jesus.
Where was he then? Why wasn't he in the book?
What do you mean? Why wasn't?
How did David's sins get forgiven by Jesus' sacrifice if he didn't sacrifice himself?
Well, David didn't say that Jesus is going to sacrifice for me. They understood that there was coming a lamb. There was coming someone to take away the sins of the world.
No, they absolutely did not.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
Liar.
Yes, they did.
Nope, you're lying. Show me a verse. Show me a verse that says it.
Hebrews talks about
Hebrews is the New Testament. I'm talking about the Old Testament.
Okay.
There's not a single verse in the Old Testament that says someone's going to come and die for your sins.
These were individuals who were contemporary of the Old Testament. The New Testament was being written.
Show me a passage in the Old Testament that says that someone's coming to die for your sins and the sins of the world.
Okay, so a very clear hint of this would be that where God tells Abraham not to kill Isaac,
That's not a prophecy.
and he says that the Lord himself will provide a lamb.
Man, I really wish you guys would get better
And
talking
then
points.
over in the thicket, what's that?
Said I really wish you guys would get new talking points. These are really bad. They've been bad for 2,000 years. So the prophecy, the prediction in that chapter is just something Abraham is using to pacify Isaac so he doesn't know he's going to get theoretically almost killed on the altar. And God does provide. He provides a ram caught in the thicket, which is why they name the mountain God will provide. He said God will provide,
Yep.
and then God did provide. It just happened to be a ram, not a lamb. It's not a prophecy about the sin of the world.
Okay, so now who is saying that words don't mean words?
No, words do mean words.
A lamb is not a ram. You were talking to the last guy and saying, "Oh, words don't mean what they say they are."
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's
so
not
God
a
said,
it's not a prophecy, by the way. I don't know why you're messed up here. Abraham is going to kill his son, and his son's like, "Father, where's the lamb for the sacrifice?" And Abraham's like, "Don't worry, God will provide the lamb." And then what happens? According to the story, they find a ram caught in a thicket, and they sacrifice that instead. It wasn't a prophecy.
Yep.
It's just something Abraham said to pacify his child, so he didn't freak out about the fact that he's about to get himself killed.
Okay.
And it clearly was enough.
Isaac was tied up on the altar.
It clearly was enough for Abraham, because Abraham named the mountain God will provide. So clearly Abraham assumed that God did provide.
Even the name of the mountain is, instead of naming it God did provide, he said God will provide.
Yeah.
So it's
and he did.
future. He's looking ahead.
No. I don't believe that to be the case. No,
happen.
Not even close.
He's absolutely looking ahead to something that will happen.
He certainly did not.
Just as God spoke to Adam and Eve in the garden, saying that the seed of the woman,
still not a prophecy. That's just the explanation for why snakes crawl in their belly. That's it.
No, it's definitely something more than that, because nowhere else in the Old Testament is where else. Can you tell me a place in the Old Testament where a woman is said to have seed?
Yeah, every time it talks about the offspring of a woman, it says seed. Every single time.
No, it doesn't.
Yep, sure does.
No, show me one.
Which one do you want to see? You want to see one in Genesis?
Sure.
Okay.
Another seed of the woman.
Oop, I typed it wrong. Okay. The next one is going to be Genesis 12:7. In fact, Sarah's name, Zerah, means seed in Hebrew. That's literally what it means.
Genesis 12:7.
Yeah.
So is that the best you got right there?
No, there's like 100 of them. Genesis 12:7, descendants is Zerah, seed. Sorry, my screen is not showing it. Let me scoot over. This is Zerah.
Then the Lord appeared to Abram and said, "To your offspring I will give this land."
Yeah.
That's Abram. That's not Sarah.
I'm not saying Sarah. I'm saying the word seed means descendants.
Right, and I'm asking you to point out to me a place where a woman is said, where there's hundreds of genealogies in the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm.
Hundreds of places where we could find another seed of a woman. But that phrase is reserved for the virgin birth of Jesus Christ.
It certainly is not reserved for the virgin birth of anybody. The word seed shows up in the Old Testament hundreds of times, referring to the offspring of men and women.
It never refers to the offspring of a woman.
It certainly does.
Her seed.
Yes.
I just asked you to show me one, and you showed me one where it talks about Abraham's seed.
You didn't ask me to show you one where it says her seed. I was showing you where seed just means a person's offspring. And so you can
I see.
go
Okay,
to
so
Genesis
that's
16:10.
okay. 16:10 shows us a woman's seed.
Yep. It says, the angel of the
Okay.
Lord said to her,
The
I
angel of
will
the Lord
so
said to her,
greatly multiply your offspring, referring to Hagar.
so that they cannot be numbered for multitude.
Same
The angel of
word,
the Lord said to her. Okay.
zerah.
All right. Is
Means,
it in the same tense?
no, it's not tense. It's not a verb.
Okay. No, like is it excuse me, like is it multiple or is it singular?
Good question.
Because
It's neither.
in
It's a
Genesis
collective
it's
noun.
singular.
It's a collective noun.
Right. In our language it's a collective noun. I don't
No,
believe
in
that's how it is
Hebrew, it's a
in,
collective noun.
because they, okay, that's interesting. Because in the New Testament they make a specific point about the fact that it's not a plural word in Genesis.
I
It's
know,
speaking about a singular person.
it's a collective, like the word cloud. Cloud is a collective noun in Hebrew.
A cloud
Oh,
is a collective noun?
Yeah.
It wouldn't. Oh, okay.
Genesis
Well,
24:60.
Genesis
Also,
Genesis 24:60. We'll grab it real quick. Why is my browser freezing right now? There we go.
but I gotta go back to that Abraham and Isaac thing. Like, why is it that a lamb or a ram is not close enough to a lamb, but a human being is a close enough match?
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, Mac. So, Joe, here's the question. Why do you think a ram is not close enough as a sacrifice to a lamb, but you think a human being is? Is
because that
Jesus a
is
lamb?
also typified.
Oh, so now it's a metaphor
Jesus
again.
takes the place of a lamb, but we're shown the exact same metaphor with the city of refuges.
Wait, the
How
ram took the place of a
someone
lamb.
guilty of murder on accident can flee there, and if they leave there, they are subject to vengeance. But once the high priest, who is a human, dies, they're free to go back to their homeland, and they can't be killed. So again, this prefiguring this shadow of, oh wait, a human death is what can set this person free from their
The
guilt.
priest is not dying for the sins of that person. That's preposterous.
You're right. He's not dying. He's not dying for the sins of the person, but it's a prefigurement.
It's certainly not.
Why would it?
A prefigurement
what do you think that?
A prefigurement is nonsensical things that Christians make up because there's no actual prophecies Jesus fulfilled. And I want to say it twice because I want you to hear it. There's not a single literal actual prophecy that Jesus fulfilled, which is why you have to go to nonsense things and say, oh, it prefigured Christ. That's meaningless. I've gone through the Bible and I've actually made a list of dozens of things that prefigured me, prophecies that talk about me, but you don't think they're about me, right? Prefigurings are dumb. It's the sharpshooter fallacy. You're starting with the conclusion and then you're going back and you're saying, oh, here's some things that sound like my already held conclusion.
Okay. So in your, I mean, would you say that the Bible is very, very symbolic in nature, or do you think it's all just literal? That there's no symbolism in there. There's no reason whatsoever why these doves were supposed to be killed over water. There's no reason in the world why the entrails were to be washed. There's no symbolism in Scripture. It's all just this arbitrary, cranky God making up these rules. Is that your view of the Scripture?
Oh, well, you only
Or
use the
what?
laws as a representation of all of the scriptures, so it's a malformed question. The laws in the Old Testament are contemporaneous with other laws from other countries giving the exact same instructions. Most of the laws that I can find for the sacrifices are paralleled in Egypt, in Hittite territory, in Mari, in Babylon, in Sumer. What the Old Testament laws were doing were identical to what all of their neighbors were doing. They just inserted their god in there also. Did you know that there is a scapegoat ritual in the Assyrian Chronicles and in the Hittite literature?
I did not know that.
All of these sacrificial laws are paralleled in the rest of the ancient Near East. But because Christians don't know that and they don't know what to make of it, they're like, well, it must be foreshadowing of Jesus. No, it's just another ancient blood cult. That's it. It's one of many.
Okay. I know it was significantly different in that God forbade child sacrifice.
He said,
And that
it
was,
didn't even
that
cross
was
his
new
mind in Jeremiah.
to that part of the world. Yeah, that's a way for God to point out that we are to do those things that he says, that he comes to mind. We're not to be innovative in our worship and religion. We're to do what he tells us to do.
Have you
and
never
not just come up with our own thing?
Have you never seen the contradiction in God saying that it's evil to sacrifice your children, and then in the same breath says, I'm going to sacrifice my children as the solution for all of humanity's problems? That's crazy.
Right. So do you think there's any reason, or in a Christian's mind, do you think there's any difference between a regular non-consenting human child and the creator of the universe taking on the form of a human and dying? Do you think there's any difference in our mind between those?
There has to be, because the book says so. And when Jesus is in the garden, he literally prays, take this cup from me, but he ends, your will be done, not mine, meaning Jesus's will was to not die, but he gave in to what the Father wanted him to do. So they have two separate wills, which means they're not the same person. Jesus even said the Father's greater than I am.
Oh my goodness, you're not going to go with the Muslim arguments.
I'm going to go with the Bible arguments. The Trinity is foolish nonsense. Jesus cannot be 100% God and 100% man. We'll start out
The
easy.
Trinity is the only reason the universe holds together. And
no, the Trinity is an incoherent mess.
The Trinity is the reason that we as humans understand the many and the one.
Yeah, it's adorable that you think that, but that's bullshit.
The Trinity is the reason that that all of life around us requires more than one, except for earthworms, I guess, to reproduce.
That's an incoherent string of gibberish.
The Trinity is the reason that we have it, that the three things that the universe is made up of are all three-part things.
I could literally say,
matter.
I could say everything you're saying about the rock on my shelf behind me. Doug the rock is the reason why the universe is held together. Doug the rock is why there's hair on my head. Doug the rock is why there's anything intelligent. You can insert anything into this nonsensical argument. It's a dumb argument, and it doesn't work because the Trinity is illogical. You want to hear my premise for this?
No, so you misunderstood my argument hear it either. About
the Trinity is illogical, Joe.
That is that it is not illogical.
It is. You want me to prove it?
Impossible to fully comprehend. It is impossible to fully comprehend.
It's illogical. It's not illogical. You can't comprehend it because it's illogical. It's contradictory.
Let me ask you something.
I'll just give you premise number one.
Is it simply,
so to be 100% of something, you must contain all of its properties. Yes or no?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So like, yeah, if I said this is 100% pen, that means it has all the properties of a pen, right?
That's right.
Fantastic. Now, if I take this pen apart, okay, and I'm going to take the inside, I'm going to take the ink out of it. I'm going to put it down here. Is this still 100% pen?
I'm not sure I follow your analogy. I mean,
is this 100% pen?
100% pen.
This.
I don't know if that's a good analogy, but okay. So if a pen necessarily includes the ink, then no, it's not 100%.
Okay. In order for a pen to be a pen, it needs the necessary items that make it a pen, namely the properties of a pen. And a required property of a pen is, in fact, that it has ink. That's what pens do. Easy enough. Okay. So in order to be something, you need 100% of the properties that make that something something. Now, premise number 2 then is that God is all-knowing. He's got the omni properties. He's all-knowing. He's all-present, so on and so forth, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Premise number 3. Jesus is neither omnipresent nor omniscient, which means, conclusion, he's not 100% God. He can only be partially God, or he can be a different God.
Okay, so you don't, I think the reason you're confused about this is because you don't believe that there is such a thing even as a spiritual realm.
Nope. It's because it lacks coherency.
The Bible makes it clear. The Bible makes it clear that man is both material and immaterial.
Are you going to say God has parts?
No.
Good, because that's a heresy. That was weeded out way early. Okay, so you can't be 100% God and then lack the properties of God. You could be partially God. You could be 80% God, but you can't be 100% God.
So what makes you think Jesus lacked the properties?
Because he said so. He says there are things he doesn't even know. He says of the date of return, only his Father in heaven knows. Which means he lacks omniscience. He doesn't know all things. He's not God.
Okay, you know the Hebrew context of that, right?
I know the logical context of what it means to not know something. It means there's something you don't know.
So in Hebrew culture, a person before they would be married would have to go out and build a house for their bride.
No.
And the father would come and say, it's ready.
Nah, that's not real.
That's not.
No, that's an old wives' tale. That's something you found in your grandma's email forwards. That's not real.
Okay, so I'm going to go with it.
Where did Rebecca go when she married Isaac?
She went to his father's house.
His mother's house. Well, mother just died. Sorry, father's house. Yeah. He didn't go out and build a house for Rebecca. Come on. It's nonsense.
So that's like 1,500 years before the time of Jesus.
The Song of Solomon says so. Song of Solomon it talks about her being brought to his mother's house. I mean, this idea that you're going to go out and build your own house before you bring your bride home is not in Hebrew culture. It's a cute sentiment.
Okay, well, I contend that there's enough going on with the Father and the Son and the secrecy and the fact that he says, I go to prepare a place for you. And he's talking to his disciples, the bride of Christ. It definitely lends itself to the whole idea of a mutually agreed upon surprise of the Father and the Son, and how he would choose to let himself be surprised about when he's going to come again for his bride, just as God says that he doesn't, in Psalm 1 it says that he doesn't know the way of the wicked. Of course God knows the way of the wicked.
Well, Jesus doesn't.
But there's an effect, if the Yahweh in the Old Testament can claim to not know the way of the wicked in some sense, Jesus of the New Testament, who is Yahweh,
oh, he's certainly not,
can claim in one sense he certainly is Yahweh.
Oh, he's absolutely not. Isaiah says that second Isaiah says that every knee will bow to the name of Yahweh, not to the name of Jesus. Jesus is not Yahweh.
And
he prays to Yahweh.
Resurrection. Mm-hmm.
You don't pray to yourself unless you're schizophrenic. So
you misunderstand the Trinity if you think Jesus was praying to himself.
Oh no, you misunderstand the illogical necessity of the Trinity. It says all things have been handed over to me by my Father, which means there are things he does not have that only his Father has, which means he is not his Father He is not 100% God. If he does not have
Very
everything
good.
that
You just said he is very good. You just said that he is not his father,
yeah, so he's not
which
Yahweh.
you were assuming just a moment ago
His
when
father,
you were saying
his
that he was
father's
praying to
Yahweh, and
himself.
he's not Yahweh.
He is also Yahweh.
He's praying to himself.
He is praying to another person
Yahweh.
who is also Yahweh.
No.
Yahweh is not.
No, Yahweh's a person.
Yahweh is the name of the Godhead.
A person.
Yahweh is the collective name
A person.
of God.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's certainly not. Nope.
In Genesis, do you not remember in Genesis where the Lord comes down to rain down fire on Sodom and Gomorrah?
Chapter
And it says
19.
Sure.
It says the Lord rained down fire from heaven, from Yahweh.
The Lord, chapter 19, 11.
Yep, you're not going to like this one either. Joe, I don't know why you think any of these talking points are going to work. I've heard all of them a million times. The Jewish rabbis addressed this like 1,200 years ago. It's an easy fix.
Yeah, and they call it the second power in heaven.
No, they don't.
There was a huge debate among the rabbis about this.
There certainly was
this
not.
double power in heaven.
Nope.
All right, what is the Genesis 19?
It's in Genesis 19. I don't know exactly which verse. I'm sure you'll pull it up pretty quick. Somewhere on like 23 or 24, something like that.
Like
Yes,
John
as
14,
the sun had risen on the earth when Lot came to Zoar. Then the Lord rained on Sodom and Gomorrah sulfur and fire from the Lord
I was right.
out of heaven.
1924. See? My memories
nice.
is a weird
You got a
weird
mind
place.
like a steel trap, my friend.
Okay, so Genesis 19:24. What do you think's happening here?
I think the Lord was Yahweh visited Abraham.
And then where'd he go?
Then he went down to Sodom.
No, wrong
to see
again.
if there were righteous people there.
Nope. Read Genesis 18. You missed it. Genesis 18, he turns around and goes back. The two angels go on his behalf to Sodom. He turns back in Genesis 18. The two angels go on. Yahweh stays behind to have a conversation with Abraham. It says, the men turned from there and went toward Sodom, while Abraham remained standing before the Lord. Then Abraham came near and said, will you indeed sweep away? And then they have the whole conversation. And then that's it. And then it says, and the Lord went his way when he had finished speaking to Abraham and returned to his place. He went home.
It says Abraham returned to his place.
No. It says the Lord went his way.
The Lord went his way.
When he had finished speaking to Abraham, and Abraham returned. Oh, I'm sorry, Abraham. I apologize. Abraham returned to his place. I think both of them returned to their place. Both of them.
It just says the Lord went his way, and I think his way led him down to Sodom and Gomorrah.
It was not, because there are two men in Sodom and Gomorrah, and not three. There are not three angels in Sodom. There are only two.
Right. I agree. They did not. I agree. It looks like the Lord.
So Yahweh wasn't with them. So the two angels went on to Sodom. Yahweh went back home. He scampered off.
Because he outcried against me. Great. It says, get up out of this place, for the Lord in verse 14 is about to destroy the city. I'm sorry. That's when he's talking to his sons-in-law.
Yahweh did rain fire down from heaven because he was there.
Okay, so was Yahweh previously with Abraham?
Yep. Yahweh visited Abraham with two angels.
Okay, so Yahweh visited Abraham in a particular place, just like Yahweh visited Bethlehem and the Virgin Mary in a particular place.
But just as an angel did.
And Yahweh remained.
It says an angel was giving the message to Mary.
It's absolutely no. I'm talking about Jesus. I'm talking about how Yahweh.
Well, Jesus wasn't there yet. Jesus wasn't born yet.
I know Jesus was not born yet in Genesis 19. I understand that. What I'm telling to you is that in the exact same way that Yahweh came down and ate with Abraham
Mm-hmm.
and then went his way, in that exact same sense, Yahweh came down, the word of God came down and became flesh.
Well, Yahweh isn't the word of God.
And could go,
the word of
the word
Yahweh
of God
is
is Yahweh.
the word of
The
Yahweh.
word of God is Yahweh.
The word of God is a part of Yahweh.
And the Holy Spirit is Yahweh, not a part, a
No,
person.
no, it's a
within
part of Yahweh.
The word is a person
No, the word is an
within
attribute.
the Godhead of Yahweh.
Wrong again.
The word is not an attribute.
It's an attribute. The word is something that comes out of his mouth.
But the word is a person.
No,
because it
it's not
says
a
that
person.
in John 1, it clearly states that the word of
John
God
1:1. We all
who
know
was with God, he was with God and he
which
was
is
God.
incoherent
word-
because a word is
No,
not
it's-
a person. A word is a property of something. A word is something that comes out of your mouth. It is not a person. The New Testament idea of a Trinity is incoherent. It's logically absurd.
So are you speaking to Joe, or are you speaking to Joe's word, which is separate from Joe? Or am I and my words one?
Neither.
Am I going to be
your
held?
words are something you're producing. Your words are not you. Your words are not a person. Your words are something that you're manifesting from your mouth.
Okay, your words are the exact representation of yourself
Bullshit.
in that moment.
Nope.
Absolutely, they are.
No,
Why do
they're
people
not.
go to jail for their word?
It's not a representation of who you are. A word is something that happens when you flap your lips and our atmosphere moves, which is another problem. God couldn't have spoke before he created the world because you need atmosphere for sound to travel. It's crazy.
Oh my soul.
Nothing in
What
this
a stupid argument.
Nothing in this book is sensible.
Okay, so if you threaten to unalive a certain prominent politician, why are they going to throw your body in jail?
Because I committed a crime.
If it's just your words.
Because I committed a crime.
Okay, but why in the world would we make it a crime?
Because we decided as a
things?
people group that threatening political figures with violence is criminal. We made that decision. We said, if you do that, you will be punished.
No, I think you and I both know, and your audience knows, that my word is the representation of myself.
It certainly is not.
It is me.
Okay, so do people who can't speak not have a representation of themselves?
They can still have a word.
My son
Logos does not mean
my son
spoken
can't
word.
speak. What's his representation?
He doesn't have one yet.
So is he ever going to get one?
Absolutely.
When? What if he never speaks?
When he can garble, or what does your son's getting or not getting a representation have to do with whether our word is our representation or not?
Because you're saying our word is equal to us, and it's simply not. A word is something that you do with your face, like eat.
Yes, and what?
A word is a description of something you're producing. Like if I cook a meal,
and
I made a meal. If I speak with my mouth, I made a word. It's a production of the physical reality that we live in. It's not an identity.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, it's not its own unique identity, but it is.
It's not sentient either. Words don't have sentience.
Correct. My words do not have sentience.
So then it can't be a person. Words can't be people.
The word of God is a person.
It's certainly not. You
God is a whole
just
lot more
said it
complicated
wasn't.
than you. I said my word is not a person, but it is
no
my
words
perfect
are
representative.
persons.
Okay. Oh boy, we're going around in circles. But wow, where were we?
I think you got. I think you got lost in the circles you're talking in.
I'm not talking in circles. You start talking about the Trinity being
The
incoherent.
Trinity is
Can I ask
completely
you? I want to ask you.
incoherent gibberish.
Okay. Can I ask you a simple question about 3 things that the universe is made up of?
Sure.
I would like you to calculate the odds of this being true without the God of the Bible being true.
100%.
Okay. No.
That didn't take long at
Okay,
all. I didn't even have to break out my calculator.
Here's the question.
It's 1, by the way. In actual statistics, I think it's represented by a 1.
Okay. What are the odds that the 3 things we know our universe is made up of, time, space, and matter, what are the odds that all 3 of those things have 3 dimensions to them?
Oh, they don't. They've got more
Time
than
is
3
past,
dimensions.
present, and future. Time is past, present, and future. Space is measured in 3 dimensions.
There are more than 3 dimensions, by the way.
Matter is in 3 forms. You can't prove that there's more than 3 dimensions.
Yeah, there are.
We don't
Dr.
operate
Blitz
in more
literally
than
wrote
3
a
dimensions.
PhD on it. I'm not interested. There are a minimum of 4 dimensions.
Some theoretical PhD. We know that there are 3 dimensions that we work with every single day.
Oh, I disagree.
And those are what we live and breathe and move in.
Is plasma not a thing?
That's a state of matter, but you're right that we've got more than 3 states of matter. By the way, you know that, right?
What's the 4th state of matter?
You know, plasma is a state of matter, right?
I think plasma is a particular type of matter, isn't it?
It's a state of matter, yeah.
It's a state.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm positive about it. I'm an electrical engineer. I know about plasma.
Okay, what does it take to get something to plasma?
Ionized gases.
Ionized gases.
Yeah.
Is what it takes to get something to plasma. Can anything be plasma?
Oh no, not anything. Nope.
Okay, so it's just a very small select group of very unique particles can be this other state.
Oh no, not unique at all. No, a lot of elements can be ionized. Just Google the 4th state of matter. It's just not an obscure science fact.
Alrighty.
Joe, I think you're a kind individual, and here's the fallout between your worldview and my worldview. Okay, I've studied lots of academic resources when considering these talking points. You haven't yet. You're still on like the answers in Genesis level, so you don't know how bad these talking points are yet. You don't know that they're really, really bad talking points, and like even just a cursory reading of an academic level text would easily dismiss any of these. In fact, you could just pick up like a simple like one volume Bible commentary, an academic Bible commentary that will tell you everything that I just told you, and then give you additional resources that agree. Like you just haven't engaged with any of the academic literature, which is why you're up here and you think you're giving really good arguments. And everyone here who's got a little bit of education in the Bible, and I'm not the only one, put a 1 in the comments if you went to Bible college or seminary, because everyone who's been to Bible college and seminary has already explored all of these talking points. And they don't even come close to dealing with the academic literature on it. The academic literature agrees with me. I didn't make this up. I'm agreeing with the academic literature.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's fine. You're right. I'm not educated. I can't argue with you on the academic literature. I get little bits and pieces here and there. There's no doubt about that.
But you could elevate your arguments. There are good talking points for your position. You just don't have any of them yet.
Would you be willing to have on your live chat somebody who is qualified to talk, or are you only interested in talking to neophyte Christians?
No, I will talk to anybody that gets in my chat stream. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you've got 5 PhDs. I'll talk to you.
Okay.
But the reason why by seminary professors and Bible college professors, the reason why they don't come into these conversations is because they generally agree with me. And the ones who don't agree with me are willing to accept that it's a mysterious thing that is it's not founded in fact, it's founded in faith, right? I had a professor that said, you either believe it on faith or you don't. You can't prove it. It's not a fact, right? And that's where most
I would agree that you can't prove it.
Mhm.
I would agree that you can't prove it, but that doesn't make it not a fact.
Well, I don't think it is a fact.
Not being able to prove something does not make something not a fact.
Right, but if you don't have
Um,
evidence that it's true, then you believe it on faith, not on fact.
Right, or you believe it on. I mean, I'm believing it on apparently underdeveloped evidence.
That's what I would say. Yes, you've got what I would say is poor evidence that you're convinced by, but it doesn't convince most.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. Yeah, I still think that the Bible, God's word, makes absolutely the most sense of the world that we find ourselves in.
Why? It says you can
The
own
problems
slaves.
that we all experience with sin. What's
It
that?
says you can own slaves. How is that sensible?
Oh, not we can go with that again if you want. Did everybody in the time of the Bible own slaves?
No. Did everybody at the time of the antebellum South own slaves?
Quite a few people did.
Did everybody though?
Most everybody. I mean,
Okay.
they were all over the place.
No, it's about 50%. I did the census records for the state of Virginia, where my family's from, and about half of the residents there own slaves. So about 50%.
Oh, I'm not talking about as far as everybody in America. I'm talking about all around the world.
Well, I'm talking about
I'm
America.
talking about- Okay.
Does everybody have to own a slave for it to be bad?
No.
Okay.
Neither does everyone have to own a slave for it to be good.
But I don't think it was ever good. I don't think God, if he
Well,
was
what I'm-
all
I guess
knowing
what
and
I'm
all
trying
good,
to-
would say you can own slaves ever.
Yeah, so I would say that the laws about slavery are very similar to the laws about all sorts of things that he gave to the people of Israel. Nothing of what he gave to the people of Israel was the ultimate goal
Then why did he say
Of
following
God,
this law would make you
of our
good and
relationship
right?
with God. Would make you good and right? He didn't say that.
Sure did.
He said those who
Joe, you should know by now
keep
that I
this
don't
law
make
shall
claims
live
about the
by it.
Bible that's not in it.
Okay, well, I would love to see it in its context.
Deuteronomy chapter 12. Open it up.
Deuteronomy 12.
Somewhere about verse 28, somewhere in there. Be careful to obey all these words I command you, so that it might go well with you and with your children after you forever, because you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. So owning slaves is doing good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. Psalm 19 says the law of the Lord is perfect. Perfect.
Oh, right. Yep.
He tells you in the same chapter, if you go back to verses 1 and 2, he says to follow the thing forever. These are the statutes and ordinances that you must diligently observe in the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, have given you to occupy all the days that you live on the earth.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess I believe that what the apostles taught, that the law was given to be a tutor to lead us to something far better than the law.
Yeah, Galatians 3:23 says
And,
that, but it's a contradiction of the Old Testament. Old Testament says do it forever.
Right, and in Christ I have done it forever.
No, you certainly haven't.
He has kept the law for me in my place, and I'm counted as having kept the law
So Jesus has slaves?
to its fullest extent. I am Jesus' slave.
Oh, shit. So Jesus is okay with owning slaves then?
I am his happy slave, yes.
So slavery is condoned in the Old Testament and the New Testament then. Hooray for slavery.
Yeah, slave.
So what was wrong with slavery
voluntary
then?
slavery.
It's not
Yes,
voluntary.
voluntary slavery.
Oh, it's not voluntary.
Voluntary slavery
This is not
to a master
voluntary.
is. Oh, my slavery to Christ is voluntary.
Well, I'm not talking about voluntary slavery. Voluntary slavery is not.
I can get out and become a slave to myself, just like you have anytime I want.
That's not slavery. Voluntary slavery is not slavery. Owning another human being as property is slavery. And the God of the Bible says you can own other human beings as property.
What? So. No, I mean that's your definition of slavery.
No. That's what he said.
Slavery is.
This guy never
is
learns.
when you don't have the rights to your own labor, when you're
property, when
your wealth and your master's welfare are uniquely tied together as one.
Yeah, because you're property.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with being my God's property.
Okay, so a slave doesn't have autonomy; they're somebody else's property, right?
Right.
Okay, and God says you can own other people's property. Leviticus chapter 25, 44 through 46. As for the male and female slaves you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. You can own people as property forever. Slavery.
Yeah, and as long as you treat them in accordance with the way God tells you to, is perfectly good and fine. I mean, under the right circumstances, I would rather be a slave than a free man under the right circumstances.
So if I went out and purchased a slave, is that
prosperous country?
If I went out and purchased a slave from Mexico, is that okay?
That would depend entirely on how the slave came about. If the person was so desperately poor and just needed
doesn't say anything about that.
Provide for it. Well, it talks about them selling themselves as slaves, and there are slaves of war.
Not in the passage we just read.
It talks about there being
in the passage we just read. It doesn't say how they became a slave. It just says you acquire them.
Okay, well,
that's it.
Okay, well, other parts of the Bible say how you acquire them.
Yeah, and sometimes
that's not just left up to us to imagine.
No, I'm not imagining it. It literally says that people born in your house will be slaves. Slaves born in your household. Do you think it's okay to own slaves that are born into the slave household?
Under the biblical circumstances, yes. Not under the American South.
Biblically speaking, what is wrong with me owning a slave then? If I go out and buy a slave and then they have children and those children become my slave and they're my property for life, what's wrong with that?
Nothing if you treat them according to the way the Bible tells you to treat them.
There we go. We come full circle. It's finally got to. Okay, Joe. And this is why religion rots your brain, Joe, because you'll get up on a live stream in front of 2,000 plus people and say, there's nothing wrong with owning another human being. This is crazy.
So do you remember my comment? Do you remember my comment about how, given the circumstances,
keep in mind,
I would rather be a slave.
Keep in mind, atheists don't have any morals. Atheists have no morals, but these Christians that think slavery was okay, they got all the morals. Joe, come on, you're being preposterous, bro.
No, I'm not. I've already told you, I'm the slave of Jesus Christ. He treats me harshly but well.
Does he beat you with a rod? Because you can beat your slave with a rod.
Yeah, he beats me with a metaphorical rod.
No, real rod. Does he beat you with a physical rod?
No, not a physical rod. Nope.
Okay, but I can beat my slave with a physical rod, and that's okay. According to the Bible.
Right, and yeah, but I mean, in the New Testament, it talks about the slave and the son being the same thing, except that the son is going to inherit what he's working for. Yes, it does.
They're not the same.
I believe it's in Galatians.
No, I know
it talks about that there is no difference between the son and the slave.
I know the reference you're making, and there is a difference between a son and a slave because a son is not owned as property. A son works for his father and then receives the inheritance when his father dies. A slave doesn't do that. Slaves don't get to go free. They're not children that can leave the farm. They're property.
under certain terms and circumstances.
Doesn't matter. They're property.
You're making
So I can own a
Okay.
slave for life and the slave's children, and I can beat the slave with a rod. You think that sounds good?
okay. Again, you're divorcing slavery from all of the contextual circumstances
Like what?
of the day. You're acting like slavery. You're acting like slavery today in America could be equated to slavery 4,000 years
What would be the
ago,
difference?
where so everybody was living hand to mouth.
That's not
Everybody
true.
was just one drought or one famine away from death,
Wrong again.
starvation. There were plagues, there were marauders. There was so much going on.
I've literally never heard
and
someone
life was
say
so uncertain.
so many wrong things in one conversation. The Bible literally lists like 30 different jobs that they had. Like, this isn't the Bible. People in the ancient world
30
worked
different.
and they had jobs. That's why in Leviticus chapter 25, it says, if your own brethren fall into poverty, make them work as a hired laborer. Could God have said, if a foreigner falls into debt, make them work as a hired laborer? Could he have said that?
Yeah, he could say whatever he wants to say.
But he didn't, because he didn't care about the foreigner. He says, don't treat your own brethren like slaves, but these foreigners, you can treat them like slaves.
Yeah, like slaves, still within the given parameters of treatment for slaves. You can call it property all you want.
There's only 3 parameters.
In many senses, only 3 parameters for what?
There's only 3 parameters for how to treat your Hebrew slave. Number 1, you can't kill them on purpose. Number 2, if you knock their eyeball out, they get their freedom. Number 3, if you knock their teeth out, they get their freedom. Those are the only 3 parameters for how to beat your slave. Other than that, you can beat your slave as severely as you want to. It even says in Exodus 21:21 that if your slave dies after a couple days, it's presumed to be an accident and there's no punishment.
Okay, but there's also a verse in Leviticus that says, you shall be careful that no one who has a slave deals ruthlessly with them.
That's not there.
Yes, it is.
Nope. Show it to
What?
me.
Yeah, look up.
You're
I
lying.
don't, again, I can't.
Lying
Let
through
me
your
see if my
tooth.
internet on my computer's back on. Look up the word ruthless
It's-
in Leviticus.
It's in
and see
Leviticus.
what you find.
It's in Leviticus 25, and it's referring to your own Hebrew brethren. Want me to read it for you?
I still don't have internet, so I can't find it. Leviticus, you said 25.
25, starting in 39. I can read it for you.
Yep, go for it.
If any who are
there, but
dependent
I'll read
on
along.
you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority, and they shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants who I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but fear your God. And these are the Israelites, because the very next verse says, as for the male and female slaves who you are allowed to have, it is from the nations around you. And he ends that passage by saying, you may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So you can't treat your fellow Israelites harshly. You can
So
treat the foreign slaves
So
harshly.
it does not say that you can treat the foreigners
Yeah.
harshly.
Yeah, it does.
We're told no, it doesn't. It
Yes,
just
it does.
says you shall treat. Where does it say you can be harsh to foreign laborers?
46.
Did I miss it?
Yeah, you missed it.
46. You may bequeath them to your sons after you to inherit as a possession forever. That doesn't say you
Keep
can be harsh to
reading.
them. But over your brothers, the people of Israel, you shall not rule over one over another ruthlessly.
I have no idea.
Okay, so what they're
You
consider-
missed the first half of the sentence. Read it again.
You may bequeath them to your sons after you to inherit as a possession forever.
And then the
You
very
may make
next.
slaves of them.
There you go.
You may make slaves of them, but over your brothers, the people of Israel, you shall not rule, one over another ruthlessly.
Right. Now, who did it say that you can't treat ruthlessly?
So I think it's talking about, I would be interested in knowing what the word ruthless means, but I think it's talking about just the idea of being slaves forever.
No.
That's what's considered ruthless, because it talks about you may make them slaves forever, but of the people of Israel, you shall not rule one over another ruthlessly.
Yeah.
So it's contrasting ownership forever.
Oh, we lost him.
That's a tough way to go out.
It's a tough way to
lying through your teeth.
Not only that, he just invalidated his entire argument because he was saying that ruthless is a parameter that of how you can and cannot treat your slave. You can't treat your slave ruthlessly. So if ruthless is just another way of saying a slave forever, then he just nullified his own argument. But listen, it's 12. This Joe buddy, please watch this back and realize how ridiculous you sound. It was not good. It was not pretty. But it's late. I got to read some super chats. I'm going to be up until 2 a.m. reading super chats. I got to read some super chats and get to bed, guys. I'm so sorry. I was supposed to be done at midnight. But listen, Joe came back, and I knew it was going to be a long conversation, so I said, we're just going to talk until he gets it all out of his system. You know
what's funny is like I was up here the last time he was on.
I remember that.
The lifting the leg thing.
I literally just clipped that video earlier today. I was making clips of the old
that's
stream.
Funny.
I was like, "Oh, Joe." Oh.
Have you put together like a schedule of when you think you're going to be going live?
Well, I have one for the fall. The summer is still kind of. I actually do have a schedule for the summer. It's just that it doesn't make sense when I tell it to you because you need to see it on a calendar. Because it's a lot of moving dates. But just know for most of the summer, I'll be going live during the daytime, not during the nighttime. It's just this week and next week. My son is with mom for the 2 weeks. But when he's with me, I'll be live during the daytime. When he's with mom, I'll be live during the night. When the fall time rolls around and he's back in school full time, then I'm going to add in nighttime and daytime stream. So I'll probably do Wednesday, Friday, Sunday like usual, and then add in like a Tuesday and a Thursday daytime stream for people who can't come to the nighttime streams.
Cool, very cool.
So it should be exciting. So
yeah, congrats on reaching that level that you can do that. It's amazing.
I think I appreciate it. It's funny because like I'm still putting in like well over 40 hours because I'm editing all my own clips. I'm doing research and I'm debating 20, 25, 30 hours a week. But it's different because you're doing what you want to do. Yeah,
passion.
You know what I mean?
Like, yeah.
Like I'm not my boss isn't giving me instructions. You know what I mean? So, but listen, the community on TikTok and YouTube is what propelled me to be able to do this. So, I mean, I have nothing but thanks and gratitude in my heart for people who believed in me and helped to support me, to this point. So, I will never forget, all the people who helped to make this possible. It's kind of like when I host on the Atheist Experience, like. They see me and another guy on a screen, but there's like 8 people in the background pressing all the buttons, making stuff happen, right? Like I'm just a guy that got on the screen that will say stuff out loud, but there's a lot of people that really help to make the community awesome. Like all the moderators that are helping, all my friends that come up, like Ems, Ian, you, Philo Dragon comes up, Danny pops in from time to time. Like there's so many people that Sarah's all in here. We got lots of people in the community that contribute to all these live streams. And I think because our community is so strong, it makes the individual creators that much stronger,
Absolutely. I saw Cyber just joined. He's also...
Oh, Cyber, yeah. Cyber and Joel and Mezzo and Thinker and Rhea. Sebastian Cole hasn't been live in a while, but
He's in here. I saw Bash was...
Is Bash in here? When I first found him...
Capitalism.
When I first found Bash on TikTok, I was like, I like this guy. This guy makes a lot of sense. Like,
Yeah, he's fantastic.
it wasn't just that he was smart and making really good points, is that he's fun and funny doing it.
Mhm.
Like he's just a riot to listen to. He could talk about anything and I would listen to him do it, you know?
Absolutely, yeah.
But let me grab some super chats, friends, and then we'll I'm sure we'll have some fun ones in here. If you're not following Mac Luster yet on TikTok, make sure you do. Mac, did you get a YouTube channel yet?
No. I mean, I have one. I might like rebrand or something. I'm not sure. I'm kind of weighing options on that, but yeah, just find me on here, follow me on here, and if check in. I'll plan on going live tomorrow.
Oh, good.
But I need to be more consistent with it.
I'm not going to be live, so I'll try to catch you live then.
Awesome. Yeah, that'd be great.
I love it. All right, we got a $10 super chat from 55445. Says Christianity is the desperate act of trying to spit out the apple so they can be as oblivious to what was right and wrong as so they can be evil as their God wants them to be. That's actually a really good point. And this reminds me of Bash's evil God hypothesis, but it's 100% it. Like, if God wanted to create an army of evil minions, this is how he would do it. This is the blueprint. You know what I mean? Like, could you imagine?
It's going gangbusters.
100%. Business is booming for the evil God. And Smolla says, your Jesse series is epic. Oh, yeah, with Beep Boop, also known as Jesse, the 3-part series of him buffooning himself. Also, does Doug have a last name? I need something to scream when I stub my toe. Doug spliced. Okay, shoot. I never thought about Doug having a last name. Now I really wish he did. Oh, Stone. It's Stone. So his name is Doug Stone. His consort is Sharon Stone, and they are Doug and Sharon Stone. And I picked... I was looking for a name that was Stony, and the name Sharon Stone just popped into my head because, like, oh, Stone, right? And then I was like, oh, it's really funny because we already had this whole nonsense of them being in like a trinity, which means the substance that makes them one is stone, which means they're sharing stone. So it's a Doug and Sharon Stone. I was like, it makes everything fit together. So praise Doug and Sharon Stone. But this is how, like, the ridiculous nonsense that the Christians make up for their crazy beliefs. I can do it just as easy with Doug, Sharon, Rocky, Pebbles. Like I could, on the fly, I can think of this nonsensical bullshit. That tells you how BS it is that we can make up parallel nonsense on the fly. Yeah, it's crazy. Mike says, mind nuancing Catholics all that existed early. Let me make sure I understand that. Mind nuancing Catholics all that existed early. I may not fully understand the question, but I do know this. I was expecting some Catholic Philbros to come in once we get the Philbro juices going, but surprisingly only cringe ortho bros, you know? But
yeah, I don't know what that, I tried with that last comment. I couldn't make heads or tails of it.
It's a tough one. Victor, thank you so much for the super chat. $20 is very generous. I appreciate that. It says, do you ever have debate streams on miscellaneous religious topics? I actually used to do just topics. And the reason why I stopped doing that is because I stream for so long that it's hard to keep audience interest on a central topic. Like if I just did Jesus or the Bible supports slavery or the Bible supports genocide. These are really good topics, but over the course of like 5 or 6 hours, eventually people lose interest because it's just one topic. Doing an open topic like God is imaginary or God is not good or different things like that, it allows me to argue it from many different perspectives, and it helps to keep the argument from being repetitive, which we already know is going to happen because Christians already have so few talking points. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have one. I have 2 questions on my background, and the one that you can see like above my head says, "It was it God is." Oh no, it was. Yeah, I think it says like, "Is God evil?" And then there's a second question you can kind of see behind me, but I block it, and they always want to know what's that second question. I go, don't worry about it. We'll get to it later. And then once they prove that they don't actually care if God is good or bad, I lean over and I point to the question that says, "Do Christians care?"
That's amazing.
It was an accident, but it worked out so perfectly that my head covered it, and then I can reveal it because I always want to know what it is.
Right? Yeah, yeah.
We'll get there. We'll get there. I'll show you why it's there.
People love a good mystery.
Mm.
The rest of the super chat says, "I have one. Oh, I'm all ears." It says, "But it's unusual topic and doesn't fit the theme of your God is imaginary nor your God's evil." Okay, so you already know my two main topics. So it doesn't have to do with deities at all. Okay, well, Victor, I'm all ears. Even if we don't run a singular topic on it, I can mix it into my repertoire and make it part of my argumentation package. So like anyone who's been around for a while knows that for certain arguments, like I have different places that I like to go. I'm working on mixing that up a little bit more. The problem is like when I first started streaming, I found a handful that are my favorites because they're the most effective. So I kept reusing the most effective ones. But now because I was talking to Ian about this like 2 months ago, and he was experimenting with a new talking point live. He didn't even know if it was going to work. He was just letting us know ahead of time. Hey, I got a new argument. I'm going to experiment with it and see what happens. I think I kind of like that. Maybe we should I've got all these arguments on my cheat sheet. Maybe I should just experiment with some of the little known ones that I don't use too often just to play them out, see what happens,
Yeah. I mean, it seems like a good use of the format.
Exactly, right? But anyways, Victor, let me know what the argument is, and if it's good, we'll put it on the cheat sheet and we'll put it into play. And Smallest says, Isaiah 49, it says Israel. So I could see how you would read it as Israel, but it's not. Come on, Justin, figure it out. I'm sorry, Smallest. I don't know what I was thinking, believing that Israel meant Israel. And St. Brush says, I tragically died spiritually 2 weeks ago. Oh, that's interesting. I'm glad you're with us, though. And being that it was a spiritual death, I assume you're never close to your actual death. Josh says, Isaiah 53 is embarrassing, cooked to perfection. I appreciate that, Josh. Here's the funny thing is, no matter how many times I talk to Christians about Isaiah 53, they believe so deep in their heart. Like they just know beyond a shadow of a doubt that Isaiah 53 has to be about Jesus. They can't see any other way, and they think that I'm not going to have a response for them. It's crazy that they think that. It's crazy.
I had a guy today talking about this thing, and he said that at the time before Jesus, it was understood that that was a messianic prophecy, but then after Jesus came around, the rabbis they got together and said, no, it's not.
Yeah, that's crazy. I've heard that argument too. That's a crazy argument. Because
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, it was Ross Olin. He was talking with Crystal, and she mopped him.
Crystal's awesome.
Yeah,
she's sharp. I love Crystal, man.
Yeah.
Mr. Morphy says he's the God of Israel. What that got to do with me? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't see when this came in, so I don't know exactly what you're referring to, Mr. Morpheus. But Morpheus, my good friend, it's great to see you. You're awesome, by the way. I love seeing you in the stream, my friend. And Smallest says, flashback. He says he'll prove himself a lamb, or provide himself a lamb. No, he'll provide himself a lamb. Wait, no, he says he'll provide himself a lamb. It's crazy. And Mac, I'm glad you pointed that out, that if you have to be specific, like it wasn't fulfilled because a ram was there rather than a lamb. Mm-hmm. Well, if you're going to be that specific, then Jesus didn't fit either. Jesus wasn't a lamb.
Yeah, this naked thing on two legs. It's much closer than a ram.
If I'm going with which one is closer. And Abraham himself obviously thought that a ram was good enough because he sacrificed it and named the mountain God will provide because he thought God provided.
The expression I made when he's like, see, it says God will provide. So it's still future.
Yeah, right. They're trying so hard. They'll cling to any morsel they got, anything.
Yeah. It's driftwood floating by.
I know. It's funny too, because I wanted him so badly, go to an actual prophecy. Just find me a prophecy. He couldn't find one. All he could go is these dumb foreshadowings. because they've never read the prophecies. They've never read Jeremiah. They've never read Hosea. They haven't read any prophecies. They have no idea what's in those books. It's crazy. Carnage, thank you for the $9.99, my friend. It's been so good seeing you in the live chat in Discord too. Jumping in on the conversation, says seeing Americans using the internet to discuss the intricacies of blood magic with a straight face in the year 2025 is absolutely buck fucking wild. I'll never get used to it. I know. And the look on his face when I told him that the other nations around Israel had all the same different blood rituals, he couldn't believe it, but that's the truth.
It's so funny to me that like when Moses did it, there were miracles. When the Pharaoh's magicians did it, that was like evil.
That was black magic.
The exact same thing.
It was the dark arts, as it says in, I think, the King James or the New King James. Holla Furphy, my friend. Great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the 666 Argentinian dollars, my friend. Great to see you in here. Says, holla, Justin. I had to join this crew as well now that the horizontal stream is getting so much love. Sorry, part of the letter was covered up. I think I can feel Doug sending some sub gifts from below. Amen. Feel the power of Doug gifting out sub. Thank you for being here, friend. And the horizontal stream, guys, is starting to be bigger than the vertical stream now. So many people watching the horizontal stream. I'm a little bit shocked because we just started doing the horizontal recently. So I'm interested to see how this plays out. I really am. Frank, thank you so much for the $4.99. Says, this guy might be smart enough to deconstruct, but he's in a cult and doesn't realize it. Hopefully he doesn't get racist or homophobic. Hail Doug. Well, Frank, listen, he caved on slavery. If I would have pushed slavery to the next logical step, which is that it seems to be ethnic based on the nation you came from, I guarantee I could have made him to concede to some sort of ethnic superiority as well. So you know it was coming. And I certainly could have moved him into homophobia easily. If I went to Leviticus 18 or 20, no way he wouldn't have supported homophobia. He would have been all over it. Somali says, Justin, the word is what comes out of his mouth. Caller, wait, so words come out of the mouth?
I was like, wait, do they send your words to prison if you threaten the president?
I wish he could have heard you.
I know. I was like dying over here. But
my goal for the summer is to find some software audio routing that will work so that I could route the TikTok audio over to some sort of mixer and get it into Video Ninja so that they can hear my TikTok guests. I'm going to make it happen come hell or high water this year. It's got to happen because
yeah, that'd be great.
Man, it would really open doors. Overly Polite Rebel, I appreciate that. Thank you for being polite. And thank you for the $9.99. Says, have you read Chrissy Hansen's paper Murder Among Brothers, The Deaths of Peter and Paul, Reconsidered in the Journal of Early Christian History? She posits Paul was murdered by fellow Christians. No, I haven't. Listen, Chrissy's fun, all right? And listen, Chrissy has done a decent job of being a non-professional and still engaging with the academic literature. But to me, she's just too fringe. I got to be honest, when it comes to biblical scholarship and these types of historicity questions, I'm still very mainstream. I believe what in line with what most scholars believe. I'm not a mythicist. Chrissy's a huge mythicist. I'm not. I don't find any mythicism arguments for Jesus or Paul to be very convincing. But listen, as far as non-professional, non-academically trained researchers go, she's among the best of them. She does a great job with her research. I just happen to disagree with where she's at with the conclusions. And Midlife says, Bride Sloppy Joe, yum. Congrats on your new role. Well, thank you, Midlife Crisis, man. Good to hear from you. And I think I pronounced it correctly again. I think I got the hang of pronouncing this word. Thank you for stopping by. Great to hear from you. And Whipalicious, thank you for the super chat, says, thank you, Justin, for all you do. Forgive my ignorance, but have you covered the lost gospels, and are they even real? Gospel of Judas sounds fun. Praise Doug. So we don't talk about the lost gospels very much. I actually was so excited when they published the Gospel of Judas because I thought it was going to be really interesting. I don't think it is. It sounds like a lot of the other, apocryphal gospels. Like the infancy gospels or the apocryphal Acts of Peter, the Acts of Paul and Thecla. It's just a text that was written much later. It's a great text, though. What it's doing in the text is it's making a justification for Judas not being evil, because he technically was predestined to do what he had to do, and so he was actually doing what needed to be done, and therefore you should have a little bit of mercy in your judgment on Judas. And that whole idea is laid out very well in the Gospel of Judas. Is it authentic? No, obviously it wasn't written by Judas. Is it old? No, really not as old as what people want it to be. But is it awesome? Yeah, it's awesome. The only downfall is it's pretty fragmentary. A lot of it is very difficult to read. It's not like a book where you can open up and read it from beginning to end. It's very fragmented. But anyways, I would recommend go read it. Holla Furphy again sending out 20 DZ memberships. Big W, my friend. That's very, very generous. You can become a member and get the cheat sheet on the horizontal stream on DZ Debates, on the vertical stream on Deconstruction Zone, or in the link tree in my profile. I've got a link to Patreon. You can now be a member on Patreon. The only downfall is if you sign up on Patreon, you don't get the fun chat emojis. And you can get it on TikTok as always.
I love this update.
Frank says, Doug, damn it, he's starting to get racist. Yeah. We knew it was going to happen. We knew it. And Jennifer says, Justin, you're making slavery sound bad. Oh, no. My bad. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to make slavery sound bad, guys. And Timothy says, Joe versus the volcano, Justin cooked again. Timothy, thank you so much for the super chat. And after our first conversation with Joe, I'm shocked he came back. And he came back with more vigor than the first time, even.
Yeah.
Like he came in with a little bit of gusto, thinking he's going to get me this time.
Yeah. Not catching me flat-footed.
I know. It's like... Yeah, it's crazy. Master Machete, you're good to see you, my friend. He says, never forget me when you explode. I would never forget you, Master Machete. You're a great friend of the channel. I love to see you in the chat. Definitely appreciate having you here. Listen, I'm actually pretty good at remembering these names and faces. Jeremy, sometimes I can't match the name to the face, but I remember them. Jeremy says, in Leviticus 25, the last verse read by Joe is a juxtaposition. Have them look up the definition. Yeah, a juxtaposition. Like if I say, listen, you can't treat your brothers harshly, but you can treat your sister harshly. Well, I mean, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. Don't treat your brothers harshly, but of your sisters, you can make slaves. Well, it kind of implied that whatever you're doing to the sister is going to be harsh.
Well, yeah, Joe found a hack, so it's not a juxtaposition if you just don't read the first clause.
I know. I saw that. He left the first clause of that last sentence out completely the first time he read it. Oh. Defense, thank you for the super chat. It says the cognitive dissonance with the last guy. Another case of words don't mean words. Then I don't like the conclusive facts I can't refute. Yeah, that's about it. It's crazy. Listen, I remember being an apologist. I remember giving bad arguments, but I've never been like in that frame of cognitive dissonance where I'm giving bad answers to real problems. When I was there, I was like, oh, that sounds like a real issue. Let me consider that. Let me look into it. Let me read some resources on it, right? I didn't go in and turn myself into a pretzel. This is dishonest.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying voluntary slave. I'm dying over it. It's an oxymoron. Like, by definition, forced labor. You can't voluntarily be forced.
Yeah. And Thornton says, please show Christians the picture of whipped Peter from the Civil War. It took 2 months to recover from his whipping. Textbook biblical slave beating. Actually, that's a very good point. So whipped Peter, I know the image you're talking about. I'll put it on the screen, and hopefully it doesn't like take my thing down. But this idea that you can beat your slaves and you can do them pretty harshly is why they treated the slaves in the antebellum South the way that they did. And look at this. Did he lose an eye or a tooth? No. Is he dead? No. Therefore, according to the Bible, this is perfectly legal. You can do this. You're allowed to do it.
Yeah, and if he died from like infections, that's going to take more than 2 days.
Definitely going to take a couple days. Must have been an accident. It's crazy. But, I mean, that guy's got it all figured out. Us atheists with no morals. We just can't understand it. Our brains are too small. Acme says, I think Satan is the hero. See Genesis and Job. Actually, I agree. If you look at all the shit Yahweh does and look what Satan does, Satan's the one in here, like, just when he does anything negative, he's doing God's bidding, theoretically, like what he did with Job. I mean,
counterpoint, Satan wasn't in Genesis.
Oh yeah, that's actually a very point. Satan had nothing to do with Genesis, by the way. If the snake was Satan, then it's crazy that snakes were cursed to live in the dirt of the earth and to crawl on their bellies. If snakes didn't do anything, why are snakes being punished? Satan doesn't crawl on his belly and eat dirt. Well, Justin says, bring back Gerald Margarita. Whatever happened with that conversation? I don't remember that one going very far. What? I already forgot. Shit.
That's not ringing a bell.
Yeah. We've been live too long, actually. I forget some of the earlier guests. Asian says, Joe argued about him being a slave to Jesus, so his free will is garbage. Actually, that's such a good point. If you're a slave to Jesus, you got no free will. This makes me conclude that Christians always detach from reality. Listen, 1,000,000% right. Christians, what they do is they hear an argument and they slap a Band-Aid on it without thinking for 1 second what other problem is created by that Band-Aid. Then when you point it out to them, they got to put another Band-Aid on it. So Christianity is a hopeless series of just putting one cover on top of another cover. It's like whack-a-mole. They're just playing whack-a-mole.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like the old like Looney Tunes and stuff where it's like you fill a leak and then it pops up somewhere else and you got to go do that one. You know, it's crazy. Like robbing Peter to pay Paul, all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, 1,000,000%. Yeah. Joanne says, Bry the Crazies, much love from South Africa. Well, Joanne, thank you so much for the love from South Africa. And I think I'm pronouncing that correctly now. So I appreciate the chat. Let me know if I screw up, though. And Midlife comes in again, says your pronunciation is on point. Fly Bry guy. Thank you so much. I'm glad I'm starting to learn the lingo. Now I can put on my resume that I speak South African. I think, isn't that how Christians do it? If you know one word in the language, you know the language.
Yeah, I'm fluent. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fluent in South African. I know Bry.
I don't know if you see me do this thing that I've gotten into recently where people who like speak Hebrew or say they do, I put up Hebrew on the screen and like Google Translate, you can do like a side by side or whatever. So I put it shows the characters like, wait, what does this say? And then they never know. So I just pan over and it says, I don't know how to read Hebrew. Was the translated phrase.
I love it. I try to start small. Fun. Like, for example, you can learn various words in any language, but it's almost meaningless because, like, for example, when I went to Mexico, I was in Mexico for like 3 or 4 months back when I was like 22. I was stuck on a job site down there for a long time. And I was like, I'm going to learn some Spanish. So I learned some Spanish. I learned a lot of words. But like I realized very early on, if I want to communicate effectively, I have to be able to appropriately conjugate verbs. I have to be able to use past tense, future tense, present tense. Like I got to do all this grammar. I can't just learn a word and think I know the language, right? And so I went through the painful steps of like trying to talk to people to teach me how the grammar works. So when people come in and tell me they know Greek or Hebrew, I can tell right off the bat that typically they learned a couple words. Now they think they know the language. No, you don't. You have to know how to conjugate verbs, decline nouns, parse words. If you can't do any of that, you don't know how the language works.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to know what that stuff even means.
Right.
Like it's so like as an English speaker, that's how you do it. You're taught those things, but not what they mean, not the terms behind them. Like conjugating verb, you know what it is to conjugate a verb, but you can't really define how that's done. Or at
Yeah,
least
you don't know why.
You don't as you're learning it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But in when you're learning a foreign language, you have to learn all the rules. Like
Yep.
you need to know how you get from past tense to future tense, or especially in Hebrew, how do you take the same word and make it passive versus active, or how do you intensify it, or how do you turn it into a participle or an infinitive? So like we've got all these conjugation methods, and they're super important because the word can mean something completely different if you just conjugate it improperly.
Yeah.
Master
It's a
Machetier,
mess.
it is. It's a hot mess. When it comes to conjugation, Hebrew is a highly, highly conjugated language. It's a little bit different than English. But Master Machetier says, punishing the snake for Satan set up the typology for God to punish someone else as another person's sin. You're not wrong.
That's the real foreshadowing. Like that's the real prophecy is like having a scapegoat. Scape snake.
I will never forget Escape Snake now. That is forever part of the argument bag, which will be coming out. Mr. McDizzle says, getting to watch Master Chef Justin live is such a treat. Congrats, Justin, on making the move to full-time. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Mr. McDizzle. I appreciate the kind words and appreciate the support. I can't say that I know exactly what my new schedule is going to be, but I know that as soon as fall rolls around, we're going to be really cranking up the heat on the grill. And Auntie says, embarrassed to ask, but what is the origin of Big W? Don't worry. Listen, there are no stupid questions here unless you're a theist. And then there are some stupid questions, but a Big W just means big win. So in sports, we refer to like L's and W's as wins and losses. And because the debate scene is very like watching a sporting event, we use some of the same terminology. It just kind of comes over. Alfred says, Doug is the grounding for me to film my bro. Doug is the grounding. And what's the ground made of? Have you looked around? It's made of Doug. So if Doug's not the grounding of all things, what are we talking about here anymore?
Yeah, there are 3 modes of Doug.
Yeah,
Think about that.
precisely. And Anthony's got a miracle. It says, Doug fixed my erectile dysfunction. Thank you, Doug, in your all-knowing good hardness. Guys, if you want to be rock hard, you got to get rock hard for Doug first. That's how you do it. And Solar coming in again. Solar, thank you so much for the 999 super chat. It says X of God being localized. What's X? Example. Sorry. Example of God being localized. Last plague of Egypt, he flew through the city, killing the firstborn of people who didn't paint the door. If he was omnipresent, what was the point of painting the doors? So this is actually a really good point. The painting of the doors in Exodus presents so many problems. Number one, God can't be all-knowing if he needs you to paint the doors of the houses. That's all there is to it. So now you've got a problem. Number two is if all the Israelites have separate houses from their slave owners, they're not really slaves. It sounds much more like corvée labor to me. And if that's the case, then I assume if there were Israelites, firstborn Israelites living in Egyptian households, they would have been dead. He would have killed his own. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Noah's Lions with us again. Thank you so much. Says we need Doug theme Rook cards decon tournament. I knew you would play Rook. As the words were leaving my mouth, I was like, I bet Noah's Lions plays Rook. I can guarantee it. She's ex-Mennonite. She's got to play Rook. The Amish and the Mennonite know how to play Rook. So anyways, yes, we can find a way. There's a website where I can make custom card games. We should do a Doug and Sharon Rook card game. Let's make that a reality. But Rook is such a fun game. If you like euchre, Rook is like euchre on steroids. It's amazing. You get 10 cards instead of a lousy 5. Ridiculous. Hannah, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says LOF. I know. It means life of fear, I think. Hail Doug. So yes, if you're a Christian, that's exactly what LOF is. You live a life of fear that God is going to throw you into hell for committing a minor infraction and not repenting, but you can own slaves. Remember, you can own slaves. Bruce, thank you for the $9.99. Says, joke about God being everywhere. A Holocaust survivor dies and goes to heaven. He tells God a Holocaust joke. God, Holocaust jokes aren't funny, survivor. I guess you just had to be there.
That's rough.
That hits on so many levels. That's like a 3-layer burrito of a joke. I really appreciate that one. And Mike says, love orthodork. Need an emoji for that too. Actually, you're right. I do love a good ortho pun. I don't have a great emoji for the orthodox. We need to work on that. If you have a good idea for that, send me one in my inbox. Noah's Lions actually she does a great job with her emojis. She sent me the baby paste emoji. So if you're on one of the memberships, you got access to the emojis and you've seen the new baby paste emoji. She made that. That was hers. So if you guys send me a really good emoji, I'll add it up. I'd love to. It'd be great. And from Mike Thorne, we got a $13.99 super thanks. Big W, Mike. I appreciate that. And ZM says to Joe, sorry, he's gone. He can't answer. As Christians could say, and I mean it, if Christianity is true, I hope you will find that out. If it's not true, I hope you will find that out. That's humility, actually. See, that's a fair point. If Joe was being humble and not being passive aggressive, he would say, I hope you find the truth, even if I'm wrong. That's what he should have said.
I mean, that's the goal. It should be the goal.
Yeah, I'm not here just to cook Christians. Like, I want to know what's true like anybody else. If I got online and it turns out all my arguments were dog shit and it turned out Christianity was true, I'd be hosting a live stream right now telling you that Christianity was true. Mm-hmm. But it's not. Like I'm here saying things that I believe are true. It just happens that you don't think they're true. I mean, obviously, Mac, you and I agree, but, Christians don't think that. And Johanna says, why didn't Jesus write his own book? It sure would have clarified so many things. Johanna, this is such a good point because, listen, God theoretically wrote with his finger on the tablets that he gave to Moses. What would stop him from making his own book that was miraculous in nature, that made all kinds of predictions that only God could have known, was written in a material no one's ever seen, that's completely indestructible and has all these properties that nothing on earth ever had? He could have done that. He's God. He didn't do it because he doesn't exist. And Spencer says, thanks for cooking me on my birthday. Well, Spencer, I don't know which guest you were. I don't know if cooking for me. Sorry, I didn't read very well. Thanks for cooking for me on my birthday. Well, listen, I hope you had a good birthday dinner of fried apologist. Or perhaps grilled apologist. I'm not sure which way you take it. Certainly well done, not medium rare. But Spence, thank you so much for being here and for supporting the stream. Appreciate that. And Carlos is with us, my friend. Carlos, thank you so much for 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That's super generous, my friend. Thank you so much, Carlos. Carlos, I see you in every live stream. You're such a great supporter. I really appreciate you always being with us. This is what makes our community so strong. And Mason, thank you so much for the $10 praise Doug. Hail the Rock of Ages. Don't take Doug for granted. He will rock your world. And Johanna says, Jesus was a woman, so not a king, a queen. Johanna, he wasn't given any male chromosomes from his father Joseph. He only had Mary's chromosome structure. He had to be trans at best. That's all there is to it, Johanna. You're 100% right. And AX says, why is slow mode on sub only mode? I feel like Justin said, don't do that, mods. Anywho's, I'm rock hard for Doug. Much love to y'all. Stay hard. Well, AX, I did try to keep the slow mode down to only like a couple seconds, like 5 seconds, only because when you get trolls that spam the comments, if you set it to like a 5-second delay, it prevents them from spamming. That's about it.
Yeah, it's not great that you have to do it, but you have to understand the reason. Like, they're absolutely brutal when they get their teeth into one. It's just like, yeah, it makes it unreadable and it's brutal for everybody.
I wish I didn't have to. When I first started, Eve L, one of my mods, turned it on, and I asked to turn it back off. And then we had a long conversation offline, and I did some thinking about it, and she was right. She was 100% right. So I turned it back on. See, I'm willing to be wrong as long as I'm presented with a good reason to be wrong. Johanna with another super chat, thank you so much, says Jesus was a woman, fed many with little. Oh, this is good. Tried to get a message across to closed-minded men, got up from the dead because she's had so many chores to do. Actually, that does check out. Jesus' behavior does seem quite motherly in some occasions. And Johanna coming in again, thank you, friend, says Jesus was illiterate because they didn't allow girls to be educated. She's still going because they didn't allow girls to be educated. He showed up on the scene around age 30, passed herself off as a man so she could get a little respect and recognition. Listen, I'll buy it.
She's a real daddy's girl.
That's much, much better fan fiction than what we get in the Bible. I would read that all day. And Daniel, good to see you again tonight. It says, weird that Joe said that the KJV's Old Testament is from Texas Receptus when the TR is only the New Testament. I know. Listen, I can only jump on so many bad statements, but he doesn't know the difference between the TR and the, shoot. Give me a second. It's getting late. I already forgot the Old Testament. TR is the received text or the Textus Receptus for the New Testament. The other is the Masoretic text.
I was going to say that, but I felt like I would be wrong.
No, you got it. Yeah. So the King James relies pretty heavily on the Masoretic. But never. And, well, they do rely. There's a couple spots where they were missing Greek texts from even the TR, and they had to back translate it from Latin. And so that's a fun situation. Yeah, the 1611 has a number of passages that were backwards translated from Latin back into Greek to complete their Greek manuscripts. Parts of John and Revelation, to be precise, if I remember correctly. You can fact check me on it, but I'm pretty sure it's John and Revelation. Let's see. Rodent, thank you for the super chat. Says you're cooking him so hard you should have a Food Network show. Listen, I do have a chef hat around here somewhere, but it's a little warm in this room. I need air conditioning, but the air conditioning is too loud, so I can't really turn it on. Mindforge, thank you for the super chat. Says the two powers in heaven thing is confined almost exclusively to Enoch. I agree. Yes. The second power is Metatron, which is Enoch. It was likely never a pervasive belief and implies Enoch is the son of man. Mindforge, you're 100% right. This nonsense about two powers in heaven and the second power being Jesus is just like the horrible reading of the Talmud in Sukkah 54 or 52. I think it's Sukkah 52, where they get this crazy idea of two messiahs, the Messiah ben Joseph and Messiah ben David. That's not really what's in there, right? But they take anything that sounds remotely similar to what could be about Jesus, and they're like, oh, that sounds vaguely, roughly familiar as long as you squint hard enough, and then they make it about Jesus. And unsuspecting people who don't know any better, who haven't read the original text they're pulling from, get hoodwinked. They have no idea what's happening. And Aaron says, now words not only don't mean words, they're people.
Lock them up.
Absolutely. Lock them fucking up. There's no end to the unjust justifications people make to support their presupposed beliefs. 1,000,000%. Listen, there's nothing you won't do when your religious beliefs are challenged if you're a Christian, except for being honest. You're not going to be honest. That's not going to happen. And Jake, my friend, thank you for the 666. Big W, my friend, says, how do you stop a Mormon from drinking all your beer? Invite two of them. I love this because you need the accountability. If you just have one Mormon, he'll drink the beer. But the other Mormon will hold him accountable and rat him out. That was my reading of the joke. Hopefully I read that correctly.
Yeah,
but
no, I've heard that one before. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. The two will keep each other honest.
That's what it is. Yeah, yeah. It's a shame-based religion. Monkey, thank you for the $2 super thanks. I really appreciate that, friend. And Rodent coming in again says, Rodent, I'm sorry, that's your name. Cooking like a chef, made a pretzel out of him. He was a salty pretzel at the end, I think. And then quickly vanished. I assume his connection fell out. Johanna coming in again. Johanna says, Jesus says to his father, Dad, you've been pretty vague. Nobody's getting your message. Send me down there and I'll straighten out these pesky humans with the latest technology. Could you imagine being Jesus up in heaven, being like, I died, so less than about a third of people in 2025 would believe in me, and then slowly get outpaced by Islam? That's what I died for?
How could I do this to me?
Yeah, how could I do this to me? I will never get not excited talking about the nonsense of the Trinity. It's always fun. It never, they have nothing. They have no way to explain it.
I don't know if you heard me earlier when I mentioned John 14:6. And it's like, no one gets to me but through me.
Right. Oh, it's so bad. Aaron, my friend, great to see you, buddy. Aaron says, if we are going by spiritual math, then in the name of Doug, I will spiritually die for Justin. Listen, my friend, I really appreciate that. You don't have to. You support the stream so much. I really appreciate your kindness, your generosity, and your intelligence. But I'm glad that you'll spiritually die for me. Listen, I'll have to spiritually die for all y'all guys. Just remember that words don't mean words. As Shara, oldest daughter, big W on the name. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, I know you don't watch Marvel movies, but Iron Man died for our sins. If it's that easy, thank you, Justin. I've learned so much. Did Iron Man die for someone else's crimes? Was that what happened?
Well, he in the last like the main movies, yeah, he did those self-sacrificing. It wasn't for sins, but yeah.
So did shit, what's the name of that movie? In Gran Torino?
Oh yeah. When he was he put on a lighter or something?
Yeah. Yeah,
to get all those guys like sent to jail for this.
Exactly.
It did yeah.
Yeah, he sacrifices himself. Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino sacrifices himself to save the life of that young kid so he doesn't get sucked into being a gangbanger. Fun movie, actually. Really fun movie. Rodent says, would you do a collab with Paulogia? Actually, I'm working on that right now. I think he left me an email a couple of days ago and I haven't responded yet. I apologize if you're watching, Paulogia. But yeah, I'm working on it. I want to get a collab with him and talk about resurrection hypotheses because I think mine's good and I can support it with lots and lots of evidence from the ancient world that imposters were going around pretending to be people that were resurrected. I've been collecting sources on it. I've got documents on it where people claim to see somebody resurrected or come from the dead, and it turns out they were either faking it or it was an imposter. We have data from the ancient world on this. And Woolite Mammoth says, Justin, is the mythicist position that Jesus in totality was definitely a myth, or just that it's not 100% that he existed? So yeah, that's the idea. In mythicism, he didn't exist at all. He was completely fabricated.
Yeah, it's a positive claim.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. I'm somewhere in the middle. I don't accept. Like I'm not convinced that there was a historical Jesus, but I don't claim the mythicist position.
Right.
But the more I read of like the New Testament, the prophecies and shit, the closer I get to that, because they're just so obviously made up.
They are.
Like going to Egypt and all that shit. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
Well, so that's why I always try to be gracious to the mythicists, because like, listen, even though I believe Jesus was a real person, 90% of what the New Testament says about him is obviously mythology. It's just fabricated. So we have a lot more than we agree on. Rod Thank you for the 100 MX. He says, "Hey Justin, for charity purposes, I suggest putting together a sexy calendar with male atheist YouTubers, hard like the almighty Doug." So we actually have talked about this. I don't know if we're going to make it a reality, but I think we should talk about this more. We were talking about this last time we did a fundraiser, and I think it's a good idea. I think we get a lot of people in on it. I certainly would want one. I'm sure Mac wants one. Mac, you want to do a spread?
Sure.
I mean, we got a lot of people that buy in. Mike Hunt says, "I love deconstruction. Dilfs, keep it up." Well, hey, thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. I don't know if I've ever been called a Dilf, but I'll take it. I certainly appreciate that. And Andy, thank you for the $2.99 super thanks. Thumbs up. Super appreciate you supporting the stream. And Jay says, "Is it true that Doug is the only rock that can exist as plasma?" Good question. I would assume that Sharon could as well, and Rocky obviously could as well. So I don't think he's the only rock that could exist as plasma. But
Does this count as modalism?
wait, I need to pray to Doug for more revelation about his essence. We'll see. We'll see about that. And Jay says, "Do you feel you're emerging as the voice of atheism?" Jay, I don't know if that's the case. I do know this. When it comes to counter apologetics for Christianity, I feel like I'm probably doing I'm a top tier job. I'm sure there are people that can do better than me. I'm sure of it. But when it comes to counter apologists for other religions, I'm certainly not the best. There are a lot of people, like even the Christians that are doing counter Islam arguments are phenomenal. Like I couldn't do that.
Yeah, it's amazing how they mop each other.
Yeah.
But like can't turn that, inward.
That is the craziest thing, watching the Christians and the Muslim completely destroy each other's religions and never look inward and be like, well, maybe they're both bullshit. It's wild to watch. It's wild. Walking Bones says, "Just donating so the stream doesn't end." That's one way to do it, Walking Bones. That's one way I can do it. I appreciate that. Big W, my friend, for supporting. And as Shara's oldest daughter in again says, I'm a happy slave. Oh shit. As Shara's daughter, who are you a slave to? Are you a slave to Ashera? Because according to that guy, being a slave and being a child is the same thing, right? So if you're the oldest daughter of Ashera, then technically you are a slave. But anyways, the idea that you could be a happy slave in the antebellum South is preposterous, but I know I could have pushed him to it. And Chris says, "Why do most Christians accept the biblical canon? Because it's too complicated to consider that the canon might not be inspired or that their Bible might not be complete." That's something that they're just not prepared to take on, so they accept what's been fed to them. And Asian says, "What is a reverse Bible? The good guy, God, is the bad guy, and the bad guy, Satan, is actually the good guy." Actually, I think that's just the regular Bible. I think that's the real Bible we have in our hands.
I mean, find a metric that it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, right. And Noah come in again and says, "And and you compete for cat Amish names." Wait, what happened? I compete for cats?
I don't know.
Oh, now I got questions. Hit me up after the stream. Let me know what you're referring to.
What is cat a euphemism for?
Well, in the game of Rook,
oh, that's right. The game I know nothing about.
Yeah, I don't know any cats in the game of Rook. Now I've got questions. We'll talk about it. Mike says, "Are you married?" Mike, I'm not married, but I have a loving cat and an adorable son. But I'm not married. But a lot of people have asked. And Acme says, "A donation for how could I do this to me?" That was a great line. It's an amazing line. Thank you, Acme. Thank you, Acme. Thank you, Macluster, actually, for that one. And Mr. Briefs says, "What does it take to satisfy an Amish woman? At least 2 Mennonite." Oh shit. That is a play on words. 2 men per night. What do you say? For those who missed it, 2 men a night. I love it. I love that one, and I'm shocked. I am shocked I've never actually heard that one before. And last one from Jahir says, Justin, I would like to know, what do you believe in? Good question, Jahir. I'm an atheist. I don't believe there are any spirits, any gods, any entities that are immaterial. I think that the universe is timeless, eternal. It's always existed in some way, shape, or form. I don't believe there's any afterlife. I think this life is all that we have, and we owe it to ourselves and others to make the most out of this life, to make my life the best life I can, to make Mac's life the best life that Mac is going to have, and to make your all's life the best life that you guys are able to have. And that is my humanist manifesto, because this is all that we have. We're not going to get a second time around. We got to make the first time the best time. So, and with Mac, is anyone live right now that we can go raid at 1:30 in the morning?
There's probably a couple candidates. Let me see.
Gotta be. Let me see.
Yeah. Couple. I don't know what they're. Let me vamp for a little bit. I'm gonna see what they're doing. I got a couple candidates because I got a couple people I really enjoy. So I gotta see if like they're ramping up or ramping down.
Well, I know at this time typically Thinker's live.
Yeah, she's not live now though.
Yeah, that's odd. I didn't see her live either.
Well, Wednesday night's usually off.
Fair enough. All right, I'm looking at the live screen right now, and let's see. Actually, not a ton, but you know who is live? And I don't think we've ever sent anybody over here just yet, but we can go to Born Again Atheist.
Oh,
have you seen Born Again?
I have seen. I don't see her. Yeah.
Oh, she's got a great page. So this is a friend of her channel, Born Again Atheist. Here's what the profile looks like on TikTok. As far as I know, she's not on YouTube yet. But Born Again Atheist is Born Again Atheist _ to find the page. She's live right now. Got a couple hundred people watching, it looks like. Let's see how many people are watching. Well, my screen doesn't tell me how many people are watching, but she got a bunch of people watching. So let's go.
180.
180? Listen, guys, we need to bump this thing well over 250. There's no reason why we can't get this thing up to 250. As soon as we get up to 250, I'm going to end my live stream. We're going to go raid Born Again Atheist, support her great work. She does a great job. She has a really unique setup. I think she does an awesome job. So let's go praise dog. Let's go raid her live stream and get this thing well over 250. We should be getting pretty darn close. I see people now filtering in. Oh, she's talking about God's wrath from a poll box. Oh my gosh, I'm going to love this. I'm going to love it. 205 people. We got 205 people in the stream now. 207. Let's crank this thing. 212. Let's get this thing going. Let's all drop into Born Again Atheist. 215. And then here in just a minute, as soon as we get this thing racked up to 250, I'm going to pop in over and I'll join you guys over in Born Again Atheist live stream. And we could go and chirp in the comments and insult people and say fun stuff. And have all of our shenanigans over there going on. We're at 224. Can we pop 230? Can we get past 230? I see 226, 228. We're getting close, guys. We're 22 away. 232. We're almost there. We're 18 more, 19 more. Let's move it up. Let's get everybody up and over on TikTok over to the Born Again Atheist channel. And then I'll see you guys in just a minute. I think we're moving. We're at 235. By the time 239, we only need 11 more, friends. We just need 11 more. Let's pop in over there. Let's get 11 more. 241, 9 more. 246. We need just a couple more, friends. A couple more. 248.
There it is.
One
more.
One more. Don't leave us hanging. 251. Bada bing, bada boom. Mac, thanks so much for coming to join me, friend. I really appreciate you.